We are live at Coletco for Monday's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are live. We're kind of snowed in, but we're still going to make the best out of it and try to have a live sale for you tonight. So welcome. And here we are. So let me get this shared everywhere. I just shared that. Let's go over here in the group, and your groups, Craig, Scotty, Jared, Matt, and let's go over here, comment on this, and I'm going to put live now. All right, there that is. Let's also go over here, newest. Let's go over here to this, and let's go over here to this, and put live now. Live now. And let's go over here to our email. And click on this, and click on this, and click on that. 25 people watching over on YouTube already. That's a lot for that early. And let's go to Instagram and get this on our story. Let's go to story. And let's go. Let's see here. Let's use a picture I took last night. Let's use that picture. Live now. Did I post over on Instagram all of our updates? I might need to go copy and paste and do that right quick. Live now. I don't know if I posted that on Instagram, did I? I didn't. Let me go post that announcement thing on Instagram. Do that right quick. Post. And let me do that on Instagram. Share. All right, I think I'm ready. Keep Instagram open. There we go. All righty, so we are here and we're ready. Let me get the chat pulled up before I start showing and telling anything. Let's see here. Close out all my apps. All right, let's make sure my chat is working, and it is. Okay, so 125 people on. If you haven't already, make sure you've liked the Facebook post. Make sure you go ahead and like the Facebook post. Make sure you have, make sure you've liked the Facebook post, and make sure you have shared it. If you don't mind doing that, at least go ahead and like it. Tonight is kind of a skeleton show. There was no one here at Coletco today up until about a few hours ago when me and Tanner showed up to try to get ready for tonight and finish last night. Doug stuck at home, Ed stuck at home, Paul stuck at home. My mom is definitely stuck at home. And so really what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be having a live sale, but I'm going to be showing a little bit of everything. I was just thinking, I was like, well, I don't have a lot to show, but at the same time, I have more to show than I could ever imagine. So what we're going to be doing tonight is going to be doing a lot of auctions, discount auctions, and we're going to be doing a lot of flip bins, a lot of discount flip bins, a lot of them, like $9.99 and $14.99 and $6.99. So if you like discounted vintage and you like some low start auctions, you have found the right place. But there is currently like 6-7 inches of snow right outside the store. And for those that live in the cold parts of the country, that's nothing to y'all. But for here in Tennessee, the entire state is shut down. I mean, I left, I usually wake up and I got all these food options. I'm going to go eat here, there. There's like 2 restaurants open in town. And Lebanon's a pretty good-sized city. So, like the whole place, if it snows, man, it's just everything shuts down. Nobody wants to drive in it. So We're lucky me and Tanner could even get here, and like Chris just said, lucky we even have power to do this. So lots of discounts tonight. I have priced a few sealed records. Paul wasn't here, John wasn't here, Doug wasn't here, Ed wasn't here. So yeah, we are pretty short when it comes to some staff today. So pretty much everything's been delayed. Anything that has to do with CollectCo, I'll announce this throughout the show because I'm sure not everybody's seen the post, and if they did, they probably didn't take time to read it, but pretty much everything is delayed, and that's like everything meaning invoices are delayed. We still got 6 hours of keying in stuff from last week. Shipping's delayed, and the show's going to be a little bit delayed. So, but we're here, and I have an entire store. I may start showing books and KISS merchandise that we hadn't shown in a long time. We have plenty of stuff to show you. It may not be a whole batch of great brand new stuff, but there's going to be plenty of stuff to show you. So let's go ahead and start with some $9.99 records. I've got discount bins. I've got 4 $9.99 and 4 $14.99 crates made, and then lots of $6.99. So tonight's going to be $10, $15, and $7 records all night tonight pretty much. I'm going to go through some new vinyl, and let's go ahead and get started. So everything in this bin is $9.99. If you haven't already, please go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you've liked the post. Make sure you've shared. Let's go ahead and get started. This is the Birds, Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde. VG Plus condition, $9.99. An original Columbia 2-eye pressing. Everything in this bin is going to be $9.99. We have Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. Everybody's always asking for this album. It's a great live album. Has ringware on the cover, vinyls in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Everything in here is discounted to $9.99. Todd Rundgren, Healing, half off at $9.99. Todd Rundgren's $9.99. We have our first claim of the night and our first sale of the week, sold to Heather Feather. And Jackson, you were second. So Heather got Little Feat. Jackson was second. John Mayall, USA Union, $9.99. Everything tonight, discounted vintage, $9.99. So there's John Mayall, USA Union. Return to Forever, Music Magic. Paul left me a note. It has the original inner sleeve and the insert. Now just $9.99. It has the insert, advertising other records on that label, and the vinyl's very clean, and that's Return to Forever, Music Magic, $9.99. $9.99. Little Feat went to Heather Feather. We have James Cotton, Two Sides of the Blues, contains previously unreleased material in shrink wrap, $9.99 for James Cotton. Two Sides of the Blues, that's on the Quicksilver label. Everything in here is EX Plus, near mint minus, unless I say otherwise. If I say the condition, then that's the condition. If not, it's going to be very clean and very nice. Cynthia Herdren on Music Magic by Return to Forever. That's so to Cynthia Herdren, and Jesse Rome's getting James Cotton. We're going to show some stuff tonight you probably hadn't seen in a while. Everything in here is $9.99. We have Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy. This is sealed, unopened with hop sticker. That's $9.99. And Asia, their self-titled debut, I went ahead and marked that down as well to $9.99. Asia. Let's get our first auction started. I just pulled this out of the bin. This is an OG Darren pressing of the Procol Harum album that has a wider shade of pale on it. I'm going to put it up for a $15 start. It is we don't have any condition notes on it, but it does have some noticeable scuffs on one side. The other side's very clean. The side with a wider shade of pale is the side that's very nice. So I'm going to call it EX. It's Procol Harum, and it has the original poster with it. So it has a full-size Procol Harum poster that originally came with this album. It is included. So this has the poster, Procol Harum, wider shade of pale, $15 start. We'll put that up for auction and see what happens. That's now up for bid. Jesse Rome was the last claim. He got Cotton. We have Dan Ingerson getting the Asia self-titled album. That's so to Dan Ingerson. Next was John Martinez, and Cynthia's in on the Procol Harum at $15. We have 902 Live, the solos by Yes, $9.99. Has the original inner sleeve. Nope, that's just a generic inner sleeve. $9.99 on Yes, $9.99 on Yes. And Johnny Copeland, this is Ain't Nothing But a Party. This is $9.99. Johnny Copeland, Ain't Nothing But a Party. Johnny Copeland, $9.99. Jackson's in on Procol Harum at $16. Gary Samuels first of the Yes album. Jackson, you were second. And Charlie Daniels Band, Night Rider. Charlie Daniels, more than half off at $9.99. Gatefold Pressing, black and blue epic label, $9.99 for CDB. Charlie Daniels Band. And Martha Hoople has a promo stamp at the bottom. Martha Hoople, no condition notes on this. $9.99 for Martha Hoople. Mike Vandergit's first on the Johnny Copeland. That's so to Mike Vandergit's, and Terrell Boatnight on the Charlie Daniels. Those are all sold. We have Procol Harum now at $18 to Cynthia Herdron. That's the OG stereo Darren pressing. There is a mono pressing of that record that is very scarce. I've never even seen one before. This one has the poster with it. Cynthia Herdron also first on Martha Hoople. That's so to Cynthia. Our first crate of the night is Discount Vintage, which we're going to be doing a lot of tonight. So good night to be tuning in. It's called a snow show, meaning we don't have a lot of new stuff to show you, but you're going to be seeing a lot of discounted stuff and some stuff maybe I've never shown before. $9.99. Cat Stevens, Catch Bull at 4. That's $9.99. And we have Jay Giles Band, Showtime, Jay Giles Band. That is $9.99. Jay Giles Band, no condition notes on that. Jackson's in on the Procol Harum at 20. And we have the Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street, with a piece of tape stuck to the back of it. EX Condition, this is $9.99. It's a German pressing. Very clean German pressing of the Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street. Procol Harum 20, now 25. Debbie Winstead wants the Cat Stevens. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. And we have Todd Rundgren Runt, VG Plus Condition, $9.99. How do you buy? Just comment whatever you want. I'll recognize your name as a first-time buyer, and then I'll give you some instructions. So if you're a first-time buyer and you see anything you want, just comment whatever it is that you want, and then I'll give you first-time buyer instructions. Very easy to buy here. We do this every night. We've officially been streaming for let's see, 7. This is our 9th, I guess 8th day in a row streaming, because we were live last night selling coins and knives, and we have sold so much we don't even know what we're going to do with it all. It's all sitting over here on a table waiting to be keyed in along with all the records. So I couldn't keep up last night. We were getting so many claims on silver and coins and knives. So thanks everybody who tuned in for that. We still got records to key in from last week. Then we got to key in all the silver and coins we sold last night. So thanks everybody for tuning into that. But we sell that live every night here on Facebook, hopefully 7 days a week. And we start at 7. If we do $7 in limited shipping, you don't have to be pre-registered. All right, so Debbie Winstead got Cat Stevens. Kenneth Dudley's going to get the sealed. Steve Martin, Kenneth, have you bought from us before? I don't recall saying your name too many times, but Kenneth Dudley, I'm going to sell you the Steve Martin sealed. Thank you. Scott Smith wants DB for the German Doobie Brothers. That's so does Scott Smith. And we have a new bid on Procol Harum for 26, 28, and now 30. Jefferson Airplane, 30 seconds over Winterland. That's live Jefferson Airplane. Classic lineup like Woodstock era. $9.99 on that. And we have Roots of British Rock. That's a 2 LP compilation. Roots of British Rock, $9.99. Roots of British Rock. Cynthia Herdron getting the Jefferson Airplane. That's so does Cynthia. Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, an OG Vanilla Fudge album. That is on the Yellow Atco label, 1841 Broadway. Nice. No condition notes, $9.99. In case you missed it, the first auction is Procol Harum. It is an OG stereo Darren pressing. About EX Condition, it has the poster with it. And, of course, that does have their big hit, Wider Shade of Pale. That's an OG US Darren pressing. About EX, the side 2 has a couple scuffs on it. And let's go ahead and run this thing. Check this out. Enough's Enough, sealed with hop sticker. This is a 1989 US OG first pressing, sealed with hop sticker. Enough's Enough. That's now going up for bid. $75 start. $75 start. That's OG 1989 Enough's Enough, sealed with hop sticker. $75 start. Mike Vandergit's gets the Roots of British Rock. That's so to Mike Vandergit's. Debbie Winstead gets Vanilla Fudge. Jackson was second. Steve Lackey was third. Everything in this bin is discounted, $9.99. We've got $9.99 crates, $14.99 crates, $6.99 crates. And like I said, don't have a lot of stuff to show you as far as new price stuff, but we're going to go through stuff around the store, maybe get into some books, 45 stuff I don't get to show as often because we have so much other stuff. Usually we have so much new stuff, I don't ever have time to get to the other stuff that we're going to try to get to tonight. 2009 Crispy and St. Peter's, the Pied Piper. This is actually a 2009 remastered on 180 gram. That's $9.99. And the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. $5 off, $9.99. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. That is a gatefold, clean copy, $9.99. And Rick Wakeman Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman of Yes, one of his solo albums. It's live, 1974, with the London Symphony Orchestra, $9.99 on that. So, Enough's Enough got a bid for 75, Procol Harum 36, Procol Harum 36, Procol Harum 38, Procol Harum 40. Terry Gearhart gets Moody Blues, Debbie Winston second. There's one bid on the sealed Enough's Enough. John Anderson, speaking of members of Yes, Oasis of Sunwillow, that's the lead singer of Yes, John Anderson. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, now just $9.99. Very clean copy, no condition notes on that. And Pele, original motion picture soundtrack. Pele is $9.99. Main theme, composed and sung by Pele. The rest of the music's by Sergio Mendes. $9.99 on the Pele soundtrack. And the White Knight soundtrack, $9.99. Phil Collins, Robert Plant, Roberta Flack, John Hott, Shaka Khan, Lou Reed. That's the White Knight soundtrack. And also Traffic, Steve Winwood, John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. And that is a 1987 U.S. reissue, now just $9.99. I'm about to sell the sealed Enough's Enough. Sealed, 89 U.S. OG first pressing with hop sticker. Final call. The high bid is $75 to Calvin Ward. Final call. Calvin Ward has it for $75. Procol Harum, we got the 41 with Jackson. I believe everybody else is outbid. Back to the bin. Terrell Boatnight gets the Hall & Oates. Ted Turner was second. Eddie Leal first to Pele. And Debbie Winston wants the White Knight soundtrack. That is sold to Debbie Winston. White Knights. Enough's Enough. Doug Disney's in at 77. The Killers. This is a picture disc. It's actually a 2-track single. Spaceman and Four Winds. It's a 2009 picture disc. $9.99. For the Collectors is a 4 LP compilation, Lori Records label, box set, just $9.99. 4 LPs, $9.99. James Gang third, Joe Walsh. It does have some scene splitting along the top, now just $9.99. Enough's Enoug's at 78. Back up to the top, we had 77, then we had 78. Cynthia's out on the Procol Harum. Jackson has that for $41. Next is Phil Toretto, bid 78 on Enough's Enough. Hercules Studios wants the John Anderson. Hercules, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you fill out the form. We're going to post a link right now to our website where you can fill out a form. And Tanner has informed me we really just need everybody's email address and zip code, because later on you fill out your address when you put in your shipping information. So we really just need your zip code and your email address when you fill out these forms now. So thank you. We have Heather Feather getting the Killers. That's sold to Heather Feather. Debbie Winston was second. Enough's at 80. We have Sean Holford third on Killers. Debbie Winston first on Collector's Box. That is Debbie Winston on the Collector's Box. Terrell Boatnight was second. Tony Freeman on JJ. Was that James Gang, Tony Freeman? If so, then you're first on the JJ comment. Mark Shelton was second. Jeff Williams third. Enough's Enough 80, 85, and now 88. And I want to make sure everybody was done bidding on the Procol Harum. An original 67 stereo copy. It is in EX condition, has the original inner sleeve, and it has the poster. It does have the poster with it. Procol Harum, Whiter Shade of Pale. This is now a final warning. The high bidder was Jackson Balak at $41, and I'm about to sell it to him. And he said yes, he did want that. Okay, so we have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG Plus condition, $9.99, and the Allman Brothers Beginnings. VG condition, $9.99. 2 LP, that's the first Allman Brothers album and the second Allman Brothers album, $5 a piece, $9.99. It is in VG condition. Savoy Brown, A Step Further, and the Blue Matter. This is 2 Savoy Brown albums. One's VG Plus, the other's VG. It's a 73 2-in-1 German repackaging, $9.99 on that. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. I saw a couple lengthier comments. I'm on YouTube tonight, but the same Jackson Balak from Facebook. Okay, Jackson, thank you for letting us know that. We have an out on Enough's Enough. Jackson or John R wants the Uriah Heep. John R on the Uriah Heep. Mike McGinnis on the Allman Brothers. And let's see where we was at on Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough was at $90 of Calvin Ward. We're back to another final call on that. Let's go ahead and sell Jackson the Procol Harum for $41. That's sold to Jackson. And we have Mom's Apple Pie. It's an uncensored cover. Has the uncensored cover, and that's in VG condition, $9.99. That's why we have it covered up. Jackie Wilson is sealed, a collection of rare album tracks and B-side singles. That is sealed for $9.99. Sealed Jackie Wilson. and Steppenwolf Monster. And this one don't have a lot of ring wear on the cover, fortunately. $9.99 for Steppenwolf Monster. Also, we have Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. That's now $9.99. If you haven't already, please make sure you have liked the Facebook post and the YouTube video. Hit the like button. I'd greatly appreciate that. We're going to sell Enough's Enough to Calvin Ward for $90. I come back, I'm going to tag those other new auctions. I got a couple sealed things ready for tonight. And the first one is, or the next one is Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. This is actually an original UK pressing. The shrink wrap is like a UK type shrink wrap. It's like in a baggie almost, but it is sealed. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, 1984 UK, $45 start. $45 start on that. And this is Def Leppard, On Through the Night, a 1980 US club, On Through the Night, perfectly sealed. Def Leppard, On Through the Night. It's an 80 club, 1980 US club, $85 start. There's our next two auctions. Frankie Goes to Hollywood and Def Leppard. Okay, now before I stepped away, Sean Holford got the Mom's Apple Pie. We're going to sell that to Sean Holford. Jamie Miller was second. Debbie Winstead on SM, which was Steve Miller. Debbie got the Steve Miller. Michael McDowell got the Steve... Oh, hold on a minute. SM might have been Steve Miller for Debbie Winstead, not Steppenwolf. How about we give Debbie Winstead SM, Steve Miller. Michael McDowell second, Steve Miller Band. Blade Singletary put SE. And then we have Tony Freeman put SM as well. I'm assuming SE was also Steve Miller, and Tony also wanted Steve Miller. Mike Miles looks like he was first to Steppenwolf. So Mike Miles gets the Steppenwolf. Shelly Campbell gets the Jackie Wilson. And we got bids on both auctions, it looks like. Terrell Boatnight, make sure if you want to bid on Def Leppard, you put DEF and then your opening bid. And then your opening bid. That's the full album, Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Chicago, half off at $9.99, very clean copy. Chicago 567. And we have Jefferson Starship, gold. And that has the bonus 45 with it. This does have the 45 with it. Has the original inner sleeve in 45, $9.99. Blade did want the Steppenwolf. So just to clarify that, Debbie Winstead got Steve Miller, and then Blade Singletary got Steppenwolf. Mike Miles, you would have been second, and then Shelly Campbell got Jackie Wilson. All right, we have Stephen A. Young on Jefferson Starship, Tony Freeman second, Debbie Winstead third. Y'all have just about wiped out that in first crate of $9.99. So it is a snow day here at Coletco. Pretty much nobody could get here. Doug, Ed, Paul, John, all usually working on Monday. Nobody could get here. Bad roads. Probably shouldn't try to even attempt to get here. My mom wasn't here. And me and Tanner just got here about 4 hours ago to get ready for tonight's sale. And we're still working on stuff from last week because we were missing about 5 people of our staff today. So if you, I'm going to go over here and grab some books. I still got all kinds of fantastic books to show y'all in between crates. So, yeah, fantastic stuff. We're going to be bringing out tonight discounted records. I've spent about the last 3 hours making discount bins and sorting through vintage, and I was like, what can I show? And I was like, what am I talking about? We have a store full of stuff. There's everything from books to collectibles to records to 45s and stuff we can go back through, discount, half off. I could go live any time of the day and have plenty of stuff to show. So, okay, so this is a final call. Renee has the Frankie Goes to Hollywood. This is a 1984 UK. It is sealed. $45 bid with Renee. Final call. Def Leppard looking for an $85 start. No bid. Final call before I make that a buy it now. Here's what's left in the first discount bin. Everything in here is $9.99. Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde, VG Plus condition and original 2i Columbia Pittman pressing. VG Plus condition, VG cover. The Birds is $9.99. Todd Rundgren, Healing, no condition notes. Todd Rundgren is $9.99. Everything in this bin is $9.99, including Todd Rundgren. And John Mayall, USA Union. John Mayall, USA Union. We have J. Giles Showtime. J. Giles Showtime. This is half off at $9.99. $9.99 on that. Chris Bijak wants the Birds. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's at $46 now $50. Todd Rundgren Runt. VG Plus condition. Todd Rundgren Runt. That is $9.99. Todd Rundgren Runt. Also, Crispian St. Peter's, the Pied Piper, 180 gram 2009 remaster of that. That's $9.99. And Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth, Gatefold, $9.99. Rick Wakeman, $9.99. Has the original inner sleeve and booklet with it. Original inner sleeve and booklet. We got new bids on Frankie Goes to Hollywood, 46, now 50, and now 55. Debbie Winston wants JG, which is Jay Giles. We do have a bid on the Def Leppard. The Def Leppard is a 1980 U.S. Club copy, sealed. 1980 U.S. Club copy, sealed. We're at $85, which I think is a bargain, and that is Daniel Booziden's at $85. Final call. Traffic, John Barleycorn Must Die. No condition notes, near mint minus, $9.99. We have Savoy Brown. There's 2 albums. You get A Step Further and Blue Matter. 2 albums packaged in one. They did that in Germany in 1973. One disc is VG Plus, the other is VG, $9.99. And Chicago still available. 2 LPs, $9.99. Chicago 7. Chicago 7. So final calls. Renee has Frankie Goes to Hollywood at 55. Daniel Booziden has the sealed Def Leppard Club at 85. I'm about to sell both. Anybody else want anything in here? Just let me know. I'm going to set them right here behind me. And now, Natalie Alsup wants Chicago now. And Jared McLaughlin wants St. Peter's. And now, I'm going to bring over a $14.99 crate. Jane Fink, you were second on Chicago. Now let's bring over that. So also no deliveries on new vinyl. I'm working on, with most of my distributors I order new vinyl for, I'm putting together some huge orders. I hadn't submitted anything since like Thursday. So definitely there was no new vinyl today. They tried delivering something, but we weren't here. Also, we don't have any new Japanese because they couldn't deliver it. They tried to today though. They were trying. DHL was trying. And then later this week, we'll have a huge shipment of new vinyl because when I get this order submitted tonight, it's going to be 20, 30 crates when it all comes in. We get it unboxed. It's going to be so much. It'll take us 2 shows just to go through it all one time. So that'll probably be a little bit later in the week. Mark Shelton wants the Traffic album. We'll go ahead and tag that for Mark Shelton. Now, Tanner, we're going to move up to $14.99. Everything in here is going to be $14.99. The last claim there was Mark Shelton's Traffic. And my Matt Lawson wants to have, boy, there's not much left. The only thing left is Todd Rundgren, Rick Wakeman, John Mayall, and Todd Rundgren. Wow, there's only 4 records left in that first bin. That is sold for $9.99. All right, so let's go back up to the top here. This was at 55 of Renee, and there was a new bid. Darren Wortman hadn't set out yet. He bid 56. 56. And let's go ahead and sell Daniel Booziden the Def Leppard for $85. Great deal on that. Sold to Daniel Booziden for $85. Echo and the Bunnymen, a 1985 UK original limited edition picture disc. Echo and the Bunnymen, this came out in the UK in 1985. It is sealed. It has not been opened. It is sealed in that original UK-like baggy type shrink wrap. It's a 1985 UK picture disc sealed, limited edition, $55 start. All right, let's go through some $14.99 records. Let's go through some $14.99 records. I just want to make sure that Renee, you know that you're outbid on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Renee, you've been outbid. Let me show a couple books right quick. First book here, I'm going to do 2 right quick. Jerry Garcia, Harrington Street. This is a hardback book, $19.99. Jerry Garcia, Harrington Street. Looks like some of his collected artworks and information about them. Jerry Garcia, that's $19.99. And we have a John Lennon, Lennon Legend, an illustrated life of John Lennon. I think this is one of those that has those removable like pieces of memorabilia. $14.99 on this John Lennon book. It's in a slipcase. It's in shrink wrap. $14.99. Wow, that's got some cool stuff with it. It's got all those removable tchotchkes, you know. And it looks like it has a 60-minute CD as well. That's John Lennon. That's in a slipcase book, $14.99. So there's a Jerry Garcia book and there's a John Lennon book. Okay, so let's go through some $14.99 stuff. We have Freddie King, his early years. This is VG Plus condition, $14.99, a 1972 UK. Everything in this bin is going to be $14.99. Freddie King, his early years, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Greg and Dwayne Allman, $5 off on that. Greg and Dwayne Allman, $14.99. Greg and Dwayne Allman, $14.99. And we have Brother Jack McDuff, Moon Rapping, Blue Note Classic Vinyl Reissue Series, now $10 off, $14.99. I want to make sure Renee knew she was outbid on this. Final call to Darren Wortman for $56. And nobody has bid on Echo and the Bunnymen. Somebody put Echo, Awesome Ted did. Awesome Ted, if you're bidding, make sure you put Echo and then your bid. Otherwise, I don't know if you're bidding or thought you were buying it. Just like earlier, somebody put Def Leppard. They thought it was maybe going to be a buy it now, but they didn't want to bid on it. So make sure you put a numerical if you're going to bid on something. Debbie Winstead wants the John Lennon book. This is sold to Debbie Winstead, and that's that sticker on the back, Tanner. Corey Gaston gets the Freddie King. Freddie King record going to Corey Gaston. These are all $14.99. Tim Turner wants the GD. That was for Jack McDuff. No, it's for Greg and Dwayne. Greg and Dwayne maybe for the Allman Brothers. And Mark Shelton was second. Renee's out on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Brother Jack McDuff still available. The Best of Jethro Tull, $14.99. $5 off. It's embossed. Greatest Hits, Teacher, Aqua Lung, Bungle in the Jungle, Fat Man, Locomotive Breath, $14.99. And the original soundtrack to Inside Llewyn Davis. That is actually sealed. Now $14.99. Jackson wants the Brother Jack McDuff Moon Rappin'. That's sold to Jackson Ballock. Also, we have the legendary Reverend Gary Davis, New Blues and Gospel. VG Plus condition on the Biograph label, now just $14.99. Reverend Gary Davis, Volume 1. Trevor Melsha, first to the Jethro Tull for $14.99. Let's go ahead. Renee's out, so Darren Wortman, you get the sealed Frankie Goes to Hollywood for $56. Nobody bid on Echo and the Bunnymen, so it's a buy it now for $55. If anybody wants the Echo and the Bunnymen, buy it now for $55. Albert Collins, Frozen Alive, now just $14.99 on Alligator Records, no condition notes. $14.99 on Albert Collins. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, also no condition notes on this. Super clean copy. Usually if we have these, for some reason, they're always like VG and the covers are really destroyed. This is actually a pretty clean copy for $14.99. And we have James Cotton, My Foundation. James Cotton, Cotton's Backroom Series number 1, now just $14.99. Cynthia Herdron gets the buy it now on Echo and the Bunnymen for $55. That is sold to Cynthia for $55. Patty wants AC for Albert Collins. That's sold to Cynthia for $14.99. And Jason Anderson said landslide, and I bet he got auto-corrected on something. I don't see anything in here with the word landslide on it. Unless that was for, well, it kind of looks like Alice's, but maybe not. Stephen A. Young is first on Arlo Guthrie, and that's sold to Stephen A. Young. And Jesse Rome also gets another James Cotton. That's sold to Jesse Rome. Everything in here is $14.99. Francisco Zappa, the music of Francisco Zappa, that is $14.99. $14.99. I got more auctions to put up. Def Leppard and Deep Purple. Def Leppard is a 1981 US OG. 1981. This is an OG pressing. US, not a club. Sealed. I repeat, sealed US OG. $95 start. Def Leppard High and Dry. Very clean, very nicely sealed. Def Leppard High and Dry. Also, I don't think I've ever had too many OGs of this. From 1990, Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters. This came out in 1990, and this is also a US OG retail copy. $75 start on this. 1990, Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters. 1990, sealed, $75 start. OG, first pressing, $75 on that. Chris Jack gets the Francisco Zappa for $14.99. That's sold to Chris. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London with great guest artists. The Session. That is a white label promo, now just $14.99. JLL, Jerry Lee Lewis. Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $5 off, now for $14.99. Follow You, Follow Me. It's a US pressing, super clean, no condition notes, $14.99. And Dr. Hook is sealed. Sealed Dr. Hook, now just $14.99. Now just $14.99. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, this is called Born to Be Bad. George Thorogood is $14.99. So we introduced 2 auctions, a Def Leppard and a Deep Purple. Phil Toretto bid $95 on Def Leppard. Daniel bid $100. Dominic bid $96. Phil bid $105. Patty wants the Jerry Lee Lewis for $14.99. Darcy Kahn on the sealed Dr. Hook for $14.99. And Tony Freeman, you were second on Dr. Hook. Also, we have Quicksilver Messenger Service, September 9th, 1966, live at the Avalon Ballroom. That's one of those vintage San Francisco concerts, Avalon Ballroom. We've probably at one point had this concert poster. $14.99. 2011 pressing, $14.99. Quicksilver Messenger Service. And another weather report, heavy weather in the shrink wrap. Very clean. Weather report, heavy weather, $14.99 on that. Tim Jernigan on JT, or GT, that's for George Thorogood. Orlando Martinez on Q, that's for Quicksilver. The new high bid on Def Leppard's $120. And we have Deep Purple. Nobody's bid on Deep Purple. Final call to lock in a bid, and this is a $75 start. Final call, $75 start. Scott Bodnar on Weather Report. Scott Bodnar gets the Weather Report for $14.99. And Waylon, Are You Ready for the Country? $14.99 for Waylon Jennings at a reduced price now of $14.99. Mike, all these start a whole new series. Everything starts, anything you buy tonight won't be invoiced until a week from today. So this starts a whole new invoicing cycle. Everything from last week is still actually being keyed in, and those invoices will go out either late tonight or sometime tomorrow. So this starts a whole new series. We'll have to crate all these up we're selling tonight, put them away, and we might not start working on them until like Wednesday at this point. So this starts a whole new cycle. We're going to have a backlog to get caught up on after tonight of quite some substantial. We're going to be working some long hours, right, Tanner? The latest edition, John Mayall, $14.99. The latest edition, John Mayall, $14.99. No condition notes on that. Also, Deep Purple, Nobody's Perfect. A Canadian BMG Music Club pressing, now just $14.99. So Scott Bodnar got Weather Report. Chase Arnold put W. I'm assuming that was for Waylon. Chase, was that for Weather Report or Waylon? If it was for Waylon, then you got it. It looks like Alan Totten was second. He put WH, then WJ. And we have Def Leppard at 130. Jared Inc. on JM. That's John Mayall, and Debbie Winstead got Deep Purple. Those are all sold. So Jared got John Mayall, and Debbie Winstead got Deep Purple. Speaking of Deep Purple, nobody bid on this, so I'm going to go ahead and make it a buy it now for $75. $75 buy it now on Deep Purple. 1990 US OG, $75 buy it now if anybody wants it. It's a 1990 US OG sealed. First come, first serve now. $75 buy it now. Also, we have Messengers, a very unique die-cut rare earth. It's on the rare earth label. It's called the Messengers. 1969 die-cut cover, now just $14.99. Don't get that one as often. $14.99. And Asia, this one is very clean, $14.99. We had one earlier as well. This one's $14.99. Asia self-titled. Also, Grand Funk Closer to Home with their song I'm Your Captain. That's now $14.99. Gatefold, Grand Funk Closer to Home, orange capital label. I think we're near done on Def Leppard. Phil Toretto has it for $130. Going twice, going 3 times. I'm about to sell that. We also have Debbie Winstead on Asia. Sell that to Debbie Winstead. AZ for Asia, $14.99. And Greg Allman, Playing Up a Storm, now $14.99. I got 2 more books to show you. Next book is Greetings from E Street. Bruce Springsteen, the story of Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. Another one of those records that, another one of these books that have like removable pieces of memorabilia. That is $14.99. $14.99 on Greetings from E Street. And I have The History of Rock and Roll from Rolling Stone Magazine, the new edition of the best, most complete history, up to date. And this is from Rolling Stone Magazine, The History of Rock and Roll, $14.99. There's 2 more books for you. Greetings from E Street and The History of Rock and Roll. Mark Querum on Grand Funk. That's sold to Mark Querum. Court Cabot, new bidder on Def Leppard at $135. That means Phil Toretto, you've been outbid. Court has that at $135. Also, we have Paul McCartney, London Town, $14.99. Paul McCartney, London Town. Paul McCartney, London Town, $14.99. And Music from Siesta, Miles Davis and Marcus Miller, $14.99. $10 off, 1987, Miles Davis and Marcus Miller, Music from Siesta, $14.99. Cynthia Herdren on History. That was the History of Rock and Roll book. Sell that to Cynthia Herdren. That sticker on the back. Rachel L. first on PM. That's Wings and Paul McCartney, London Town. And Dominic was second. The Best of Old Time Radio. This is a 6 LP radio compilation. It has stuff like historic broadcast, radio shows such as The Green Hornet and The Shadow, great events in sports, also some comedy, etc. 6 LPs, $14.99. Hank Williams Sr.'s 24 Greatest Hits Volume 2, also $14.99. Let me make sure that Phil Toretto, you're done on Def Leppard. New high bids $135. Phil's back in at $140. Debbie Winstead wants OTR. OTR was Old Time Radio. That's sold to Debbie Winstead for $14.99. Also, we have Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $14.99. Jackie Mayes wants the Hank Williams Sr. Jackie, that is sold to you. I believe you're a first-time buyer, so thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. And we have Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? Now $14.99. Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? Green Warner Brothers label, $14.99. Tim Turner gets to Eric Clapton. That's sold to Tim Turner. So far, the only auction that hasn't sold tonight is the sealed Deep Purple. Keep in mind, this is sealed. That is a USOG 1990 sealed, unopened, and it's fantastic. $75 buy it now. Our next auction is definitely going to get some bids. Holy moly. Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. It is sealed. It's an early 80s club. If you were to open this, it wouldn't have white Warner Brothers labels. It would have like those kind of darker cream colored labels. It is sealed. Only a $55 starting bid on that. Early 80s club of Black Sabbath, which is a greatest hits. Black Sabbath, Paranoid, War Pigs, Iron Man, Sweet Leaf, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, NIB, and that is a $55 start. John Duran, you were second on the radio book, and Patty needs to put back the Jerry Lee Lewis record. Let me see if anybody was second on that. Jerry Lee Lewis was Sessions, London Sessions. Let me figure out if I can find who was second on that. Jerry Lee Lewis. Let's see here. Jerry Lee Lewis. Who was second on that? I know there was at least one or two other people on Jerry Lee Lewis. Patty's putting it back. It's $14.99. It's a white label promo. Sun's Golden Hits, Volume 1. VG condition. This has Jerry Lee Lewis on it as well. Johnny Cash, Carl Perkins, Carl Mann. And that's the original Memphis Sun label, $14.99. Patty, this is called Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London with great guest artists. It's a white label promo, $14.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, The Session, recorded in London with great guest artists. She actually said she may want that. Back up to the top, Def Leppard had a new bid for $150. Court Gabot, you got outbid. We have Dominic bid $60 on Black Sabbath. We have only one bid right now on Black Sabbath for $60. Jackie gets the Sun compilation. John Duran was second. Patty says she does want that. So Tanner, we can keep that on Patty's name for $14.99. Elvis Gold Records. It's an RCA reissue. It has a shrink wrap, $14.99 on Elvis. And Jefferson Starship. We had one earlier in the $9.99 bin. This one's in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. Also with the bonus single, $14.99 on Jefferson Starship Gold. $14.99, and the Best of Spirit, that's a very clean copy in shrink wrap, $14.99. The very Best of Spirit in shrink wrap, $14.99. They're still bidding on Def Leppard. Final call on Black Sabbath, only one bid for $60 with Dominic. Only one bid. Dominic Anzidio. That's a final call for $60. Sealed club copy of We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. Back up to the top, Rachel L. gets the Elvis Presley. Tony Freeman gets Jefferson Starship. Michael Ruckman was second. Blade Singletary third. Fred Cardinale second on Jerry Lee Lewis. That wasn't put back, though. Patty ended up keeping it. Now Black Sabbath at 65. Mark Querum gets Spirit. And Fred Cardinale, you were second on Sun. All right, let's go through these one more time. Difference between club and retail. Club and retail. It's just a matter of where it was distributed to, and also a matter of where it's pressed. Some records like this was manufactured to be sold in a store. This Def Leppard at some point was in a rack, in a bin, somewhere most likely in the United States for sale. This record here was manufactured to be sold through the Record Club, which was a magazine service, kind of like a publication where you can order records through the Record Club and they would be shipped to you. That is called the club. And this record here was never manufactured to be sold into stores. See right here, manufactured by RCA Music Club. Some people like that. Some people don't like that. And some people can tell a difference with sound. Most people tell me they can't. So it's just kind of a matter. Discogs makes it really confusing. It's like, because there's sometimes 3 different club pressings and 5 different OGs, and then all the reissues and there's even club reissues. It gets very complicated. Also, we have Inside Llewyn Davis. This is sealed for $14.99. Inside Llewyn Davis, original soundtrack recording. Inside Llewyn Davis, music by T-Bone Burnett, Joe Cohen, and Ethan Cohen. That is sealed for $14.99. We have the legendary Reverend Gary Davis, New Blues and Gospel, VG Plus condition, $14.99. The legendary Reverend Gary Davis, $14.99 on that, VG Plus condition. Also Genesis, and then there were 3, $14.99 on Genesis. And the Messengers album, the die-cut cover on the Rare Earth label, $14.99. I think we're done on Def Leppard. Are we so? Court Gabot at $160. Who was the other bidder? Phil Toretto, $160. Phil, just so you know you're out, this is a final call. And Sam Squatch has the Black Sabbath for $65. This is a $65, and that's a final call with Sam Squatch 65. Dominic, let me know if you want back in. Sealed Black Sabbath Club at $65. Andy Lewis wants the Lewin Davis for $14.99. Also, we have Greg Allman Playing Up a Storm, $14.99 for Greg Allman, and Miles Davis, Music from Siesta, 1987. Miles Davis. One more, Deep Purple, Who Do They Think We Are? This is $14.99. Dominic's back in on Black Sabbath at $66. Phil's out on Def Leppard. Court Gabot has that for $160, and we're about to sell it. Anybody else on anything in here? That was all $14.99. Jackson wants the Messengers album. That's sold to Jackson for $14.99. Deep Purple, Miles Davis, Greg Allman, Genesis, and Gary Davis. So Black Sabbath has a new bid for $66. Sam Squatch, you're out. Sam Squatch, you're out. Anybody else want anything in here? I'm going to go ahead and condense these with the others, and these are $14.99. $14.99. Okay. Let's see. Sam Squatch is back in at 70. Let's bring a new crate. Now we're going to go back to $9.99. Everything in this crate is going to be $9.99. I'm going to put up some new auctions for you. I also have a $19.99 crate, and it's pretty full, so we'll probably go through that one in just a second. Sam Squatch has that for now $70. And let's go ahead and sell Def Leppard. Def Leppard is sold to Court Gabot for $160. Court Gabot for $160. That is sold to him. And now Black Sabbath, we sold for Rock and Roll, is at $70. That is at $70. Dominic, you're back out. Let me know if you want back in. Next auction. This one's pretty significant here. Wow. This one's pricey. This is a 1985 German white album, direct metal mastering, numbered. This is number 110623. It's on white vinyl. It's sealed. $275 start. The Beatles, 1985 German white album. Over here it says Pressung Weiss, which I think translates to white vinyl pressing. Direct metal mastering. Very nicely sealed. German, $275 start. German white album sealed. And based on what I was seeing on those prices, this must be a very good sounding white album, because some of the high prices after the conversion was well over $500. This is sealed, $275 start. $275 start. Final call on the sealed Black Sabbath Club. I figured that would bring well over $100. We're now at 70 with Sam Squatch. Final call. We sold ourselves for Rock and Roll. This crate, everything is going to be $9.99. Let's continue. If you haven't already, please make sure you like our post. Make sure you've shared if you can do that for us, but at least make sure you've liked it. This is kind of a snow day here at CollectCo, but we're still able to have a live sale. I'm not going to let the snow stop me. Let's see what this next book is. John Lennon, Drawings, Performances, and Films, $19.99. Looks like a John Lennon drawing, performances, and films. Looks like a collection of some of his cartoons, his drawings, films, and information. $19.99. Wow, that's got a lot of cool stuff in it. John Lennon, that is drawings, poems, performances, and films. $19.99. There's another book for you in case anybody wants that. Everything in here is $9.99. The Allman Brothers Band, VG Plus Condition, Enlightened Rogues for $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy, VG Condition. VG Condition, $9.99. Everything in here is $9.99, including Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. VG Plus Condition, $9.99 on Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. And Rod Stewart Smiler, Rod Stewart's VG Plus, $9.99. Songs from the Wood, Jethro Tull. The covers in shrink wrap, $9.99. The vinyls in VG Plus. Cassie Center, first on Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to Cassie Center. Tim Jernigan was second. Aldo Nova, EX Condition, $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, so far, a Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $9.99. Sam Squatch gets the Black Sabbath for $70. That's sold to Sam Squatch for $70. The White Album's now at $275. Looking for a starting bid at that price? Final call. We have Sean Holford on Aldo Nova. Sell that to Sean for $9.99. Jackie second, Gary third, Javi fourth, Cassie first on CSNY, and Phil Toretto put A in, and that was possibly something that's already sold. We have Jan and Dean, Take Linda Surfing. VG Plus Condition, $9.99, and Moth the Hoople, Brain Capers, featuring the Brain Caper Kids. Moth the Hoople, no condition notes on that, $9.99, and 24 of Bluegrass's greatest hits on 2 LPs. The Osmond Brothers, Lester Flatt, Mac Wiseman, Bill Monroe, Stanley Brothers, that's a 2 LP, $9.99, and Kansas Monolith in VG Plus Condition, $9.99. I bet Phil wanted Aldo Nova. So Sean was first, then Jackie, then Gary, then Javi, then Phil. Blade Singletary first to Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. Jackie Reynolds wants 24 greatest hits. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. Jamie Butler was sixth on Aldo Nova. Nathan Weber first on Mott the Hoople. And Brooke, you were second on Bluegrass. So a 1985 German DMM mastering white vinyl, white album, sealed. $275 start before I make that a buy it now. And of course, you know, if you open it, it's going to have all the goodies in it. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. A 1988 U.S. Club copy of Bad Company, Dangerous Age. That's in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. $35 start. 1988 U.S. Club. That is sealed with the hype sticker. $35 start. Very interesting, a club copy of a hype sticker. But that is a $35 start. $35 start. This is a club, isn't it? It came back as a club. I guess it is. $35 start. Bad Company. Dangerous Age. $35 start on that. Now we have Kansas Leftoverture. Now there's two Kansas. This is in VG Plus condition. $9.99. Let me look at that one more time. I have it as an 88 U.S. club. I'm trying to figure out why I determined that was a club. I just looked these up. Maybe I wrote that out of habit. I don't know if this is or not. I don't see any club markings on it. I don't see, this may not be unless this barcode comes up, but it has a barcode on it too. So very interesting. I may have mislabeled that one. Stevie Wonder fulfilling this first finale. VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Stevie Wonder. Also, Mahavishnu, Gold Stamp promo of Hop Sticker with Bill Evans on there, $9.99, and Billy Cobham. And another, Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra Live. That's $9.99. Okay, so Bad Company. Three people bid $35, Sean, Tony, and Jeff. Next is Ted Turner on SW. Stevie Wonder sold to Ted Turner for $9.99. Mark Shelton on Mahavishnu. Mark, let me know if you want the first one, the second one, or both. And Debbie, you were second on Stevie Wonder. Search and Nearness, The Rascals. This is in shrink wrap. Search and Nearness, The Rascals. It's a gatefold pressing on the original Atlantic label, $9.99. $9.99 in shrink wrap. I, the Zombie, John Fogerty, that's $9.99. And Blind Willie McTell, Atlanta, 12 strings. Blues Originals, Volume 1, now $9.99. Now $9.99. So, Bad Company, we got new bids for $45, $45, now $50. We have Preston wants the second Mahavishnu. Still going to wait which one Mark Shelton wanted. Mark Shelton wanted the first one. So Mark Shelton wanted this one. That's sold to Mark for $9.99. Everything in here is $9.99. Next was Billy Underwood. He also wanted the first one. Preston Rose wanted the second one. So the second Mahavishnu goes to Preston Rose. Debbie Winston on RA. That was for the Rascals. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Cynthia Herdron on John Fogerty. And Jared McLaughlin on J&D. J&D. And I think that might have been something Jan and Dean. Nope, it's still available. Let's go ahead and make a buy now on the sealed Beatles. One has sold pretty recently for $325. I took 15% off, which would be my fees if I sold this on Discogs. And therefore, I come up with the price of $275. If anybody wants it, you can't get another one for that. A sealed copy, $275. White vinyl, German white album. And evidently, that's a great sounding pressing. I mean, when you look up something like that and you start seeing the median and the 2 and 300s and the highs and the 5 and 600s for something from 1985 like the Beatles, that means it's going to be a pretty desirable sound quality. $275 on that sealed white album. Bad Company has a new bid of $55 of Daniel Booziden. Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior. That's a good one. $9.99. Everything in here is EX plus limit minus unless I say otherwise. The Jacksons is now $9.99. The Jacksons and Peter Frampton. I know this album pops up about every night, but I guess if you're going to have a copy, might as well get one in shrink wrap with the hype sticker, $9.99. Phil S. on Return to Forever. That's sold to Phil. Debbie Winston gets the Jacksons. These are all $9.99. Renee second on Return to Forever. And the Outlaws, their first album, self-titled, High Tide and Green Grass, $9.99. And Donovan, Early Treasures. And Donovan actually was a white label promo, $9.99. Let me show another book right quick. This is The Complete Beatles Chronicle. The only definite guide to the Beatles' entire career, hardback book, $19.99. The Complete Beatles Chronicle. And that has a lot of information in it. $19.99. The Complete Beatles Chronicle. That is $19.99. And I'm going to set that over there. And if those don't sell, I'm going to go grab another batch of books, and I'm going to show some books tonight. Bad Company has a new high bid of 65. Debbie Winston got the Jacksons. Renee was second on Return Forever. Jeff Williams on the Outlaws. That's sold to Jeff Williams. And Court Gabot wants the Beatles book. That's sold to Court Gabot. Sold to Court. Also, Johnny Copeland, I'll Be Around. Johnny Copeland is $9.99. And John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, Two of a Kind. That's $9.99. All right, Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. This is most likely, you actually from the barcode, or from the catalog number, you really can't tell if it's an OG or the 83 or the 86. This album originally came out in 78. It's an Ozzy album. You really can't tell if it's a 78, 83, or 86, but this right here, the Super Savers, that tells me it's most likely an 83 and 80 or 86 repress because of that Super Saver stickers. But it is a nice sealed retail copy of Black Sabbath, Never Say Die. $85 start. $85 start on that. We have Bad Company at $68. Also, Bad Company at $70. Gerald Guilford on the Donovan Early Treasures promo copy. Mike Vanner gets on the Johnny Copeland, the Johnny Copeland. Debbie Winston wants Two of a Kind. That's so to Debbie. And we have an out on Bad Company. High bids at $70. We have Eddie Cleanhead Vincent and Orchestra, 1946, 1947. That's $9.99. Yes, Tormato has a promo strip and a gold stamp promo regular label, $9.99. Loggins and Messina, a super disc. Loggins and Messina super disc. That's $9.99. And a Taiwan pressing of Eric Clapton Backless, now $9.99. Of course, as y'all know, some of these Taiwan pressings are not known for great sound quality. Some of them aren't bad. Some of them are really bad. They're usually more of like a novelty collectible. $9.99 on Eric Clapton. And Good Vibrations, the best of the Beach Boys. Good Vibration. Caroline No, Wouldn't It Be Nice? Sloop John B, Only God Knows. We have a high bid on the sealed Bad Company, Dangerous Age. I now am kind of second guessing what I wrote down. I believe, like Craig said, it is a U.S. retail, has a barcode. Most club copies never came with a hype sticker because what would be the point? They wasn't being sold in stores. John Lang has that for $70, final call. And we do have an opening bid on Bad Black Sabbath. Nope, we don't have a bid on Black Sabbath. Jeff Williams bid $75 on Bad Company. Black Sabbath, we're still looking for an $85 start. I think it's either an 83 or 86 pressing. Cynthia Herdren first on Yes. Jeff Malwood second. Gerald Guilford on Loggins and Messina. And Jackie Maez wants the GV. And GV was for, let me know what that was for. Jeffrey DeLong getting the Peter Frampton. I'm In You. That's sold to Jeffrey DeLong. Bad Company's now at 76. So still bidding on Bad Company, no bid on Black Sabbath. Steve Winwood in shrink wrap. Steve Winwood self-titled, $9.99. I bet this is for Good Vibrations right here in front of me. That's sold to Jackie. Jackie gets Good Vibrations. That comment just popped up. Thank you, Jackie. Wayne Shorter, second Genesis. Wayne Shorter, a 1985 Portugal pressing. That's now $9.99. And Art and Aaron Neville, that is $9.99. I don't think I shared, did I share tonight's feed in the groups like I normally do? I don't think I have, Tanner. Let me step over here and do that right quick. We're right in the middle of a $9.99 bin. And let me step over here and see if I brought my other cell phone. If not, I got to swap over on the chat right quick. I don't know if I brought it or not. I may not have. I don't think I did. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So I'll have to swap off on the chat right quick. But first, we have Bad Company 76. Tommy Flowers on SW. SW was Steve Winwood. Chris Ferrara on Wayne Shorter. Billy Underwood was second. Tommy Flowers first on Art and Aaron Neville. So John Lang's at 76 on Bad Company. Jeff Williams, let me know if you want back in. Jeff Williams, just let me know if you want back in on that. Did I share this? Let me see if I did. Let me click on the shares. Can I? I don't know if I did. I can't remember. Let me just go over to the group. Did anybody find the feed where I shared it in the group? I don't think I did. Sometimes I'm like, whoop, I didn't share it in the group. Let me go do that right quick. Let's see here. Let me click there and there and there. All right, there we go. All right, so let me restart my chat. And we was at John Lang at 76 on Bad Company, just waiting for Jeff Williams. Let's go ahead and make Black Sabbath a buy it now for $85. Black Sabbath, a buy it now for $85 if anybody wants that. The original soundtrack to Perfect, Jermaine Jackson, Pointer Sisters, Thompson Twins, Wham, Whitney Houston, Lou Reed, that's $9.99. Court Gabot gets the Black Sabbath for an $85 buy it now. That's sold to Court. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, VG Plus Condition, $9.99 for Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. No condition notes on that. Looks like a VG cover, a little bit of ring wear. $9.99. Davey Winston on PE. That's the perfect soundtrack. So did Davey Winston. And we have his greatest sides, his greatest hits, Bo Diddley, VG Plus condition, $9.99. John R. on Joe Cocker. That's so did John R. Gerald, you were second on the perfect soundtrack. Jeff Williams, let me know if you want back in on Bad Company before I sell it to John Lang for 76. Final call. Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger, a 1984 U.S. Club copy, $35 start. Jeff's back in on Bad Company at 80. Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger, does have a little bit of a stress crease here, probably from where the shrink wrap is so tight on it. That's Deep Purple, 1984 U.S. Club, Perfect Stranger, sealed Deep Purple, $35 start. Jeff is back in on Bad Company at 80. John Lang, you're out. John says he's out for good now. Final call to Jeff Williams for 80. Almost said 80. Final call. And Bad Company's an 84 U.S. Club, $35 start. Let's recap this $9.99 bin. We got 269 people watching. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. We're going through a lot of discount vintage one of these nights where we're going to be going through a little bit of everything. So I brought over a stack of books. I think we've sold half of them. Here's what's left. John Lennon, Drawings, Performances, and Films. Some kind of almost like reference manual book. All of his, if y'all didn't know, John Lennon was a big cartoonist, doodler, from when he was a very young kid, and that has some of his paintings as well in it, $19.99. Bruce Springsteen was $14.99. That's the story of Bruce Springsteen, one of those collectible type books. And Jerry Garcia, Harrington Street, $19.99. I'm going to set those over there because I'm about to go grab some new ones, put those back on the bookshelf. Allman Brothers, here's a recap of this bin, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits, You Make Me So Very Happy, Spinning Wheel, VG Plus, $9.99. Rod Stewart Smiler, VG Plus, $9.99. Also, Monolith by Kansas. That's in VG Plus condition. And other Kansas Leftoverture, also in VG Plus condition, $9.99. We have Blind Willie McTell, Atlanta, 12 strings. Blues Original Volume 1, $9.99. Jeff Williams gets the Bad Company for $80. Final call to get a bid in on Deep Purple, sealed for $35. Any vintage magazines, I may can bring some over. I really don't have a lot ready for tonight. It looks like Carlene wants the John Lennon book. I'll split that right there in the middle, Tanner. That's so to Carlene. We have John Smetzer on RS for Rod Stewart. Chris Farrar wants the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Kelly Bagwell was second. Cynthia getting both Kansas albums, Kansas and Kansas. And we have Eddie Cleanhead Vincent. That's $9.99. Last two records, the only two records left in the last batch here. Eric Clapton, $9.99, a Taiwan pressing of Backless, and Paul McCartney, Tug of War, $9.99. So McCartney, Eric Clapton, Eddie Cleanhead, Blind Willie McTell, and the Allman Brothers. Those are all $9.99. Jason Conklin, you were second for Leftoverture. There have been no invoices go out today. We aren't even done keying in last week. So yes, Dave, and for anybody else watching, invoices will be going out probably sometime late tonight or throughout tomorrow, most likely. Tanner's still working on first-time customers. Some of those first-time customers are still on buying tonight, and I think we have set a record officially most first-time buyers ever by far. First time, I mean, we're still setting up new profiles for all the new buyers we had from last week. And we had a bunch last night on the coin and knife auction. So welcome to anybody new. Sherry Darnell on the Allman Brothers and Marsha Collins on the McCartney. I think that almost wipes out that bin. That only leaves the Eddie Cleanhead Vincent, the Willie McTell, and the Taiwan Clapton. Those are all sold. So Sherry Darnell gets the Allman Brothers, and Marsha Collins get that. Jared has bid $35 on Deep Purple. That's a final call. And what is the Kicks record? The Kicks record is Blow My Fuse. It's a Friday music pressing on blue vinyl. That is $39.99. Sean Holford gets Eric Clapton. So that last discount bin only leaves 3 records. We have Clapton, so does Sean Holford. There is only 2 records left. Eddie Cleanhead Vincent and Blind Willie McTell. Both are now $9.99 each. And Blind Willie McTell is Blues Originals Volume 1. It's a gatefold Atlantic pressing. Very clean, very nice. New bid on Deep Purple for $36. Now we're going to transition back over to a $14.99 crate. Everything now is $14.99. Got some auctions over here. I'm going to be pulling stuff to auction and sell discounted prices, and some stuff over here that I'm like, wow, I cannot believe this didn't sell. And just some other stuff. Not when we don't have a lot of auctions. Sometimes I pull out random stuff. I'm like, wow, I can't believe this didn't sell. And here's one of them. This is Neil Young. Everybody knows this is Nowhere. $5 start. EX condition. EX condition. Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere. $5 start. Neil Young, everybody knows it's nowhere. Yes, everything in the crates, everything in these crates surrounding this crate is all new vinyl. Kicks is definitely a new copy. That's why it's $39.99. It's Friday Music blue vinyl. We sold a sealed original of that last week for, I think, almost $200. So original sealed of that would be much more expensive. Neil Young, everybody knows this is nowhere. Does have a little bit of damage right in here inside the gatefold. Classic album, though. Cinnamon Girl, everybody knows it's nowhere, of course. Down by the River and Cowgirl in the Sand. The vinyl's very clean at EX and about a VG cover. So Jared's out on Deep Purple. Final call on that for $36. Anybody else? All right, let's go through this bin. This is all $14.99. The Byrds, Ballad of Easy Rider, VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Byrds, Ballad of Easy Rider, VG Plus, $14.99. Everything in this bin is now $14.99. REO Speedwagon, REO2, EX, $14.99. We have Savoy Brown Blue Matter. We had that 2-in-1 packaging earlier. Here is the actual original on the Parrot label, Savoy Brown Blue Matter. That is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Greatest Hits of the Guess Who. That is $14.99. No condition notes on that. These Eyes, Laughing, No Time, American Woman, Hand Me Down World, $14.99 on that. And War, Love Is All Around, $14.99. Let's sell Darren Wortman the Deep Purple for $36. Darren Wortman gets that for $36. Neil Young had a bid for $5, $5, $5, $8, $10, $10. And then Chris Bijak got the Byrds. That's the first $14.99 record, the Byrds. Tanner, that's so to Chris. That's the first $14.99 record. Terry Gearhart gets REO Speedwagon 2. That's so to Terry Gearhart. Tony Freeman bid $20 on Neil Young. Dave Sibler says if you have kicks, if you buy anything tonight, it has to go on a completely new invoice. If you buy anything tonight, it has to go on a new invoice. Chris Bijak wants to Guess Who for $14.99. And Jared McLaughlin, you were second on the Byrds. Moth the Hoople is $14.99. Moth the Hoople's $14.99. Tony Freeman is at $20 on the Neil Young. And the Doobie Brothers is sealed. Taking it to the streets. The Doobie Brothers is sealed. $14.99. $14.99. Monday start a whole new cycle. So anything, when we start a new show on Monday, that's a brand new cycle. Brand new cycle. It all starts over $7 in limited shipping. At some point, we have to stop and say, okay, that's enough, and then we stop and invoice and go over, because we do this almost, well, we do it every night. So we have to find a stopping point. Yeah, Saturday is the stopping point. Incense and Peppermint Strawberry Alarm Clock. This is an OG uni pressing and VG condition. OG VG condition Strawberry Alarm Clock. That's also up for bid, $5 start. It's a uni pressing and VG condition, $5 start. Strawberry Alarm Clock. Back up to the top. Debbie Winston wants to seal Doobie Brothers for $14.99. Terry Gearhart second. Jackie third. Ted fourth. John Leal fifth. Blade sixth. Sherry Darnell wants the Blind Willie Mattel from the previous bin. Let's go ahead and pull that. So that's sold to Sherry for $9.99. I'll put that right there in the middle, Tanner. That's sold to Sherry Darnell for $9.99. Ken Highstand, you were, let's see, Debbie got the Doobie Brothers, then Terry, then Jackie, then Ted, then John, then Blade. Ken, you were 6. Debbie Winston wants SA. Nope, she was bidding $5 on Strawberry Alarm Clock, then 5, then 5, then 5, then 7, and then 7. Also, we have Peter Gabriel. This is the Rain on the Car album, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Peter Gabriel, that's the Rain on the Car album, VG Plus, $14.99. The good thing is, like Dave, if you decide you want the Kicks album, then that means anytime else you're watching this week, if you end up finding something else, it's going to ship for $7. So you may be thinking, oh man, $7 for one record, but guess what? We're going to be live again tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and anything else you buy will be shipped with that for $7. It's kind of a week-to-week charge, because most of the people on here buying right now are going to be on here usually every night buying, plus all of our new vinyl pre-orders and everything that'll come in. That's why we do $7 week to week. For anybody new watching, that's about the best way I can explain that. Also, Neil Young, Tony Freeman has it for $20. I'm about to sell the Neil Young to Tony for $20. The next thing was the Blind Willie McTell. I pulled that. The Strawberry Alarm Clock is in stereo. Strawberry Alarm Clock is in stereo. John Stevens wants the Peter Gabriel for $14.99. That was the last claim I see. And we have Van Morrison in Articulate Speech of the Heart, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Van Morrison, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Van Morrison and Hank Williams Jr., that's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Legend of Hank Williams in Song and Story, VG Plus, $14.99. And Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush World Anthem, now $14.99. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush World Anthem, $14.99. The Clarks, I'll tell you what, man, from 1988, the Clarks is $14.99. And Little Feat, Let It Roll, that is now $14.99. Neil Young is sold for $20. That is sold for $20 to Tony Freeman. Tony gets that for $20. Now, the Strawberry Alarm Clock had lots of bids, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 11, 15, 12. Blade Singletary on MR. Mahogany Rush, that's also $14.99. Strawberry Alarm Clock, $12. And we have Keith Richards, Talk is Cheap. No condition notes on this. Very clean looking copy. Original inner sleeve, $14.99. Cynthia Herdron on Little Feat, that's sold to Cynthia for $14.99. And the Kinks Preservation Act Volume 1, also no condition notes on this. Super nice. Orange RCA label, $14.99. Heather Feather wants Keith. Keith Richards is sold to Heather Feather. Neil Brashear on the Clarks. Big price reduction on that one for $14.99. That's sold to Neil Brashear. Also, we have Uriah Heep High and Mighty. Uriah Heep High and Mighty is $14.99. Uriah Heep High and Mighty. Debbie Winston's at $16 on Strawberry Alarm Clock. Jim Anstett first to the Kinks. Homeland Conspiracy first to the Hank Williams Jr. That's sold to Homeland Conspiracy. Those are all $14.99. And we have the Naked Heroes 99 Diamond, a 2011 picture disc numbered to 500, $14.99. I'm going to pause right there, let everybody know that the Strawberry Alarm Clock in VG conditions at $17. I'm putting back the Jerry Garcia book, and I'm putting back the Bruce Springsteen book. I'm going to step over here and pull out another handful of books from that same shelf as we work our way down. Let me go do that right now, and let me grab, I usually always do 5 at a time, so let me go do that. We might wipe out a whole book. What's those bookshelves called? Calyx or whatever the ones people buy from IKEA. We have those in here too. We keep books on for the store. We might wipe out an entire section of those tonight. That would be great because I have tubs and tubs more, I think, in the back to put out. Steve Lackey gets the Uriah Heep for $14.99. Debbie Winston wants the picture disc for $14.99. And now we have a final call. This is an OG pressing on Uni. Uni press this in stereo and mono. The mono pressing is very scarce. This is a stereo pressing in VG condition. Also about a VG or maybe VG Plus jacket. Psychedelia, the Strawberry Alarm Clock. Ed King from Leonard Skinner. Kelly Bagwell has that for $17. Final call. The Zombie. We had one earlier in the $9.99 bin. This one's $14.99 because it's in shrink wrap with both of the hop stickers, front and back. The vinyl is super clean, $14.99 on John Fogerty. And Higher and Higher, Jackie Wilson, VG Plus condition from Fred Goodwin's collection. He bought it in 1970. Jackie Wilson, I Want to Take You Higher and Higher, VG Plus, $14.99. Argent, all together now. Their studio album, which has Hold Your Head Up, yellow epic label, super clean. That's $14.99. And The Animals, live at the Club of Go-Go, December 30th, 1963. That's a 10-inch. On gray vinyl, now $14.99. Strawberry Alarm Clock was at $17, now it's at $18. Jackie wants JW for Jackie Wilson. Strawberry Alarm Clock, another $18, now $19 bid. Corey Gaston second on Jackie Wilson and Tony Freeman on A. Tony, is that for Argent or Animals? Mark Aquarium was second on Argent. Gary B.B. Coleman, the very best of Gary B.B. Coleman, sealed from 1990, now just $14.99. Also, this is Blind Willie McTell, Statesboro Blues and Three Women Blues. It's a 2019 Record Store Day 10-inch sealed, also $14.99. Debbie Winston is the high bidder on Strawberry Alarm Clock for $20. Not anymore. We just got a $21 bid. Let's see what else I have over here to auction. I got J.J. Cale Troubadour. J.J. Cale Troubadour that I'm going to put up for a $5 start. This is also in VG condition. This is J.J. Cale Troubadour. It's on Shelter label. VG condition, VG jacket, J.J. Cale, $5 start. Tony Freeman wanted the Argent album, so that is sold to Tony for $14.99. Mark was second. Stephen A. Young gets the Animals for $14.99. That leaves Gary B.B. Coleman and Blind Willie McTerrell. Jethro Tull, I've got two of these. They're both very similar condition. These are original newspaper covers. They fold out and make the newspaper thick as a brick. They're both $14.99. Both are $14.99. $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, sealed. a sealed copy of the Doobie Brothers, $14.99, and the Best of the J. Giles Band, $5 off. Best of J. Giles Band, original inner sleeve, that is $14.99. Best of J. Giles Band, $14.99 on that. Strawberry Alarm Clock, another new bid for 23, another bid for 22, 5 on J.J. Kell, now 6, 23 on Strawberry Alarm Clock, now 25, and another 25. Ted Turner on the sealed Doobie Brothers for $14.99. Debbie Winston second, Stephen A. Young third, J.J. Kell now at 10, Brad Vignair on the J. Giles, Strawberry Alarm Clock 26. Half-Speed Master of Kenny Loggins Night Watch, now just $14.99. Corey Gaston, you were second on J. Giles, and the Chipmunks Sing the Beatles, an original vintage pressing on the Liberty label. The Chipmunks Sing the Beatles, $14.99. J.J. Kell's in VG condition and a VG cover. High bid is at $10 with Alan Totten, and Strawberry Alarm Clock's at $26 with Kelly Bagwell. Star Wars, music inspired by Star Wars and other galactic funk by Miko. That's now $14.99. And another greatest hits of the Guess Who. There was 2 or 3 people back up on the other one. $14.99. These Eyes, No Sugar Tonight, Hand Me Down World, American Woman. That's the Guess Who for $14.99. Got another book here. This is a vintage paperback, Bruce Springsteen, newly expanded to include exciting photos and details from the Born in the USA tour, $14.99. And that was probably printed somewhere around that time. It says 1985. Yep, 1985. Vintage Bruce Springsteen paperback book. That's $14.99. And this is Rock and Roll Treasures Identification and Value Guide. Looks like it's gotten water damaged at some point. $6.99. Definitely something. You can still, none of the pages are stuck together, but I remember looking through that. This is all from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. So it's got stuff like New Kids on the Block. It's got Eric Clapton's stage-owned outfit. It's got autographs, etc. But it does have some damage to it for sure. That is $6.99. Those are going right over there. Back up to the top. Strawberry Alarm Clock was at $26. And then we have Brian C. First to the Chipmunks. These are all $14.99. Strawberry Alarm Clock at $30. Also a $27 bid. Gerald, you were second on Chipmunks. Gary Samuels first on the Star Wars. Lucas was second. Jason Conklin first on the Guess Who. Kelly's out on the Incense and Peppermints. Christopher Morris, you were second on the Guess Who. Debbie's out on the Strawberry Alarm Clock. John Duran, you were third on the Chipmunks. We have Tom Moran wanting the Bruce Springsteen book. That is so to Tom Moran, the Bruce Springsteen book. And we have Star Trek, 4 exciting all-new action-adventure stories sealed, unopened from 1979, $14.99. All right, Strawberry Alarm Clock. So we got to Mike Torrey's at $30. It's a VG copy. VG Strawberry Alarm Clock, stereo, Mike's at $30, final call. And J.J. Kell, nobody else bid, and the high bid was Alan Totten. Alan gets that for $10, Tanner. Alan Totten gets that for $10. Continuing, George says he doesn't have sound. You might want to check your something then. We have Debbie Winstead on Star Trek, John Duran second, Lucas third, Justin Chase fourth, Bob Dylan Infidels. No condition note, now just $14.99. Original under sleeve, Bob Dylan Infidels. That's $14.99. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers, Karma Chameleon. No condition notes on here. $14.99 for Culture Club. And we have the Eurythmics, $14.99. The Eurythmics, $14.99. And that one is called Be Yourself Tonight, $14.99. So I'm about to sell Incense and Peppermints for $30 to Mike Torrey's. He has it for $30. Next was Dan Ingerson on Culture Club. That's so to Dan Ingerson. Phil was second. Jackie gets the Eurythmics. These are all $14.99. Tommy Flowers wants Blind Willie Mattel and the Coleman if they're still available. Let's see, Coleman and Blind Willie Mattel. They were back to back. Tommy, those are both sold to you. So to Tommy, so to Tommy. What is the Half-Speed Master? It is Kenny Loggins Night Watch. More than 50% off. I've got that marked down to just to move it. A lot of these are like not really worthy of a discount, but nights like tonight, we mark stuff down. We're going to send them to new homes. $14.99 on Kenny Loggins. Sam Rivers, Hughes on ABC Impulse. Sam Rivers is $14.99. And the Beach Boys Sunflower. It does have some seam splitting along the top. $14.99. Let's sell the Incense and Peppermints to Mike Torrey's for $30. That's sold to Mike for $30. Let's go ahead and show a couple more books. I don't know if this is really a book. What is this? Elvis includes 14 genuine reproductions. Looks like all kinds of different stuff. I don't know. It's in like some kind of shoebox with a strip around it. I don't know if that's been opened or not. $14.99 for Elvis. This is $14.99. It's a Bruce Springsteen CD box set. Sort of. It looks like a notebook, but technically it's a box set. Darkness on the Edge of Town. It looks like it's in a notebook, but that's a CD box set from Bruce Springsteen. $14.99. It's still in the original shrink and the hop sticker. That's a Darkness on the Edge of Town box set. I can't get that back in there, so I'll wait. And The Grateful Dead, Conversations with the Dead, David Gans, and that is a paperback. Conversations with the Grateful Dead, $14.99. Conversations with the Grateful Dead, $14.99 on that. Back to the bin. We have David Hoy on the Sam Rivers. That's So Did David for $14.99. Brooke Pageant wants the Elvis box for $14.99. That's priced as marked. Jackie was second. We have Jason Kenton getting the Bruce Springsteen. And Tanner, this notebook goes inside that slipcase. That is sold to Jason Kenton. And Alan Totten wants the Grateful Dead. Those are all sold. Continuing, we have The Who live at Leeds. That's a non-gatefold. This is just a single pocket jacket. The Who live at Leeds, $14.99. B.B. King live at the Regal, 1983 UK pressing, $14.99. And Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash, Jerry LaCroix, Rick Derringer, and Johnny Winter, now just $14.99. And we have a box set, the Ellington era, 1927-1940, Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra, Volume 2. I don't know how many discs, but it's heavy, and that's $14.99. $14.99 on that. Let me see what I've got over here to auction. I think they're in the front of this bin right here. They are. I have a sealed FM soundtrack. And speaking of Bruce Springsteen, well, let's do this first. Let's do the original Michael Jackson Thriller picture disc. So this is the original Thriller picture disc. It's still in the original plastic with the hop sticker. The official Michael Jackson picture disc to Thriller. Billie Jean, Beat It, The Girl Is Mine, Human Nature, Pretty Young Thing. $25 start. Vintage 1983 Michael Jackson picture disc. Now up for bid. Thriller, $25 start. And we have sealed FM. An OG sealed FM. And this thing don't have any saw marks or cutouts either. Very nice. $35 start. Sealed FM, Boston, Jimmy Buffett, Doobie Brothers, Eagles, Dan Fogelberg, Foreigner, Billy Joe, Randy Meisner, Steve Miller, Tom Petty, Queen, Linda Ronstadt, Boz Scaggs, Bob Seger, Steely Dan, James Taylor, Joe Walsh. Sealed? No, I'm looking for a saw mark. Usually if this thing's, I've had these sealed before. No saw marks on that. $35 start. $35 start. So last thing we had was Jeff Malwitz gets the Who. That was $14.99. Shane Devers gets the B.B. King for $14.99. Reed was second on the Who. Cynthia Herdren is going to get the Duke Ellington box. Davey bid $25 on Michael Jackson. So did Jennifer N. And Honest Brute put D.E. D.E. was for Duke Ellington. So that would have made you second. And we have FM at $40. And everything in here is already discounted, Rachel. These are already discounted to $14.99. The No Nukes concert is VG Plus, $14.99. No Nukes is $14.99. And Days of Future Past, EX Condition, $14.99. Days of Future Past, the Moody Blues, that's EX Condition, $14.99. Let's recap that bin. We got bids on FM for $35 and now $40. And the high bid on Michael Jackson, is at $30. All right, and Renee wants the Moody Blues. Everything in here is discounted. It's a discount bin for $14.99. $14.99. We got an FM original soundtrack, great soundtrack, up for bid, and a Michael Jackson picture disc. Very nice, and I'm going to step over here and grab a few more books and see what they are. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. A few more books here. All righty, so I have 9, 14. We're about to do 19. And then we're going to do a bunch of $6.99. Which are still in the bins. I got to go crate them up as I need them. So FM was now at 42. And let's go through what's left in here for $14.99, including Savoy Brown, Blue Matter, VG Plus condition on the original label. Savoy Brown, VG Plus condition, $14.99. We have War, Love Is All Around, Eric Burden and War. That is $14.99. No condition notes on that. Also, Moth the Hoople. I believe that is their debut album. It is self-titled, 4-digit, very clean, gatefold, Moth the Hoople, $14.99. Van Morrison's still available, the Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison's in VG Plus for $14.99. John Fogerty, nice copy in shrink wrap with the hop stickers, $14.99. Also has a sticker here on the back. That's $14.99. High bid on Michael Jackson's 32, and the high bid on FM just came in. Tony Freeman has that for $45. Very nice. OG sealed copy of that. Very nicely sealed, I should say. I still got 2 Jethro Tull, thick as a brick, and these, of course, are like the original newspaper. They're very similar condition, especially the vinyl, and here's what I'm talking about. The covers fold out, and then this folds down, and it literally makes a newspaper. So those are the original OG covers. When those were reissued, I don't think that even the first reissues, I don't think had a newspaper cover. So $14.99, that's Jethro Tull. Also, we have Bob Dylan Infidels. No condition notes on that. Very clean copy. Bob Dylan Infidels, near mint minus, original winter sleeve. That's Bob Dylan. $14.99. Michael Jackson, any cracks in the plastic? There are no cracks in the plastic. Nope, the plastic's actually really nice. It's really not yellowed. Some of these I've had and they're really yellowed and tainted. This is really clean, actually. That's really clean. High bid on that is now at 33 FM. So Michael Jackson was at 32, FM 45, Michael Jackson 33, FM 47, Michael Jackson 34, Blade Singletary on Jethro Tull, and Tony Freeman on Jethro Tull. So I'll give the first one to Blade, the second one to Tony. Scott, you were second, Mark Querum third. We also have Michael Jackson at 35, Kenny Loggins, Night Watch, Half Speed Master. That's $14.99. The Beach Boys Sunflower. Now somebody asked a condition on this. Condition on Sunflower, Lucas. No condition notes on the vinyl. There is some seam chipping and splitting going along the top. The cover's VG or VG minus because of that. The vinyl is clean, $14.99. Sunflower. Also, we have Jerry Roadwork, Edgar Winter's Right Trash with LaCroix, Derringer, and Winter. That's now $14.99. And the No Nukes 3 LPs live. James Taylor, Bonnie Raitt, Tom Petty, Ry Cooder, Doobie Brothers, Jackson Brown. That's a 3 LP live, VG Plus, $14.99. So new high bid on Michael Jackson's at 37. Tony, the other bidder on FM, is out. Victor Moorback has it for 47. And that was the second time. Here's all what's left. Davey Winstead gets No Nukes. These are $14.99. We have Roadwork, Beach Boys, Kenny Loggins, Dylan, Fogerty, Morrison, Mott, War, and Savoy Brown. Those are all available for $14.99. I'm going to put them over here with the other $14.99 records that didn't sell. If anybody decides they want anything out of there, just let me know. Those are all available. Now, I think y'all are going to like this next crate even better. This is the $19.99 bin, which usually means there's some really good titles in the $19.99 bin. Really good titles. Let me pull out the first few in the front because I was going to auction these. It's some kind of metal record, and I got a Bruce Springsteen box set. Other than that, everything in here is going to be $19.99. Scott Drum wants the Kenny Loggins Half-Speed Master. I was waiting for somebody to claim that, bearing that we had it marked for $39.99, a 1981 pressing, and that is super nice. Also, let's show a new book. This also has some kind of damage to it, but for the Elvis buyer, it is a outdated Elvis Presley official guide to records and memorabilia, but may be fun to look at. It's probably got, if anything, a good reference. Has all kinds of information. $4.99. So there's like there's like 7 pages just on his Christmas albums. And there's been a lot put out since then. So there's like 7 pages on his Christmas albums. That's $4.99. I figured Brooke would buy it. That's so to Brooke. We have Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen and Philosophy, Darkness on the Edge of Truth. Bruce Springsteen and Philosophy, $14.99, paperback book. Bruce Springsteen and Philosophy, Darkness on the Edge of Truth. Springsteen's $14.99. And the Beatles, Once Upon a Time, Yesterday, hardback book, $19.99. The Beatles, Yesterday, The Beatles, Once Upon a Time, informational and picture book. That is $19.99. And what's down here on the bottom? I'll skip the Beatles because we just showed one. I'll do this one. This is the Rolling Stone Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll. The Rolling Stone Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll, $9.99. $9.99. Davey Winstead wants the Beatles book. That is sold to Davey Winstead, and the encyclopedia is $9.99. That's sold to Davey. All right, so Michael Jackson just got a new bid as well with Davey for $40. We're done on the FM. FM is sold to Victor for $47. Cynthia gets the Rolling Stones Encyclopedia, or the Rolling Stone Magazine Rock and Roll Encyclopedia. Brad Bullen was second. That just leaves the Bruce Springsteen book if anybody wants that. Michael Jackson's now at 41. These are all $19.99. The Rolling Stones, black and blue, super clean, original inner sleeve, $19.99. Everything in this bin is $19.99, which is a discount bin. $19.99 on that. Gary, I have not seen any information on the singles, Volume 2. None whatsoever. Dire Straits is VG Plus condition, $19.99. Original inner sleeve, Dire Straits, that's their self-titled album. Sultans of Swing, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, this is going to be the original label. Original label, VG Plus condition, $19.99 on that. And Greatest Hits Volume 2, also VG Plus condition, $19.99. So back-to-back Dylan, Volume 1, Volume 2, $19.99 each. Reed Gregory wants Dire Straits. Tanner, that officially starts $19.99. Genesis, Spot the Pigeon, a Record Store Day reissue on blue vinyl. Genesis, Spot the Pigeon on blue vinyl, $19.99. Michael Ruckman second on Dire Straits. We have Rachel first on Dylan Volume 2. Tim Holloway on the Stones. Felix was second on Dylan Volume 2. Michael Jackson's at 45, and the Rolling Stones Metamorphoses, also no condition notes on this. The Rolling Stones Metamorphoses, $19.99. The Allman Brothers, Wipe the Window, Check the Oil, Dollar Gas, VG Plus condition, $19.99. $19.99 on that. They're still bidding on Michael Jackson. Let's continue by putting up a new auction. Michael Jackson's up for bid. Let's see what else I have over here. I have Wham! Make It Big. This is in shrink wrap with a hype sticker. Low start, $15 opening bid. Wham! Make It Big, a U.S. pressing in the shrink wrap, or this could be U.K. Let me check because the shrink wrap feels a little odd. Let me see what we have here. This is a U.S. pressing of Wham! Make It Big, super clean vinyl, original inner sleeve, shrink wrap and hype sticker, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, Careless Whisper, Everything She Wants, and Freedom in shrink wrap, up for bid, $15 start. All right, next claim was Orlando Martinez on the Allman Brothers. Mike McGinnis, you were second. Everything in here is $19.99. $19.99. So far, that leaves the Stones, Genesis, and Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. We have Michael Jackson, 47, 48, Wham's at 15. Boston, this is an RCA Music Club pressing of Third Stage, super clean copy. I'm talking nice jacket, original inner sleeve, and vinyl, $19.99. A quadraphonic pressing of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99 for Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. Quadraphonic pressing, $19.99. And we have Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. This is $19.99. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. Willie Nelson, 2LP Greatest Hits, $19.99. So I left off with Michael Jackson at 47, Wham at 15, Michael Jackson at 48, Wham at 16, Wham at 20. Terry Gearhart gets the Boston for $19.99. Scott Drum was second, Tony Freeman third, Jeffrey DeLong fourth, Wham at 20. Travis is out on Michael Jackson, Wham at 17. Bill fifth on Boston, Tammy sixth. Brent Turner first on Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits. Tammy Cleveland. No, Brent Turner first on Willie, and then Kelly Gabney, then Tim Jernigan, and Corey Gaston got Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Those are all sold for $19.99. Also, Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $19.99. This is Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, super clean copy, $19.99. And Golden Butter, the best of the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. No condition notes on this, 2LP, that is $19.99. Electra Records, no condition notes, $19.99. So I saw an out earlier on Michael Jackson with Travis. That means back up to the top, Davey Winstead has the Michael Jackson picture disc, the original Thriller. Davey has it for $50. Now, there's multiple people on Wham. I saw a $20 bid. Then I saw a $21 bid. We've already pulled Willie. We've already pulled Blood, Sweat, and Tears. A $25 bid on Wham. Another $25 bid on Wham. Matt Lawson wants the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. That's sold to Matt Lawson for $19.99. Jeffrey DeLong was second. Heavy Cream. Heavy Cream is a 2LP Cream compilation. $19.99. Clapton, Bruce and Baker. $19.99 for Heavy Cream. And Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker. This is a Kraft Record Store Day 2020 sealed, now just $19.99. Camille Yarborough, the Iron Pot Cooker, $19.99 on that. And Release Therapy, Ludacris. Ludacris is sealed for $19.99. 2 LPs, brown vinyl. We have an out on Wham. and another out on Wham. Felix was in first at $25. And then Brent, you're out. So Felix was in first at $25. That's where we're at on that. Next was Mark Shelton first on Cream. That's so to Mark Shelton. Chris B. Jack second. Jesse Rome third. Aaron Gardner first on Ludacris. Sean Fairweather second. Also, Frank Zappa, Studio Tan. No condition notes on this. Marked down from $34.99, and it's clean. Frank Zappa, $19.99. And Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything, has the original lyric insert with it, and it's also very clean, $19.99, also $19.99. So Ludacris, Ron Duffield was third, Orlando Martinez first to Frank Zappa, Paul Beck, you were fifth on Ludacris, Alan Totten second on Zappa, Noah third, Eric Clapton Backless, a U.S. pressing. We had a Taiwan earlier. This is U.S. and also a very clean record, $19.99. So Brent is out on Wham. So Felix has the Wham, the U.S. original with the original inner sleeve, super clean, hop stickers, shrink wrap, price tags, very nice, $25. And we are about to sell it to Felix Salas for $25. I pulled the Frank Zappa. We had several people next. Then Felix also wants the Camille Yarborough. That's sold to Felix. Gerald Guilford gets the Todd Rundgren, and Paul Beck, you were fourth on Zappa. The Kids Are All Right, The Who. It's technically a soundtrack. It also has the book with it, but it's a great Who compilation. $19.99, 2LP. Tammy just bid on Wham. Let's go ahead and sell Debbie Winstead the Michael Jackson then for $50. We have a new bid on Wham, so Felix, you're out, and we'll have one more book to show. The Beatles Forever. Another hardback book. This one's $14.99. The Beatles Forever. It's an informational and picture book. The Beatles Forever. Another Beatles book. $14.99. $14.99. So that's where we're at. And the only other book that didn't sell earlier was Bruce Springsteen and Philosophy. Darkness on the Edge of Truth. That's $14.99. All right, so Wham has a new bid for $26. Honest Brute's in at $28. Eric Gooden wants the Who compilation for $19.99. And Debbie Winstead takes the Beatles book. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. That's sold as sticker on the back. I'll go get some new books in just a second. Friends, the Beach Boys, a 68 Jacksonville press. I don't know why I marked this down so much because we don't get it that often. It is an OG 68 pressing, now just $19.99. Sometimes I do crazy things like marking down Fish that is sealed, 2014 orange vinyl. Excuse me, it's not sealed, but it is near mint on colored vinyl. Fish is $19.99. And we have Femi Kuti, Africa for Africa. That is now $19.99. Femi Kuti, Africa for Africa, $19.99. And Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Stranger in Town. It does have the original lyric insert with it and the original inner sleeve and the lyric insert. Actually, it's a two-page, it's not a booklet. It's actually almost like almost a poster. Not quite, but almost a poster. I don't think I've seen that too often. Seeger's $19.99. Okay, so new bids on Wham. We had a $26 bid, a $25 bid, and a $28 bid. Honest Brutes at $28 on Wham. We have PB6. I bet that's Paul Beck. Paul Beck, you were first on the Beach Boys. Let me know if that is you on PB6 on YouTube. Chris was second. Neil Brashear first on Fish. Cynthia Herdron was second. Davey Winstead third. Gerald fourth. We have Noah first on Fila. Did you mean Femi Kuti? Noah, let me know if that's right. Justin Chase first on Seeger. Tammy was second. And it looks like Felix possibly second on Femi. We have Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, another record. I don't know why I've discounted so much because it is super clean, including the jacket. Zappa or Mothers of Invention, $19.99. And the Black Eyed Peas behind the front, the Black Eyed Peas is sealed, $19.99. Black Eyed Peas, that's actually sealed, $19.99. Noah on Fela Kuti. I have you at Fela Kuti. Is that what I said? Femi or Fela? It says Femi on the cover. I've got you down for Femi Kuti if you were first. Or does that say Fela? It says Femi on this, Noah. So, and then I had Felix second for sure. So let me know if you do want that. And then Seeger went to Justin Chase. Tammy was second. Noah, and then Aaron Gardner first on Black Eyed Peas. Aaron gets the Black Eyed Peas. Noah Farrell first on Zappa. Paul Beck second. Rob Scheffler second on Black Eyed Peas, then Cynthia, then Debbie, Jackson third on Zappa, and I think we're good. We have a final call on Wham. Wham had got up to a high bid of $28 of Honest Brute. Honest Brute. Tammy, you're outbid, and Brent Turner already said he was out, as in he's done. So this is between Tammy and Honest Brute. Honest Brute has it for $28. And the only thing we got to make sure is Noah Farrell does want the Femi Cootie, and if not, it's sold to Felix. Let me grab a new auction. I have up for bid a Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland. We're going to start this thing at $1. Low starting bids tonight. This is a $1 starting bid, Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland. About a solid VG or maybe even a VG Plus cover. They always have some kind of ring wear, but there is some spine chipping at the top. Let's go ahead and call it VG. It's a gatefold, Electric Ladyland, a classic, one of Hendrix's original studio albums. That's an original inner sleeve, just a $1 start, no condition notes. No condition notes, $1 start on Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland. Definitely a vintage copy. I don't have the exact pressing information, but I know for sure it is a vintage copy, and that is a $1 start on Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland. Gatefold 2LP. Now up for bid. All right, Wham, we got new bids, 30 and 30 on Wham. Continuing with the 1999 bin, we have the Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East, now $19.99. I know it looks like a bootleg, but it's not. It's a real pressing, the Mothers of Invention, $19.99 on Zappa. Also, We Don't Need Nuclear Force. I think it's some kind of hardcore or maybe punk compilation from Germany, 1986, now $19.99. We had that marked for $29.99. And one of my favorites, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, self-titled 4-digit Atlantic pressing, 1841 Broadway. That is an OG Presswell pressing. That's OG Presswell. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $19.99. And Tommy the Who with the booklet, Tommy the Who, the rock opera, $19.99. No condition notes. I left off by saying Wham 30, Wham 30. We have Jimi Hendrix 1, Jimi Hendrix 10, Jimi Hendrix 5, Jimi Hendrix 20, Jimi Hendrix 7, Matt Barnhill first on the Zappa, Matt Barnhill first on the Zappa, Jimmy 11, Jimmy 25, Stephen Martinelli first on CSN, Tammy second, Court Gabot first on The Who, and Victor second on The Who. Continuing, Genesis 3 Sides Live, now $19.99. We'll stop there. Jimi Hendrix is at 25. Wham is at 30 with Felix Salas. Michael Ruckman, you're out. You bid 30 as well, but you came in second. I'm going to go grab a few more books. I've only got 4 left over, and I think I've grabbed 20 so far. I like that ratio. So let me go ahead and grab some more. I'm going to grab this John Lennon paperback. I've got this. I've got that. I don't know what this is. And let's grab this. Some of this, some of that. A little bit of this. Does anybody need a copy of Rush Signals? I mean, I would hope that you do if you don't have one. I mean, goodness gracious. Rush Signals, right, Tanner? All right, let's see what we got here. So we have Jimi Hendrix 30, Wham 35, and Jeff Williams wants Genesis 3 Sides. That's sold to Jeff Williams for $19.99. Continuing, Neil Young. The colors on this look very nice. American Stars and Bars, that's the first thing I noticed. I've had a lot of copies of this, and the colors look extremely like the really stoned out looking picture there of Neil Young. It's a very high quality image of it. That's $19.99. Stevie Wonder, Original Musicarium, a Stevie Wonder compilation. It's a white label promo, Tamala DJ copy, Stevie Wonder. That is $19.99, $19.99. And the London Symphony Orchestra, Zappa Volume 1, now just $19.99. Zappa, $19.99. London Symphony Orchestra, that's $19.99. And one more, Katie Pruitt, and it's autographed. Katie Pruitt, Expectations, autographed cover, $19.99. So, Felix, you're outbid on Wham. Michael Ruckman bid 35. Michael Ruckman bid 35. Stephen Martinelli bid 30 on the Jimi Hendrix. So, Felix, you're out. Jimi Hendrix is at 30. Everybody else is out. Next is Terry Gearhart put DE. DE was for... Terry Gearhart put DE. Terry, what was DE? Let's see. That could have been for... I'm not for sure. I don't have anything close to that. Let me know what DE was for. Felix Salas first to Stevie Wonder. Nicole Moyer was second. Orlando Martinez first to Zappa. How much is Rush? $36.99. I'll go grab one in just a second. Brian C. second on Zappa. Cynthia Herdron first to Katie Pruitt. He says supposed to be SE. I'm not for sure what SE was. Let's see. SE. I think you just got auto-corrected again. SE maybe? SE. We had Stevie Wonder. We had Zappa. We had Katie Pruitt. We had Neil Young. He said it was for Stevie. SW. I was about to say, I bet that was for SW. So Terry Gearhart gets Stevie Wonder for $19.99. Felix was second. Nicole Moyer third. Orlando Martinez first on Zappa. Brian C. was second. Cynthia Herdron got Katie Pruitt. We have Corey Gaston needs to put back Blood, Sweat, and Tears. We have Terry Gearhart did want Stevie Wonder. Debbie Winston gets Neil Young. And Noah Farrell passes on the Femi Kuti from earlier. So give that to Felix Solis. And we have John Mayall, Back to the Roots, 2 LP with the booklet, $19.99. So we got a Blood, Sweat, and Tears we need to put back, and Noah's passing on the Femi Kuti. Now, I need to update everybody on Wham. I'm about to sell it. I was waiting for the other bidder, which was Felix Solis. Michael Ruckman had this for $35. Felix, let me know if you want back in. And Stephen Martinelli has the Hendrix for $30. That's definitely about to be sold to him. No one really set out, but I'm about to sell it. Also, back to the bin, we have Passing Ships, Andrew Hill. That is a Blue Note tone poet, and just $19.99 with Joe Farrell, Woody Shaw, and others. That's $19.99. And Walt Disney's Productions, Pete's Dragon from 1977. That is $19.99. Orange Capital Label, $19.99. Gerald Guilford says he'll take the Blood, Sweat, and Tears that's being put back. That's so to Gerald Guilford. We'll swap that out. Felix is out on Wham. Let's end these auctions then. Wham is sold to Michael Ruckman for $35, and Jimi Hendrix is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $30. Those are all sold. Wham was the full album. It is now sold. Let me show a few books right quick. Vintage hardback, John Lennon in His Own Right. This is $19.99. Older book here. The Riding Beetle, John Lennon. And this is Simon & Schuster, says New York, 1964. But let's see when we can figure out when this actually was printed. Not for sure. Signed by Paul McCartney. That would be cool. 1999. Interesting. 11th printing. I was about to say, some of the first printings of these get expensive. 11th printing. $19.99. John Lennon. Back up to the top, Gerald Guilford put Heel. Heel was for Andrew Hill. That's sold to Gerald Guilford for $19.99. And Chris wants the John Lennon book. Chris wants the John Lennon book. Chris, that's so to you. That is for Myra Bueno. Chris Myra Bueno, thank you. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you contact our Facebook page. We need your zip code and we need your mailing address. Nope, your email address and your zip code. Tanner, I'm going to have to get used to saying that. We need your email address and your zip code. Make sure you contact our Facebook page. I also have 1,000 recordings to hear before you die, $9.99. This is 1,000 songs, recordings you have to hear before you die. That'd make a great checklist. It even starts with some orchestra stuff and the White Album and Mama's Gun by Erykah Badu and On Broadway and Solo Piano and Charles Mingus, Mingus Ahum. That is recordings you must hear before you die. Chris gets the John Lennon book. Stephen Martinelli wants the Pete's Dragon for $19.99. Cynthia Herdon wants the recordings you must hear before you die. Also for $19.99 is we have Nancy Sinatra, a 1966 OG tricolor steamboat label. These boots were made for walking. These boots were made for walking. Actually, it's just called Boots, Nancy Sinatra, $19.99. And Whitney Houston is now marked down. That's a vintage original copy of Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston. All of her albums, all of her first couple albums were all self-titled. Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston. And let's put up some new auctions. I've got up for auction 2 fantastic looking records here. Check this out. This is Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young's greatest hits. It's called So Far. It is a super duper nice copy. Has the original Atlantic inner sleeve, super clean vinyl, $15 start on that. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young's greatest hits in the shrink wrap, hop sticker, $15 start on that. And Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life, features the hit single, hop sticker, Higher Love. Bring Me to a Higher Love. Original inner sleeve with the lyrics. Steve Winwood, just a $5 start. Shrink wrap and hop stickered. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $15 start. Jeffrey DeLong, first to the Nancy. That's sold for $19.99. Christopher second, Tom Moran third, Brian C. fourth. Also for $19.99 is the Beatles Love Songs. Now just $19.99. The Beatles Love Songs 2 LP compilation with the book, $19.99. And a Dire Straits picture disc, February '84. I can't remember if it's music or interviews. It's a Dire Straits picture disc though. Wow, that's a weird looking B-side. $19.99. Interview picture disc. It is interviews. Dire Straits, $19.99. $19.99. And we have the Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue. No condition notes on this. $19.99 on the Rolling Stones. All right, Tom Dearlove bid 15 on Crosby, Stills and Nash. Tony Freeman put B for the Beatles. That sold to Tony Freeman for $19.99. Felix was second. Michael Ruckman first on the Dire Straits. That sold to Michael Ruckman. Debbie Winstead was second. We have Calvin Ward at 5 on Steve Winwood. Brian C., you were third to the Beatles. Kara also bid 5 on Steve Winwood. Debbie Winstead next on Dire Straits, and so was Stephen A. Young. And another Who compilation. It's called Hooligans. It is the first bunch of hooligans and the first bunch of hooligans, the second bunch of hooligans, the third bunch of hooligans, and the fourth bunch of hooligans. That's a Who compilation for $19.99. Another greatest hits. All right, we have Vinyl Lives 2. More record stores and record collectors, $9.99. Some kind of paperback book about record stores and record collectors, $9.99. Most of these books are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. That's called Vinyl Lives 2. We have Ticket to Ride, Inside the Beatles 64 World Tour That Changed the World. Hardback book. The Beatles is $14.99. The Beatles is $14.99. And we have The Cavern, the world's most famous, or the most famous club in the world, The Cavern Club. Foreword by Sir Paul McCartney, $19.99. Paperback. It is a book about the Cavern Club, and that is $19.99. $19.99. The Cavern. That is $19.99. Okay, so back up to the top. We had, the last thing I said was Stephen A. Young on the Dire Straits, or third on Dire Straits. Justin Chase, 6 on Steve Winwood. Tammy Cleveland gets the Who for $19.99. Eric Gooden was second. Kara Bauer, 10 on Steve Winwood. Felix also on Steve Winwood. Calvin's out on Steve Winwood. Bill Samus, third on the Who. Steve Winwood, 11. And then Debbie Winstead wants the Ticket to Ride book. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Stephen A. Young wants the Vinyl Lives book. Crosby, Stills and Nash at 18, and Steve Winwood's at 12. That just leaves The Cavern, the most famous club in the world. That is $19.99. Liverpool. That's probably going to have a lot of information, of course, about the Beatles and everybody else who played there. It looks like it has a day-by-day thing going on in it. All right, so what bands are on the punk comp? And Jeffrey DeLong wants the Stones. So that's Jeffrey DeLong, and what bands are on the punk comp? Steve, Toxic Reasons, Boss Cops, Uproar, Appliances, HHH, Normal, Varukers, Maniacs, Bristols, Osbrock, White Flag, and Radis. That's called We Don't Need Nuclear Force, 1986, now $19.99. Let's recap the $19.99 bin. We have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Plus Condition, original label. When I say original label, this is what I mean. This is the first label this pressing was made on, this Columbia 2i, $19.99, 360 sound. That's Bob Dylan, $19.99. So Tom Moran did bid 18 on Crosby, Stills, Nash. Who bid first? Tom Dearlove. Tom Dearlove, you've been outbid by Tom Moran. Let me know if you want back in. Kara's at 15 on the Near Mint Steve Winwood Back in the High Life, which has the shrink wrap and hop sticker. We have Steve Lackey says he'll take it, and that was the Nuclear Force punk compilation. Also, we have Genesis Spot the Pigeon, a 2012 Record Store Day blue vinyl. Genesis Spot the Pigeon, $19.99. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, another Stones record for $19.99. Metamorphosis. We have Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $19.99. This is on the second label. This was pressed sometime in the 70s. $19.99 on that. We have Eric Clapton Backless, a super clean copy, $19.99 for Clapton Backless. Also, Back to the Roots, John Mayall, that's a 2LP. It also has the booklet that originally came with it. And Whitney Houston, that is $19.99. Whitney Houston, Whitney Houston. All right, so Kara had Steve Winwood for $15. I'm about to sell it. We have a new bid on Crosby, Stills and Nash for $20, and Cynthia Herdren gets the Rolling Stones. I'm about to swap out crates. First, let me go ahead and grab another stack of books. We sold the last 4 that I grabbed. The Cavern book is still available. The book about the Cavern Club. That'd be interesting. If I can duplicate myself, I'll actually maybe make some time to read that one day. Let me grab another book on the Beatles, Springsteen. Let's see what this is about. And here's another vintage John Lennon book and another reference book. So let's go bring all these over here. So these are all, Dale had a small library inside his music room, and he read most of these things. Some of them have bookmarks in them where it looked like he was like halfway through them, or maybe 2/3, but most of these, I think he told Paul and myself that he read most of them. So that's what you're supposed to do with them. I have been to some people's houses buying collections and estates, and they'll have a whole wall full of books, and they're like, you know what? I probably didn't even really read most of those. I just kind of collect them, which that's understandable. All right, so Steve Winwood, 20, now 22. And if anyone could tell me the Zappa I bought in the 1999 bin. Oh, I don't remember. We've sold so many Zappas tonight. I don't remember. We can go back, look maybe Noah and find it, but it's just me and Tanner tonight, and it's pretty buried. Anybody else on the 1999 bin? Anybody else? I'm going to bring over, now we're going to go down to $6.99. Now we're going to go down to $6.99. So we went $9.99, $14.99, $9.99, $14.99, $19.99, and now, Tanner, we're going to go all the way down to $6.99. All the way down to $6.99. Like I said, today's kind of a snow day for Collectco. Me and Tanner were the first ones to get here today, which was like at about 4 o'clock. Doug and John and Ed and my mom and Paul, nobody could really get here today. When it snows here in Lebanon, it kind of shuts down the entire town. It was even hard for me to find something open to eat. And I went in Walgreens last night at like 4 a.m. And there's usually nobody on the roads that time of night anyway when I'm out going home. But definitely nobody last night. It was a lot of snow. We got about 6 or 7 inches here, and it's actually still kind of lightly trickling down right now. Our windshields are covered again, so we're kind of delayed because of that on shipping, invoicing. Shipping and invoicing for sure is going to be down by at least a day. Hopefully everybody can try to get here tomorrow. I don't know. The roads are just as bad, and it's supposed to be, not much over, 15 degrees tonight, 8 degrees, something crazy. So, especially for Middle Tennessee. Hopefully, we get back on regular pace by tomorrow. So, nobody's got an invoice yet. Anything bought tonight starts a new week. We just got to work a little bit of overtime. So, back up to the top. We're still bidding on Steve Winwood and Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is at 25 of Tom Moran. The other Tom, Dear Love, let me know if he won't back in. And Steve Winwood is at 22 of Kara Bauer. Who else was bidding? Jeffrey DeLong. Let me know if you won't back in. I'll put up some new auctions. Everything in here is going to be $6.99. $6.99. I didn't wear my Gore-Tex jacket. No, I'm actually in shorts. I stopped by the gas station to get Monsters. People were kind of looking at me strange. So, Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $6.99. Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $6.99. Rockin', the Guess Who, with the lyric insert, $6.99. Rockin', the Guess Who, $6.99. And we have Color Me Bad, I Adore Me More. That is a 12-inch single and shrink wrap, $6.99. The Beach Boys, Love You. Wow, sealed. Whoa. Sealed Beach Boys, Love You. Now just $6.99. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. This is Brand New Day. It's got the original die-cut cover, gold stamp promo, $6.99. All right, let's sell both of these auctions. We have Steve Winwood sold to Kara Bauer for $22. We have Crosby, Stills, and Nash sold for $25 to Tom Moran. Those are sold and sold. Back, first claimant here was Debbie Winston on Rod Stewart for $6.99. Jeffrey DeLong was second. Debbie Winston first on the Beach Boys. Tom Moran second. Tony Freeman third. Blade Singletary fourth. And we have Captain and Tennille Dream. Captain and Tennille's a white label promo, $6.99. Also, Average White Band, Warmer Communications, $6.99 on Average White Band. And Emmylou Harris, Cimarron, $6.99 for Emmylou Harris. Let's get some new auctions started. Let's see what I have right over here. Then I will probably show some books nearing the next. I'll show some books nearing the next pause. See what else I have over here though. I have up for auction. Let's see what I've got here. Tanner. Let's see. There's that. That looks like a good one. Just pulling stuff out of bins and anything else. I'm going to have to go behind the counter and actually get some stuff here in a second. When I run out, and here we go. Sealed Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. Can't believe no one got that maybe the first time around. This is Sealed Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. Sealed, $5 start. That is Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. It is sealed, $5 start. And Heart, Bad Animals. And this is an OG retail copy of Heart, Bad Animals with the original inner sleeve. Heart's a $5 start, so is Richard Pryor. Everything in this bin is $6.99, including Felix on Average White Band. That is sold to $6.99. The metal record, Jared, it's called Saint. I forgot about that. That and Bruce is back here behind me. Saint. Time's End. I'll put that up for auction here in just a second. Give me one moment on that one. Okay, so next is Harry Chapin Living Room Suite. Harry Chapin is $6.99. Also, we have John Denver, Back Home Again, $6.99. John Denver, Back Home Again. John Denver Autograph, Back to Back Denver, $6.99. And Grimes Rockin' Duck, that is sealed from 1976. Grimes Rockin' Duck, not for sure on that, but it's $6.99. A Look Inside, Joe South. Joe South is sealed from 1972. That is sealed, and the Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits on Earth. The Fifth Dimension, $6.99. $6.99. Aquarius, Let the Sunshine In, $6.99. Let's put that right there. Let's go back up to the top. I think that's Grimm's, maybe not Grimes, maybe Grimm's, Grimms. I don't think that has anything to do with Grimes, like the new artist. Back up to the top, Heart was at 5, Heart was at 10, Heart was at 5, Heart was at 7. We have Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. Yes, he's holding an acoustic guitar. Richard Pryor 5, Richard Pryor 5, Richard Pryor 8, Heart 11, Cynthia Herdron on Grimes. And I want to just clarify, I don't think that's something from the 70s called Grimm's. But Cynthia, I'm going to go ahead and put you down for it, $6.99. Heart 15, Richard Pryor 9, Debbie Winstead on F. I think that was for Fifth Dimension. Mike was second, Debbie was next, Tammy. Debbie was first, then Mike, then Tammy, Richard Pryor 12, and we have Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $6.99. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $6.99 for Netherlands. Harry Chapin, Heads and Tails, $6.99 for Harry Chapin. Rufus, Seal in Red. Rufus is $6.99. Outlaws, Playing to Win. Outlaws is $6.99. And King Swamp, $6.99 for King Swamp with a hop sticker on it. And Foghat Night Shift. Foghat is $6.99. $6.99. So we had Richard Pryor at 12, Richard Pryor at 15, Cynthia Herdron on DF. DF was for Dan Fogelberg. That's sold to Cynthia for $6.99. Vicki Allison 13 on Richard Pryor. We was already at 15. Gregory Gasky first on the Harry Chapin. Felix first on the Rufus. Seal in Red, that's sold to Felix. Richard Pryor 16. Richard Pryor 16. The last bit I seen on Heart, very crisp cover on Bad Animals. The last bit I had on that was John Smetzer at $15. John has that for $15. Final call. Doug Kershaw, the Louisiana Man, has a gold stamp promo. Doug Kershaw, $6.99. And the Tatum Solo Masterpieces, $6.99. We have Dan Fogelberg High Country Snows, $6.99 on Dan Fogelberg. Also, Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero and LaBelle. Laura Nero, $6.99. New bids on Richard Pryor now at $18 and Hearts at $16. Let's take a quick time out to tag a few records, then show a few books. Felix Solis gets Art Tatum. That's sold to Felix for $6.99. Hearts at $20 with John Smetzer. And we have the new Rolling Stone Record Guide. The new Rolling Stone Record Guide, $6.99. Cynthia's been buying these. She may want this one as well. Looks like another reference manual, Rolling Stones Record Guide. That's $6.99. Here's another vintage John Lennon book. Lennon Remembers the Rolling Stones interviews. Has the original dust jacket on it. That is now $19.99. $19.99. Lennon Remembers. And it's a hardback book, 1971 second printing. 1971 second printing. Kind of looks like a Rolling Stone. Kind of looks like a Rolling Stone cover. That's a hardback book. John Lennon, $19.99. And the Beatles and Their Generation, Shout. Revised and updated. Shout. 14. The Beatles and Their Generations. The Beatles and Their Generations, $14.99. So I'm assuming that is about the Beatles and the stuff of their generation when they grew up listening to music. And the next one is a Beatles book. We'll stop there. Okay, so back up to the top, we had Heart 16. Did we pull Art Tatum for Felix? It looks like we did. Terry is out on Heart. John Smetzer bid 20. Richard Pryor 20. Heart $22.50. We'll call that 23. We'll keep bid increments at $1, please. Richard Pryor's at 19. Cynthia Herdron wants the Rolling Stone Reference Manual book. That is sold to Cynthia. Chris was second. Richard Pryor 21. Eric Gooden wants the Laura Nero for $6.99. Cynthia also wants the Shout Beatles book. Heart's at 23. Craig says he'll be right back. And we have Heart at 24 and Heart at 24. The Fabulous Rhinestones, $6.99. The Fabulous Rhinestones and Loggins and Messina, So Fine. Loggins and Messina, So Fine. $6.99 for Loggins and Messina. and Loggins and Messina self-titled is $6.99. Update on Richard Pryor. The last bid I had on that was Justin Chase at $21. Shane Devers, you're out. Hearts at $27 with Nicole Moyer. Ricky Lee Jones, the magazine, $6.99. And Warm Thoughts, Mar Vista. Warm Thoughts is on 2014 on blue vinyl. Warm Thoughts, Mar Vista, $6.99. Davey Winston on RS. RS was for Rhinestones, maybe. Sell that to Davey Winston for $6.99. Gregory Gasky on LM. That was Ricky Lee, maybe. Let's see. Loggins and Messina right here in front of me. And Gregory, there was two different ones. Let me know if you want So Fine, or I think this one's actually self-titled. You get dibs on either ones. Richard Pryor's at $25, now $26. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A. has a promo stamp. It is a white label promo, $6.99 on Brewer and Shipley. Gregory says he'll take both L&M's. Those are both sold to Gregory Gasky. Hart is now out with John Smetzer. Nicole Moyer has that for $27. Final call. Country Joe McDonald on my own. Country Joe McDonald is $6.99. And the Four Seasons, the Genuine Imitation Life Gazette magazine, the Four Seasons, that's $6.99. Richard Pryor, by the way, is sealed. It is unopened. Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits. Shane Devers has that for $30. Grace Sleek, Welcome to the Wrecking Ball, $6.99. We're right in the middle of a discount bin. Everything in this bin is $6.99. Also, we have Super Bow by Vassar Clements. Super Bow, $6.99. And Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney. Chips and Wisdom has a ventriloquist doll on the front from 1959, $6.99. And Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. First track is Hot Legs, $6.99 on Rod Stewart. Okay, Richard Pryor, $30. Now $31 with Justin Chase. Davey Winston wants KS. KS was for Brewer and Shipley, Country Joe. We have Four Seasons, Grace Slick, Vassar Clements. And I'm not for sure. We'll skip over that. We'll give Neil Brashear the Vassar Clements for $6.99. Gerald Guilford on the Brewer and Shipley. We'll sell that Brewer and Shipley promo to Gerald Guilford. Cassie Center first to Rod Stewart. That is sold to Cassie Center. Pam Deacons was second. Jeffrey DeLong third. Felix wants the Grace Slick. That's sold to Felix Solis for $6.99. And Stephen A. Young wants the Paul Winchell. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Let's also go ahead and sell this Heart to Nicole Moyer. Heart is sold to Nicole Moyer for $27, and Richard Pryor is at $31. Debbie is wanting the Gray Slick. I think that may be what her KS comment was for. So there's a Gray Slick in there that went to Felix. Give that to Debbie instead. She got auto-corrected to KS instead of GS. Next is Stories for $6.99. That's in VG condition. Let me show these two books right quick, though. We have Yesterday, The Beatles, Once Upon a Time. It's a hardback book for $19.99. The Beatles, Once Upon a Time. Hardback book for $19.99. The Beatles. And Born to Run, the Bruce Springsteen story. Looks like it's kind of vintage. $19.99. Bruce Springsteen. Born to Run, the Bruce Springsteen story from 1979. Yes, this was printed in 1979. This is a vintage paperback. $19.99 on those. So we have Shane Devers at $35 on Richard Pryor, and Cynthia wants the Beatles Yesterday book. That's sold to Cynthia. Next is Ian Lloyd and Stories, EX condition $6.99. Stephen Stills Live, one side's acoustic, one side's electric, VG Plus $6.99. Bright Side of Music. What is a K-Tel record doing in the discount bin? The Bright Side of Music, K-Tel, $6.99. $6.99 on K-Tel in the discount bin. That's something you don't see every day. Let me step over here and see what else I've got. Let me grab this. And this, and this, and this, and that, and I've got ourselves 5 new auctions. Okay, and the Saint record. Yes, I've been holding off on this. We have Saint, some sort of metal record, one of the rare, scarce metal, or one of the rare leftover metal records from Metal Night. This is called Saint. It's Time's End, has a little bit of damage here. It was a radio station copy, WXLV. Came in on February 1987. Other than that spot right there, the cover looks very nice, and of course the vinyl is very nice. And we're going to start that for just $15. And I think we had it marked for over $50. Saint is a $15 start. Now up for auction. $15 start on that. Richard Pryor is at $35, now $36. Of course, Stacy gets the K-Tel record for $6.99. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. Brian C. gets Stories. There was 2 different ones, Brian C. There was self-titled and Ian Lloyd in stories, which I'm assuming you want this one here. So we'll go ahead and give that one to Brian C. Do you have any Blu-rays not available right now? And Gerald Guilford wants Bright, and Bright was Bright. I'm not for sure. I'll see what he wants on that. Richard Pryor 40, Saint 1515, and Gregory Gasky wants Stephen Stills. Okay, the name of the Saint album is Time's End. Time's End. Saint Time's End. Everything in here is $6.99. Continuing with Firefall, self-titled. That's $9.99 for Firefall. Timepiece, The Rascals' Greatest Hits, VG condition, $6.99. Moth the Hoople, this is Mad Shadows, VG condition, $9.99 for Moth the Hoople. Just Me, Give Me a Little Bit More Time, the chairman of the board. That's a great song. Give Me a Little Bit More Time. VG condition, chairman of the board, $6.99. And we have the Tubes remote control. The Tubes is in EX condition, $6.99. EX condition, $6.99. We have Saint at $20. We have Davey Winston on FF. That's for Firefall. Brian C. wanted the self-titled stories. That's the one we gave him. And Faithful, Todd Rundgren, does have a stain down here in the corner. No condition notes on the vinyl, $6.99. Now, Richard Pryor, we got the $40 of Shane Devers. The other bidder was Justin Chase. Justin, let me know if you want back in, because Richard has it, or excuse me, Shane has it for $40. That is a sealed copy at $40. Then we had Sane at $17, then $25. Davey Winston wants COTB, chairman of the board. That's sold to Davey Winston for $6.99. Craig Thomas first on the Tubes. That's sold to Craig Thomas for $6.99. Saints now at $30. Saints at $22. Saints at $25. The Mad Scene. The Mad Scene is $6.99. Maybe a compilation. Money Guns, The Healer, Go West, Water Dog, Maybe a Moment. Or those are the, no, those are the tracks. Hold on a second. The White Sisters, The Dan Spooner, Ivory Library, Paul Black and the Flip Kings. That's $6.99. And we have Rockin' the Guess Who. That's $6.99. Rockin' the Guess Who. $6.99 on that. Okay, so we had an out on Richard Pryor, so that means I am about to sell that to Shane Devers for $40. Next was Saint. The last thing I said was 25 with Jared, but Jared was already in at 30. Tommy Flowers first to Mad Scene for $6.99. Cynthia was second. Brian Arrigo third. Blade fourth. Paul Beck sixth. Saints at 35. Also Status Quo, Hello. Status Quo, Hello in shrink wrap. $6.99 for Status Quo, Hello. $6.99. And Sunfighter, Paul Cantor and Grace Slick, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Sunfighter, Paul Cantor and Grace Slick. Ray Charles, Modern Sounds and Country and Western Music. That is in VG condition, $6.99. Ray Charles, Modern Sounds and Country and Western Music. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, VG Plus $6.99. Richard Pryor is going to Shane Devers for $40. The new high bid on Saint is $40. That's the new high bid on Saint for $40. I'm going to move that right over here, and I'm going to introduce up for auction now a Bruce Springsteen live. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band live, 75 to 85, 5 LP box set, $25 start. $25 start, 5 LP box set. This is Bruce Springsteen live. It's a live compilation set from 75 to 85. They made it on vinyl, CD, and cassette. I've bought some people's collections, and they've had all 3 of them. They may have made it on 8-track, too. Maybe they did. Maybe I bought somebody's collection. They had all 4 of them. $25 start, 5 LP, no condition notes, super clean, $25 start on Bruce. All right, Saint, we got the $35, then $40. Felix wanted Sun. That was Sunfighter for $6.99. Nicole Moyer wanted Ray Charles, also $6.99, and so did Gerald Guilford. Gerald, you were second. A Different Drummer, Buddy Rich, VG condition, $6.99. Flip Wilson, Cowboys and Colored People. Flip Wilson's in VG Plus condition for $6.99. Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons. No condition notes on Carole. Carole is $6.99 for Rhymes and Reasons. Very clean copy. Also, we have Arlo Guthrie, Washington County, VG, $6.99. Brian Arrigo wants Flip Wilson for $6.99. We have a bid with Terry Gearhart on Springsteen at $25. Vicky was first on FW. That was Flip Wilson. Vicky, you were second. I'm going to go grab some more books. First, though, I'm going to put these back up. Last call, Born to Run, the Bruce Springsteen story from 1979. Vintage paperback, $19.99. And an original, Lennon Remembers, the Rolling Stones interviews. That's a hardback book, $19.99, and I said that was printed in 1971. That was printed in 1971. That's $19.99. Final call on those. Craig Thomas needs to put back the tubes. He already has it. And Saints now at $43. Saint times ends at $43. Final call on the Bruce Springsteen box at $25 with Terry Gearhart. Very quickly, I'm going to recap this $6.99 bin before I put up some more. I'll probably go through a little bit of new vinyl. We have not shown one new LP yet tonight. Like I said, it's a snow day here at Coletco. So I'm missing John and Paul, who normally would have stuff ready for me. Hopefully they can make it here tomorrow, but I mean, the roads are going to be just as bad, so I'm not kind of counting on it. Tonight, after the show, I'm going to immediately start getting ready for tomorrow, just in case they're not here. If they happen to show up, then we'll have an amazing sale, because we'll have a lot of stuff ready to price. But we've had some great auctions tonight, and it's actually just some stuff that's been casually laying around in bins. I've been putting them up for $5 starts and letting them roll. The newest high bid on Saints at $45. Phil S. wants the tubes that Craig's being put back. The Bruce Springsteen box is live, 75 to 85, 5 LPs, EX Plus Near Mint Minus with the book, and that's a final call. That's a final call for $25. Where are we located? We are located in Lebanon, Tennessee, just about 30, 40 minutes east of Nashville, Lebanon, Tennessee. We actually have a store here, but if you want to buy records, you might as well just watch here live every night. Or you can come to the store. If you've never been here, then you can dig literally for hours. We have about 10,000 albums out on the floor for sale. The Guess Who, rocking, $6.99. Let's recap these. Everything in here is $6.99. The Guess Who, Color Me Bad, I, Amor, Me, Amor, 12-inch single for $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $6.99. Captain and Tennille Dream, Emmylou Harris, Cimarron, Harry Chapin Living Room Suite with promo stickers. John Denver, Back Home Again. John Denver Autograph. Everything in here is $6.99, including Joe South, A Look Inside, Outlaws Playing to Win, King Swamp, Foghat Night Shift, and Doug Kershaw, the Louisiana Man. All these are $6.99. So we have a new bid. We have a new bid on Bruce Springsteen for $30 with Rami Lou. That means Terry Gearhart, you've been outbid. Crystal Newman wants CMB. CMB stands for Color Me Bad. That's sold to Crystal Newman for $6.99. Michael Golston, you were first to the John Denvers, and he wants Back Home Again. So autograph is still available. John Denver autograph. That is $6.99. And we have, what was next? Corey Gaston first on the Emmylou Harris. That's sold to Corey Gaston for $6.99. John Duran, you were second on Color Me Bad. Michael Bolston did get that. Jared McLaughlin's in on the Bruce Springsteen box now at $30. Sam Squatch out on Saint. Chris, you were second on John Denver. Bruce Springsteen, $32.32. So we have an out on Saint. I think Sam Squatch is going to end up getting that now for $47. No, he just said out. Gerald has it for $46. So the high bid on Saint times in is $46. Final call on that. Bruce Springsteen is now at $32. Blade Singletary was in first. Now we got 4 bidders on it. Continuing for $6.99, Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. Fogelberg is $6.99. Ricky Lee Jones, The Magazine, $6.99. Also, we have all kinds of amazing sealed records still from that Michigan collection. The first about 15 auctions tonight was a few that I got ready, and they were some great ones. And I've got a whole nother crate over here pulled that I'm going to start working on for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have some more amazing sealed records. And if we're here where we can get deliveries, we should have new vinyl, and we should have Japanese stuff as well. Felix Salas wants Swamp King. King Swamp, that is. That's sold to Felix Salas. Warm Thoughts, Mar Vista, 2014 pressing on blue vinyl. Everything in here is $6.99. There's Mar Vista. Also, Country Joe McDonald, On My Own. The Four Seasons, Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground. The Rascals' Greatest Hits, that was in VG condition. Mott the Hoople, Mad Shadows, also in VG condition. Faithful, Todd Runger. No condition notes on the vinyl. Does have a stain in the corner, $6.99. Another copy of the Guess Who Rockin'. Status Quo, Hello. Arlo Guthrie. A Different Drummer, Buddy Rich, Carole King, Rhymes and Reasons, and Arlo Guthrie, Washington County. That was a VG copy for $6.99. New bids on Bruce Springsteen, $35, now $40. Steve Lackey wants the Mott the Hoople Mad Shadows for $6.99. Debbie Winstead wants the Rascals' Greatest Hits. the VG copy right here for $6.99. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Let's go ahead and sell Gerald Guilford. Let's go ahead and sell Gerald Guilford the Saint album for $46. I thought somebody claimed Warm Thoughts. You couldn't find it. Warm Thoughts. I don't remember that. Warm Thoughts still here. Who wanted Warm Thoughts? Brian Arrigo. Was it Brian? If so, go ahead and sell that to Brian for $6.99. Reed Gregory gets the Carole King for $6.99. The high bid on Bruce Springsteen is at $40 with Romelu. Romelu has that for $40. Our next auction is going to be Elvis Presley, sealed, a Canadian tribute on gold vinyl. This is Elvis Presley, a Canadian tribute. It is sealed on gold vinyl. Does have a breach down here. The corner's exposed. Sealed. This was pressed in Canada. It's on yellow vinyl, a Canadian tribute. It is sealed, $10 start. Elvis Presley, sealed, $10 start. That's now up for auction. Bruce is at $40. We have an out, so Romelu has Bruce for $40. Final call on that. Anybody else on anything in this bin? Anybody else on anything in this bin? Let me know. If not, I'm going to go get our next crate, which I think I'm going to just keep right here behind me. Let me stack this one. I still got the crates from Saturday Night Show over here behind me a little bit. And Floyd Furman wants Arlo Guthrie. Now, Floyd, there was two different Arlos. There was Hobo's Lullaby, and there was Washington County. Let me know which one you want. Elvis is at 10, 15, 12, and 15. And Felix wants Buddy Rich. Still selling out of here. Those are sold, and we'll see which one Floyd wants. Elvis is at 17. Okay, I did say I'm going to at least go through at least one bin of new vinyl that I have here on the table. So let's run through those right quick and see what is, let's see here. May go through, actually, first thing I need to do is go to the back and grab, let me go ahead and grab another $6.99 bin right quick. Let me go ahead and get that up there. So I'll be right back. I got another $6.99 bin right over here. Okay, y'all should be able to hear me now. Also, I think it's worth noting that about 6:30 earlier, somebody came up to the door and thought we were open, which I thought was very interesting. Literally, the entire town shut down, and somebody came up to the door and thought we were open for business. And there's like a half foot of snow outside. You just never know, though. All right. So, JJ wanted Foghat, Todd Rundgren, and Magazine also sold, and both Arlo Guthries. We sold 6 other records out of that bin. Arlo Guthrie, also Todd Rundgren. What else? Ricky Lee Jones, the Magazine, and the Foghat. Those are all sold for $6.99, Tanner. So first we'll give Floyd Arlo. We have, let's see here. We have J.J. Wilson wants Foghat. And we have Ricky Lee Jones Magazine. And we have, so JJ got Foghat and Todd, and then Ricky Lee Jones Magazine, so to Gregory Gasky. Okay, we have, so Bruce, are we done on Bruce? $40 to Romelu, Bruce Springsteen, $40. That is sold to Romelu. Elvis Canadian Tribute. Elvis Canadian Tribute, the last thing I said on that was 12, 15, 17, 17, 20, 25, then 20. Kicks is $39.99. We have Ricky Lee Jones Magazine, both Arlo, Elvis 30 and Elvis 33. Everything in here, I meant to go through some new vinyl, but I've already set this right here. Let's go ahead and keep going through some $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. We have John Cougar, American Fool, VG Plus, $6.99 for John Cougar, American Fool. Mr. I Wear the Face, VG Plus condition. Mr. John Cougar, and Mr. All these are $6.99. War, Deliver the Word. War is now $6.99. I actually don't even have a sticker on it. War is it may be sealed. War actually may be sealed, $6.99. We have Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. EX condition, $6.99. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero is $6.99. And the Staple Singers, VG condition, $9.99. Brooks at 33. Angela bid 33 on Elvis. Brooke bid 35. Tammy Cleveland wants Mr. Mister. That's sold to Tammy Cleveland for $6.99. We have Mike Torres put IF. I don't know what that was for. And then we have Matt Lawson first on John Cougar. That's sold for $6.99. Tammy second on Mr. Mister. Jamie Butler second on John Cougar. Felix on the War, which I think is actually sealed. Chris Bijak second. Davey Winston third. Mike Torres. He put JC. That was for John Cougar. So he put JC and he got auto-corrected to IF. So actually, Tanner, Mr. Mister sold to Tammy Cleveland. Mike Torres gets to John Cougar Mellencamp. And then War is sold to Felix Solis. Then Chris Bijak. Then Debbie Winstead. And then Trevor Melsha wants LF for Little Feat. Elvis Presley's now at 37. Cynthia Herdron was second. Tommy Flowers first on Staples. And we have Anthony Gray third on Little Feat. We have Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. What's next? VG Plus condition, $6.99. Roger Daughtry, Ride a Rock Horse, VG Plus $6.99. And Kim Carnes, Romance Dance. Kim Carnes is $6.99. Kim Carnes, Romance Dance, $6.99. And Roger Daughtry from The Who, one of his solo albums, for $6.99. Let's get a new auction going. Angela's the high bidder on Elvis at 37. Our next auction is going to be John Prine. John Prine. This is John Prine, his self-titled debut album. It's in VG Plus condition. Has a little bit of writing. A. Faulkner wrote his name on the cover. I almost said Rockefeller. I was like, wow, a Rockefeller on this. This is a 75 Rockefeller address. 4-digit Atlantic, very clean copy. $25 start on John Prine. $25 start on John Prine. Back up to the top, we had Blade Singletary put MR, and that was for Frank Marino. Blade Singletary first on that for $6.99. Mike McGinnis was second. Elvis is sealed Canadian Tribute, which is going to be on gold or yellow vinyl. That's going to be on gold, yellow vinyl, $40 of Brooke Paget. Harry Chapin, Living Room Suite. There's another Harry Chapin, $6.99. The Monkees, their self-titled debut album. It's in mono, VG condition, $6.99. The Monkees is $6.99. It's in VG condition. Carpenters, Close to You. The Carpenters is $6.99. And Dion's Greatest Hits, $6.99 for Dion's Greatest Hits. Dion's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Dion, $6.99 on that. Also, we have John Butcher Wishes, no condition note, $6.99 for John Butcher Wishes, $6.99, and Air Supply, $6.99. So, back up to the top, we had Elvis at $40, John Prine $25.25, Pam Dickens first on the Monkees for $6.99, John R. was second, Jackie Reynolds was third, Elvis is now at $45, Jane Fink fourth on the Monkees, Michael Ruckman fifth, Elvis Presley $41, but we already have a bid of $45. Felix 6 on the Monkees. John Nazarko first on Dion. John Prine 28. Elvis is at 55. Rom Shindell first on the Carpenters. So to Rob Shindell. Jared McLaughlin first on HC. Harry Chapin. Paul Beck first on JB, which is John Butcher. And Debbie Winstead first on AS for Air Supply. Those are all sold for $6.99. Elvis is now at 60. We got two people tied at 30 on John Prine. Reed Gregory was in first. Dave Mason, Let It Flow. $6.99 on Dave Mason. The Manhattans, Dedicated to You. The Manhattans is in VG condition, $9.99. The Manhattans, Dedicated to You. Gary and the Pacemakers, I'll Be There. Gary and the Pacemakers is $6.99. Crosby and Nash, one of their solo albums. That's David Crosby and Graham Nash, $6.99 for Crosby and Nash. And Glass Derringer, starring Rick Derringer, that is $6.99. So John Prine, we had somebody else bid $30 actually, and then Angela Rachel's bid $60 on Elvis. Tammy Cleveland, you were second on Air Supply. Pam Dickens first on Man, that was for the Manhattans, and Debbie Winstead first on GP, which for Gary and the Pacemakers. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Dave Mason is not on blue vinyl. Dave Mason is on black vinyl. Michael Ruckman first on Glass Derringer, $6.99. We have Crosby and Nash for $6.99. So James Zuppe, that means Do you want to bid more than 30? Because Reed has you beat at 30. You bid 30, but Reed came in first. Final call on that to him for 30. Brooks at 65 on Elvis. Roger Daughtry, one of the boys. Roger Daughtry is $6.99. Firefall, Luna C. No condition notes on Firefall, $6.99. And Steve Hackett, Please Don't Touch. Steve Hackett from Genesis, original inner sleeve. It does have a clip corner, $6.99. Lucas bid 35 on John Prine. And so, yeah, we had another bidder. Reed bid 30. James bid 30. Now Lucas is at 35. Angela's out on Elvis. James is out on John Prine. So, Reed, it's back to you now. Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling. Wet Willie, that's $6.99 for Wet Willie. And we have Coliseum, Those Who Are About to Die Salute You. Coliseum, $6.99. Those Who Are About to Die Salute You. $6.99. Coliseum. Also, this is High on Emotion, DHR. High on Emotion is DHR. Interesting. It's got some crazy track listings. That is $6.99. The artist is Shazoo. Shazoo from 1997, $6.99. All right, so we have an out on Elvis. Brooke has that for $65. Final call. We have Phil S. first on SH. That was for Steve Hackett. Reed's also out on John Prine. Lucas has John Prine for $35. Final call. Tony Freeman on Firefall. That's so to Tony Freeman. Jeff Williams, John Prine is a vintage copy of John Prine, his self-titled album. No condition notes on the vinyl. It's a 75, or it has an address. I don't have the exact pressing. 75 Rockefeller should be, I don't want to say. It's a 4-digit. It has PR, pressed well. I think an 1841 Broadway should be the original of that, just like a copy of Led Zeppelin 4 come out the same year. So I'm going to say that's like a 75 pressing of that album based on what I think, based on matrix and label markings. Mike McGinnis first on Willie. That's Wet Willie, $6.99. Jesse was second. And Phil Scarapto wants the Coliseum, also $6.99. Let's go ahead and say Lucas has John Prine for a final call of $35, and Brooke gets Elvis for $65. That's sold to Brooke for $65. I'm also about to sell John Prine. Our next auction is Jimi Hendrix. It's called Jimi Hendrix in Concert. It's a springboard, which is borderline being an unofficial, but it's technically billed as an official springboard. It's got some cover damage. It has a seam split up there. It has chipping along the top. Jimi Hendrix in Concert, $5 start. Jimi Hendrix in Concert, $5 start. We have Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow. Chris Christopherson is $6.99. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, in shrink wrap. That's $6.99. The Skyliners, Once Upon a Time. The Skyliners is $6.99. The Beach Boys, 20 Golden Greats. The Beach Boys, 20-track compilation from the UK. $6.99 on the Beach Boys. And John Denver autograph. This time, it's sealed. We had one left over in the last bin. This one is sealed, $6.99. I'm going to step over here to the bookcase. Nobody wants my Bruce Springsteen, Jerry Garcia, Rock and Roll Treasures, Bruce Springsteen Cavern, Bruce Springsteen or John Lennon book. So I'll grab some new stuff. Let me put these, I'll put these back in the top left corner so I know what I have and have not gone through. That is a very big book. I'm sure somebody will want it though. Looks like something Cynthia would buy. This is also a very big book, some kind of reference book. There's a John Lennon paperback. There's a Beatles book. And we'll grab another Beatles book. There's 5 very thick books here. 2 that are very thick, some kind of reference books. And time to go through some more. Let's see what's going on over here on the chat now. So back to my station. We have Pam Dickens first on Chris Christopherson for $6.99. That's sold to Pam. Shane Deaver second. Felix bid 5 on Jimmy. Debbie Winstead first on the Beach Boys. So to Debbie Winstead. We have Vicki Allison second. We had Stacy Metternich third. Pam Dickens first on John Denver. Jane Fink fourth on Beach Boys. Debbie Winstead second on John Denver. Jeff Williams third. Felix fifth on the Beach Boys. And Justin Chase on Elvis Presley. That's sold to Justin for $6.99. Lucas gets to John Prine for $35. Right now, there's only one bid on Jimi Hendrix for $5 to Felix Solis. Felix has that for $5, final call. One of our first auctions tonight was a sealed 84 UKOG of Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. Here is a USOG gold stamp promo, now just a $5 start. I don't know what's going on with the cover. It looks like maybe some kind of promo informational strip was, it looks like that was probably that timing strip because it's a promo. The label's not marked promo. $5 start though. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. That's something was torn off the cover at some point. Gatefold, $5 start on that. So that's our next two auctions. Okay, we have Jimi Hendrix now at 10. The Coasters, the early years of 1971 pressing. The Coasters, their greatest recording, $6.99. The Buddy Holly Story. This is on the original red label. VG Plus condition, $6.99. That's on the original red coral label. The Buddy Holly Story. That's one of the OG pressings of that. $6.99. Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind. VG Plus, $6.99. Jeff Murphy and Salt, VG Plus condition, $6.99 for Jeff Murphy and Salt. Spirit, VG condition for $6.99. And Saga, Worlds Apart. Saga's an EX condition, also $6.99. We have Illegal Steals, Stephen Steals, VG condition for $9.99. Stephen Steals, Illegal Steals, $6.99. So Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for 10. Felix Salas, you're out. Brian C. bid 5 on Frankie. Pam Dickens first to BH, which was Buddy Holly for $6.99. John Nazarko second. Tom Moran third. Vicky Allison fourth. Tim Jernigan first on Willie Nelson. We had Jeffrey DeLong. You were next on Buddy Holly. Leslie next on Willie Nelson. Noah next on Buddy Holly. Tony Freeman first on Saga. And Brent also next on Willie Nelson. All right, we have a book called The Beatles from A to Z, Peter Asher, an alphabetical mystery tour. That is $9.99, written by Peter Asher. Hardback Beatles book, that's $9.99. Also, Lennon Remembers, John Lennon Remembers, another vintage paperback, $9.99, Lennon Remembers. And this is a 1971 paperback. Not for sure exactly which pressing or printing. That's $9.99. Here's a gigantic reference manual. All Music Guide, 21,000 album reviews. The Expert's Guide to the Best CDs, Albums, and Tapes. 20,000 albums, 4,000 artists, $9.99. It is a major reference manual. All kinds of reviews, information, catalog numbers. Cynthia Herdren wants the All Music Guide. And we have another book here, which is a hardback, and it's called Rock Record, Enlarged, Revised, Expanded. This is $9.99, A Collector's Directory of Music Albums and Musicians. A Collector's Guide to Musicians' Albums and Musicians. Wow. I think this will tell you like who played on what. Some kind of Buddy Holly insert in there. That's some kind of major reference manual. Jim Keltner. I saw, just flipping through, I saw his name like 2 or 3 times. Steve Miller. Interesting. All right, that's over here. So let's go back up to the top and do this in order. So we had Frankie Goes to Hollywood for 10. Frankie Goes to Hollywood for 12. Cynthia got that. Felix is backing on Jimmy at 12. Stacy put RR, Rock Record. I think Stacy's going to get this book, so that's sold to Stacy. The one on the bottom sold to Cynthia. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. Jimi Hendrix, 15. We have, which Saga record was that? It's already sold. We have Cynthia second on the book. Brian C. wants Frankie Goes to Hollywood. That's at 14. So Frankie Goes to Hollywood's at 14. Jimi Hendrix is at 12. The Beach Boys' Greatest Hits, 61 to 63. Also $6.99. We have Sha Na Na, Rock and Roll is Here to Stay. Sha Na Na is $6.99. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers. Rare Earth is $6.99. Woody Guthrie, Dust Bowl Ballads, 14 rare performances. And it is actually sealed. Sealed Woody Guthrie, $6.99. Horse Lips, The Man Who Built America. Horse Lips is $6.99. And Poco, Picking Up the Pieces. Poco is $6.99. Vicky Allison, first on BB for the Beach Boys. Debbie Winstead, second. Reed Gregory, third. John R. on RE for Rare Earth. That's so to John R. Pam Dickens on the Woody Guthrie. Felix, you were 1, 2, 3, fourth on the Beach Boys. Romelu, second on Woody Guthrie. Brian, third. Chris, fourth. Felix, fifth. Still have Poco, Horse Lips, and Sha Na Na. Jimi Hendrix is now a final call. Stephen Young is in at 15. So Stephen A. Young is the new high bidder on the Jimi Hendrix for $15. And the Frankie Goes to Hollywood got some new bids too. That was at 15 as well. So Cassie Center has that for 15, and Stephen A. Young has Jimi Hendrix for 15. Continuing for $6.99. Cat Stevens, Sitting. It's in shrink wrap. Cat Stevens $6.99. Always an interesting cover. It's a cat with like, I don't know what's going on there. Very interesting cover though for Cat Stevens. $6.99. Sitting Peter, Paul, and Mommy with hop sticker. Contains their hit Day Is Done. EX condition, $6.99. Also Ricky, as in Ricky Nelson. It's a 1960s pressing. 1960s pressing on the Liberty label. Does have some writing on the cover. $6.99. And Buddy Holly for the first time anywhere. Buddy Holly, VG Plus, $6.99. And the incredible string band, We Tam. Incredible string band, $6.99. Frankie Goes to Hollywood got a new bid with Thomas Hujar for $16. So that means Cassie was outbid. Debbie Winstead first to Cat Stevens. Debbie gets to Cat Stevens for $6.99. Felix is out on Jimmy, so I'm about to sell that to Stephen A. Young for $15. Tammy second on Cat Stevens. Jane Think third. Cassie's out on Frankie. Pam Dickens first on Ricky Nelson. Mike McGinnis second. Michael Ruckman third. New bid on Frankie Goes to Hollywood, $17. Thomas Hujar, you're out. And Neil Bashir wants the incredible string band for $6.99. We have Late at Night, Billy Preston. That's in shrink wrap, $6.99. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. No condition notes on Bobby and Glenn, $6.99. Clean, $6.99 on Bobby and Glenn. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. That is now $6.99. And so is the Everly Brothers, Nice Guys. The Everly Brothers, Nice Guys. It's in shrink wrap. It looks like a UK import. This is a UK import from the Everly Brothers, $6.99. And the Vintage Years, Del Shannon, $6.99. New bet on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Let's go ahead and sell Stephen A. Young the Hendrix for $15. That's sold to Stephen for $15. Sun City, Artist Against the Apartheid. That's $6.99. And we have the Best of Dave Mason, $6.99. Fred says, what Frankie? Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. The high bid is $18 of Thomas Hujar, going once, going twice. J.J. Wilson wants Spirit. Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. That is right here. That is sold to J.J. Wilson for $6.99. Jeffrey DeLong wants Sun City. That's sold to Jeffrey DeLong, $6.99. And we have Dixie Dregs, What If? Dixie Dregs is $6.99. Also, Dixie Dregs Free Fall, $6.99. Back-to-back Dixie Dregs. And Tom Jones Fever Zone, $6.99. And two more in here. Doug Kershaw, The Cajun Way. And Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Back-to-back Doug Kershaw's. Those are all $6.99. Definitely worth recapping that bin again for $6.99. Got one auction going, and I'm about to start a new one. It's a pretty clean looking copy of a classic album known as Neil Young Harvest. Let's take a look at it. Textured cover. Boy, wouldn't it be a lot better if his autograph was right there? Boy, that'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Gatefold. It has the lyric insert. That's a good start. Has the original textured lyric insert. Gatefold, Neil Young Harvest. Neil Young Harvest. And the vinyl is clean. EX Plus or better. I see Sterling, Lee Holko on the dead wax. Probably a really good sounding pressing. Heart of Gold, Old Man, Alabama. That is Neil Young Harvest, and that is a $15 start. Neil Young Harvest. Vintage copy with lyric insert gatefold. $15 start. Back up to the top. Brian C. bid $20 on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. That means Thomas Hujar, you got outbid. Jackson first on Dixie Dregs. He wants both. Pam Dickens on Tom Jones. Next comment was Vicki Allison, second on Tom Jones. Jared McLaughlin. Third on Dixie Dregs, or second on Dixie Dregs. Fred Carnell's at $20 on Frankie Goes to Hollywood. We already have a $20 bid with Brian C. Corey Gaston was third. He wants both Dregs. He says, actually, the first one, I think I got free fall even the other day. So Jackson only wants the red one. So this one is still available. I'll have to go back and order then and see who wanted that one. Next was Jared McLaughlin. Jared, you're next on Dixie Dregs. If you want free fall, it's sold to you. If not, it's sold to Corey Gaston. So Jared, let me know if you want free fall. If you say pass, it's sold to Corey Gaston. Thomas Hujar bid $21 on Frank Goes to Hollywood. Neil Young, $15, $18. Tim Jernigan put NG. I'm not for sure what that was. Let me know exactly. Maybe he was about to bid on Neil Young. It looks like it. Neil Young, $15, $21. Jeff Williams wants BP. And BP was, I'll let you clarify what that was. Frankie, $24, Neil, $24. Both auctions are at $24. Jared passed, so that's sold to Corey Gaston for $6.99. And there's one more book here I didn't show. The Beatles Years, Volume 3. Looks like some kind of magazine almost. The Making of the Masterpieces. That is $14.99. It's more like a book. If it's a magazine, it's like a very well done one. $14.99. It's more so like a larger paperback, glossy type book. And this is the Billy, excuse me, I was reading Jeff's comment. This is the Beatles Years, Volume 3, Making of the Masterpieces. Looks like when it was new, it was $19.99. Okay, Neil Young, 22, 25, 25, 25, 28. Jeff wants Billy Preston. All right, that's so did Jeff Williams. Okay. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's at 23 with Fred Carnell. Brian C's already bid 24. High bid on Frankie Goes to Hollywood's at 24. Neil Young's at 28. Let's go through the $6.99 stuff one more time. There's some great titles in there for $6.99. I don't know where y'all are at, but here in Lebanon, Tennessee, it is another snowy night. There's actually nothing falling from the sky, but it's still definitely cloudy, and it is cold, like 10 degrees cold. So we're going through some records. Hopefully you're somewhere warm and comfortable and buying some vinyl. We do this every night. If you're watching for the first time, we do this every single night here, every single night. And hopefully we're back to some kind of normal schedule by Tuesday or Wednesday. It's going to be a weird week when people can't get here. When we have 4 or 5 other employees who can't get here, it really slows us down. So bear with us this week. We're going to have a lot of messages and a lot of people hop on during the sale that don't realize we're in a blizzard here in Tennessee. So we'll get it figured out. Okay. Brian C's about to get Frank Goes to Hollywood. If anybody else wants Neil Young, you need to bid very quickly. If not, say out, and we'll move on to something else. Here's what's left for $6.99. Roger Daltrey, Ride a Rock Horse. VG Plus $6.99 for Roger Daltrey. Kim Carnes, Romance Dance, that's $6.99. We have Roger Daltrey for $6.99. Crosby and Nash, self-titled, $6.99, no condition notes. Dave Mason, Let It Flow, $6.99. Crosby and Nash, The Best Of Crosby and Nash, $6.99. Roger Daltrey, One of the Boys, that's $6.99. 3 Roger Daltrys there. This is Shizou, Shizou, and that's from 1997. That's $6.99. The Skyliners, Once Upon a Time, $6.99. We have the Coasters, the early years, their greatest recordings, $6.99 for the Coasters. Also, Jeff Murphy and Salt, VG Plus $6.99. Stephen Stills, Illegal Steals, VG Condition $6.99. And Rock and Roll Is Here to Stay, Sha-Na-Na, $6.99. Rock and Roll Is Here to Stay. Horse Lips, The Man Who Built America, is $6.99. And we have Poco, Picking Up the Pieces, $6.99. So first we have Tim Jernigan said out. John Smetzer said out. Tammy Cleveland put RD. If that's for Roger Daltrey, you have 3 to pick from, or you can take all 3. One of the Boys, self-titled, and Ride a Rock Horse. Tammy, you're first, and then we'll skip that for right now. Blade wants the Shizuko, perhaps. That is sold to Blade for $6.99. Brian said he would possibly be interested in all 3 Roger Daltrys. We'll see what Tammy Cleveland says first. Next is Gregory Gasky says CN both. So first, let's go ahead and give Tammy all 3 of these. $6.99, $6.99, $6.99. Gregory Gasky first on CN. CN was Crosby and Nash, and Crosby and Nash. That's sold to Gregory and Gregory, and it's also time to end some auctions, Tanner. Frankie Goes to Hollywood is sold to Brian C. for $24, and Neil Young is sold for $28 to Reed Gregory. Back down to the bottom, we have Jackie Reynolds wants Sha-Na-Na for $6.99. That's sold to Jackie for $6.99. Also, Peter Paul and Mommy, EX $9.99. Buddy Holly for The First Time Anywhere, VG Plus. This contains all previously unreleased versions, $6.99. We have Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. This is $6.99. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. That is $6.99. Also, the Everly Brothers, Nice Guys. That's in shrink wrap, $6.99. We have the Vintage Years, Del Shannon. That is a 2LP, $6.99. Dave Mason, The Very Best Of. Another Doug Kershaw and another Doug Kershaw. Jackie Reynolds says she'll take BH, and Brian says I asked before on the Daltrey. Let me go back and see what's going on with that. So Jackie Reynolds got BH for Buddy Holly, and Tim Jernigan got BG. BG was for Bobby Gentry. Those are sold and sold. Okay, Brian says he has first on Daltrey. So are you talking about before you said Roger Daltrey bundle for all 3? Let me go back up even further then. Let's see here. 2139.37. Roger Daughtry bundle for 3 for 15. I see that. It was 26 minutes ago, but it's still on my screen, it looks like. So, let me know if you want them all for $6.99. Because actually, so Tammy, there was actually somebody before you a long time ago. He asked for a bundle price. These are sticker, but he did inquire about it. He was probably waiting for me to say something or come back around to him, and then he asked again, but then you beat him, but he actually had already asked before. So if you want them, Brian, you can have them all for $6.99. If not, then they're Tammy. We'll leave Tammy's name already on them. So up to you. You did get that in. I didn't even see it. That must have been when I was really slamming out names, because I didn't even see that. Okay, let me go back through. Let me find some auctions, which I have right over here. Let me grab a few things out of this bin and see what we have going on here. Let me see if I can get to some of this stuff right here right quick. All right, this will be a great time, since we're talking about weather, for everybody to let me know where you're watching from across the country. So I know we have a lot of people watching from all points, so if you could let me know where you're watching from, that'd be fantastic, and we'll see where everybody's at and where everybody's watching from. There's some people watching very quietly. They're not going to let me know where they're watching from. I do have a lot of people who just monitor this page and they never say a word, but they definitely keep close tabs on me. I know who those people are too. A lot of people watch very quietly every night. They never say a word. I know they're on here though. So we have. Let me go back up to the front. He says. Let's see. We had Bobby Gentry, Jeff. Eric Gooden wants the Jeff Murphy and Salt for $6.99. So that is sold to. That was the next $6.99. That is Eric Gooden. He gets that. Brian says it's let Tammy have them. So Brian, you get those. Brian, I can find you some more Roger Daltrey. There is probably no telling how many Roger Daltrey albums. I can come you up those 3 albums. It may take me a little bit of while to flip through some bins, but they'll pop up for sure. We have viewers in South Carolina, California, Chattanooga, Indiana, Denver, -7 degrees. California, Chicago, West Virginia. Nicole is in Tennessee, Kentucky, Washington, Arkansas, Chicago, South Carolina, Nevada, Connecticut, Minnesota, Dakota, Indiana, Woodbury, Arizona, Houston, and Vancouver, Canada. Here's what's left in this $6.99 bin. Kershaw, Mason, Shannon, Everly, Springfield, Peter Paul, Mommy, Poco, Horslip, Stephen Stills, Coaster, Skyliners, Mason, and Kim Carnes. Those are all $6.99 discount bin. I'm going to put those right there. I'm going to introduce 2 new auctions. First, at a reduced price, is It's Hard by The Who. This is a 2022 Record Store Day orange and yellow vinyl. A 2022 Record Store Day orange and yellow vinyl. This is got a book with it, and this is a half-speed master on colored vinyl. Half-speed master for colored vinyl. The Who. It's Hard. $15 start. $15 start. That's now up for bid. And another Record Store Day release, Booker T and the MGs, Macklemore Avenue. Kind of like a spoof there to the Beatles' Abbey Road. That's in Memphis. $15 start. $15 start. So that's Booker T and the MGs, Macklemore Avenue. That's a Record Store Day reissue, 180 gram, now up for bid on Stacks. There's our next 2 auctions. And on deck is a Culture Club. I'll run that in just a second. All right, Tanner, I think it's time for me to go get some more $6.99. I think everybody's liking the $6.99 records. We've sold a crate and a half of those. And we sold earlier 2 full bins of 9 and two full bins of 14, and a $19.99 got wiped out. Let's go get some more $6.99. I know where those are at. And I have the stack of stuff that didn't quite qualify. I got a stack of stuff that didn't quite qualify for any of the bins because it was too obscure or pricey. And here's some of that right here on top. Some interesting stuff for sure. So a lot of new stuff. There's a couple hardcore records in here. E.T., Jason and the Scorchers, Joseph Spence. We'll do something with those here in just a second. I promise you, they're for sale. I don't hide anything unless it's a Paul McCartney autograph. Or maybe a couple Neil Youngs. Right, Tanner? What's Tanner watching? He's watching the Buccaneers and the Eagles. Is it me or is that score kind of surprising? Tanner says not really. Okay. Guess I don't follow NFL as close, which I don't. All right, let's go through some more $6.99 records. We have The Who at 15, The Who at 15, Booker T 15, The Who at 18. We have Booker T at 20, The Who at 20, Booker T 15, The Who 22, and The Who 25. So The Who's at 25 and Booker T's at 20. That's where we're at. Let's start with some $6.99. Graham Nash, Wild Tales, no condition notes, an original Graham Nash, Wild Tales, $6.99. That is $6.99, or chocolate pie. I love chocolate pie. Probably since I don't have any groceries and everything's closed except Walgreens, I'm probably going to hit up Waffle House again tonight. Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash, $6.99 for Graham Nash, back-to-back Graham Nash. Connie Francis and Hank Williams Jr., that's VG Plus in shrink wrap, $6.99. Connie Francis and Hank Williams Jr. Angel Station, Manfred Mann's Earth Band, that's $6.99, Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Melissa Manchester, Hey Ricky, Melissa Manchester, $6.99. David Gates from Bread, David Gates First, that's $6.99. And Mason Prophet, Moving Towards Happiness, that's $6.99. So Booker T was at 20, The Who was at 25. Chris Kirkley, you're first to Graham Nash. Let me know if you want Wild Tales or Songs from Beginners, or you can have both. Jared was second, Jane Fink third. Fred Carnell's at 21 on Booker, and Tony Freeman's the first one I can officially pull. He wants DJ, which was David Gates. So that's the only one for sure I can officially pull there. Actually, you know what? Jane Fink put CF. That was for Connie Francis. So let's give that to Jane Fink. Then Tony Freeman on David Gates. And then first, which is going to be next, Chris Kirkley gets both Graham Nashes. All right. Dan Hicks, It Happened One Bite. Dan Hicks has no condition notes. $6.99 on Dan Hicks. Also, we have somewhere, what is this? On the Road Jazz. Bix Beiderbecke. This is a Blue Riverside On the Road Jazz featuring Bix Beiderbecke and Wingy Manoni. That is $6.99. It's on Riverside, very collectible jazz label. And I have the Jug Band, Jim Queston and the Jug Band. That is VG Plus, $6.99. Chris Bijak wants the Bix. That's sold to Chris for $6.99. And Ravi Shankar, Portrait of Genius. Ravi Shankar. Let's update these auctions. Fred Carnell has the high bid on the Who, orange and red half-speed master. This is a colored vinyl half-speed master on the Who. It's 2 LPs. One's yellow, one's orange. Eminence front, half-speed master. The high bid is $25, final call. And we have a final call. We have a final call on Booker T for 23. We have a final call on Booker T for, actually, Fred was at 21. A bid just came in at 23. A bid just came in at 23. A flight stuck on the tarmac. A flight from LaGuardia to Nashville got in at 2:30, but they didn't get off the plane till 8:30. Wow. Imagine sitting on a plane on the tarmac for 6 hours. I sat on one for 2 during a rainstorm coming in from Maryland, but I couldn't imagine 6 hours. Wow. Not a good time to be flying into Nashville right now. All right, so Chris got Bix, Preston Rose on Jug Band. That's sold to Preston Rose for $6.99. Booker T, 23. Felix was second on Bix. Reed Gregory first on Ravi Shankar. Honest Brute was second. Gerald, you were third on the Bix. Justin Chase bid 27 on the Who. Noah next on Ravi. Debbie bid 31 on the Who. Tammy bid 26. Scott Marchheim on Hank Jr. That's already been claimed. Hank Jr.'s already been claimed. Booker 25, Who 32, Booker 28. And we have Who 33, Booker 24. Wow, lots of bids on those auctions. We'll keep going through $6.99 stuff. The Leake County Revelers, Saturday Night Breakdown, 1927 to 1930. $6.99 on that. The Wilburn Brothers, $6.99. And George Jones and Melba Montgomery. George Jones and Melba Montgomery, that's $6.99. Country Star Parade, Volume 3. Country Star Parade, $6.99. And the J. Giles Band, Bloodshot, $6.99 on J. Giles Band. Johnny Otis is $6.99. And Smash Your Head Against the Wall, John Entwistle. Smash Your Head Against the Wall, $6.99. John Entwistle from The Who. I'm also, while they're bidding on that, I'm going to swap out some books. I had 3 Beatles books left that no one claimed. I'm going to go grab a couple new ones and see what's going on. Let's see what else is going on over here. I got some other collectible books and informational reference books, etc. We have, let's see here. That's a good one. That looks good. That's interesting. Let's grab a few of these right here and see what's going on. So, a few new books here. We've sold a lot of books tonight too. I've wiped out 4 cubby holes over here. I filled one back up. Top shelf is gone. Back over here. So we had Booker T at 35. No, we had Booker T at 24. The Who at 35. The Who at 35. The Who at 36. The Who at 37. John Stevens wants John Entwistle. John gets John for $6.99. Tammy was second. Who 37. Who 38. Who 40. Who 39. Booker's at 30 and the Who's at 41. Booker T's at 30 and the Who's at 41. Felix has Booker for 30 and Debbie Winston has the Who for 41. Continuing for $6.99, Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True, and that's actually sealed. Tom Johnston from the Doobie Brothers, $6.99, Tom Johnston. Larry Ballard in Shrink Wrap, $6.99. And Glenn Campbell, Houston, I'm Coming to See You. Glenn Campbell is $6.99. The Woman in Red, original motion picture soundtrack, The Woman in Red, $6.99. And Grover Washington Jr., Skylarking for GWJ. Grover Washington Jr. on Motown, Skylarking, $6.99. The Incredible String Band, No Renewous Feud. The Incredible String Band, that's $6.99. And we have Dan Seals, Rage On. Dan Seals, $6.99. So, bid on Who? 41, 42. Fred bid 45. Jackson bid 31 on Booker. Fred also bid 31 on Booker. Tommy Flowers put TJ for Tom Johnston. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. We have Jedit on Wit. Woman in Red, maybe. Maybe he meant W-I-R, Woman in Red. Is that right, Jedit? If so, that's sold for you for $6.99. We have Philip Shoemaker wanting the Leake County Revelers. That was the one further back. That's sold to Philip Shoemaker. Davey Winston on Woman in Red. Jedit is trying to get his comment in. He put Wired this time. Tim Jernigan on DS. DS was for Dan Seals. That's sold to Tim Jernigan. Justin Chase second on Seals. And Fred Carnell's at 32 on Booker. 32 on Booker with Fred Carnell. Fred also has the Who for 45. Now Fred is top bidder on both auctions. Derringer, $6.99. Derringer, as in Rick Derringer, EX condition. Another Crosby and Nash. That's VG plus $6.99, Crosby and Nash. The Commodores, hot on the tracks. The Commodores is in EX condition, $6.99. And the very best of the Lovin' Spoonful, Volume 2, that's $6.99. Noah Farrell wants the Incredible String Band. That's sold to Noah Farrell for $6.99. And Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5. That's $6.99. We have Pam Dickens on Commodores. That's sold to Pam Dickens. Debbie Winston was second. And Gregory Gasky first on Crosby and Nash. Quick timeout. Clarify the auctions. Debbie Winston is the high bidder on the Who at $46. It's Hard. Half-Speed Master, colored vinyl, record store day from the UK. That's at $46. Fred Carnell's now at $47. Fred Carnell's at $47. Booker T is at $33 with Jackson Bullock. Jackson has it for $33. Fred has the Who for $47. Let's show a few books. Radio and Television Price Guide. This is actually really cool. $14.99. It's got all kinds of vintage and antique radios and their values and information about them. There's antique TVs up into the front. I looked through it for probably about a half hour when we first got it from Dale's collection. Has all kinds of antique radios, TVs. It's a price guide and reference manual. That's $14.99. Sell that to Victoria Rachel. Cynthia was second. Next is called Off the Record. Songwriters on Songwriting. Songwriters on Songwriting. Graham Nash and Manuscript Originals. $19.99. Off the Record includes some CDs. It's songwriters writing about songwriting. $19.99. That sounds interesting. Also, Rarest of the Rare, $19.89. This is a price guide for rare music, both CDs and records, $9.99. At least what was rare back then, for $9.99. $9.99. I don't know how accurate any of this info. It's going to have some rare records, but I wouldn't trust these prices, of course. Things are a little bit different in pricing than they were in 1989. Probably some of these are still pretty rare, though. I'm trying to find something that I know that I could reference to. Here we go, Elvis Presley. Let's see what they have for Sun. Let's see here. Colored vinyls in the 80s. Elvis EPs. That's a lot of information. That's not a good example because there's 3,000 Elvis things in here. Elvis. I was looking for Sun. 78 RPM. That's all right. Yeah, they're valuing Sun 209 at $375. That's like about a $1,500 record now. So, yeah, there's Milk Out. They got the Elvis Sun 45s at $375, $375 and $400. Those, and if these are supposed to be mint condition, that's closer to like $1,500 now. So that's up for bid. All right, so let's take a break there. Now we have Victoria got the radio guide. Cynthia was second. Cynthia wants Off the Record. That's sold to Cynthia. Debbie was second. Also, let's go ahead and give Cynthia the Rarest of the Rare. I got a couple other books, but we'll stop there. And Davey Winstead is out. Fred Carnell has The Who for $47, Final Call, and Booker T has it at $33. I'm about to sell both of those. Okay, Poco, Under the Gun, $6.99 for Poco. Country Joe and the Fish together, that's $6.99 for Country Joe and the Fish. Albertina Walker and the Carvana's Freedom, $6.99. What's up with the Joseph Spence record that you just pulled out? I don't think I did pull out I have not pulled out a Joseph Spence record. The last, no Joseph Spence in here. We have Godspell, $6.99. A musical based upon the Gospel according to St. Matthew in shrink wrap. That's $6.99. Also, we have music from the original motion picture, The Bingo Long. That's $6.99. $6.99. And Your Greatest Atlanta Chrysler Premise Dealer present Sergio Frenchie. Those Are the Men Who Say Yes. Some kind of Chrysler promo record. $6.99. When do you send invoices out? Now, are you talking about for this week or last week? Last week's are delayed due to weather. We won't be getting those out until tomorrow probably. And then if you buy something tonight, you won't get it until next Monday. Davey Winstead's back in on The Who at 48. We have, Lucas says it was in that pile. Now, which pile are you talking about? Cynthia wants Godspell. That's sold to Cynthia for $6.99. Philip Shoemaker wants Country Joe McDonald. Spence was one of the records he didn't sit in the crate. Oh, that's back here behind me, Joseph Spence. That's back here behind me, Joseph Spence. I hadn't got to that yet. I will show that in just a second. Fred Carnell's at 50 on The Who. We have The Girls of the Golden West, Millie and Dolly Good. Songs for You, Songs for Old. That was $6.99. And Groovin' the Young Rascals, VG condition, $6.99. Groovin' the Young Rascals, VG $6.99. Also, we have Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight, $6.99. And Jim Stafford is $6.99. Debbie's out on The Who. Sell this to Fred Carnell for $50. Let's also sell Jackson the Booker T. The Booker T is Jackson's for $33. And let's keep showing some $6.99 records. We have Davey Winstead first on the Rascals. We have somebody needs to put back the Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. Tim Jernigan needs to put back Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. Debbie gets the Rascals. Blade Singletary on TT. TT, he meant RT for Robin Trower. That's $6.99. And Average White Band, Cut the Cake, VG Plus, $6.99. Two more books. Boy, this is heavy. The Beatles Solo, $24.99. It's sealed. The Beatles Solo. It's some kind of 4-volume book set. John, Paul, George, Ringo in a slipcase. The Beatles Solo. Sealed, 4 books in one. $24.99. $24.99. And also the Billboard book of top 40 hits, the fascinating trivia and complete chart data about the artist and their songs, 1955 to the present, $9.99. That's every top 40 hit from 1955 until whenever this was printed. That's a lot of music, $9.99. All right, so back up to the top. Jackie Reynolds got the Average White Band for $6.99. Cynthia Herdren got the Beatles solo book. I'll lay that over here on the corner, Tanner. That's so to Cynthia, the solo book. Felix, you were second on Average White Band. James Cohorn, and that was just the reply. And Cynthia Herdren also gets the Top Hits book. It's time for some new auctions. So I did bring up a stack. I'm going to auction some of that stuff, including this right here. I'm going to severely cut the price and put it up for auction. $25 start. Narrated by Michael Jackson, produced by Quincy Jones, the music by John Williams, a Steven Spielberg film. You've probably heard of some of those names before. E.T., the Extraterrestrial. This is the original extraterrestrial Michael Jackson narration and soundtrack. $25 start. $25 start. And look, there's E.T. and Michael Jackson. $25 start. There's the poster. There's the poster. There's the book. Also, y'all will be very proud of me. There's no telling how many copies of the Blues Brothers soundtrack I've sold over the years. We've had autographs from Steve Cropper and Matt Guitar Murphy. Because of the snow, I went home yesterday. I had to get some food. I sat down and I put on Netflix to watch my nightly routine of Seinfeld, and Netflix suggested the Blues Brothers. So guess what I watched right quick? I watched the Blues Brothers movie for the first time in my life. So there's no telling how many times I've sold that soundtrack. Never had seen it before. So I have officially seen the Blues Brothers soundtrack, or the Blues Brothers movie. So that is now up for, that is off my list. I've seen the Blues Brothers. I knew enough about it, I could probably tell you what it was about. I knew everybody who played in it. I knew all the songs. I knew all the music. I knew everything about it because I've had to read about it, show it, tell it. I've had autographs, movie posters, CDs, cassettes. I have finally watched it. The Blues Brothers. So we're on a mission from God. That's right. Okay, so back up to the top. We had E.T. 25, 25, 25, 30, 40, and 42. Everything in this bin is $6.99. $6.99, everything in this bin, including Dan Fogelberg souvenirs, $6.99. We have Judy Garland, I Feel a Song Coming On. Judy Garland is $6.99. Steve Morse Band, The Introduction. Steve Morse Band, $6.99. We're doing a discount bin. Everything in here is $6.99. E.T.'s at $45. Jay Giles Band, Bloodshot, VG condition. Jay Giles is now $6.99 for Bloodshot. Little Feat, Let It Roll, VG condition. The cover's in shrink wrap. That's $6.99. And Orson Welles, The Begatting of the President. Orson Welles, $6.99. Our next auction is going to be a Gentle Giant vintage bootleg from Dale's collection. This is an unofficial. It's recorded January 1975. It's a soundboard recording. It's a soundboard recording of Gentle Giant playing the full A Stake in the Heart, the 1975 American tour. Vintage bootleg from Dale's collection, and it looks like it's almost unplayed. It's in some kind of original plastic that it came with. $15 start on Gentle Giant. $15 start on Gentle Giant. Very nice, as you can see, very nice condition. Vintage bootleg there, $15 start from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Billy Underwood first on the Steve Morse for $6.99. Cynthia Herdren first on Little Feat and Jay Giles. That's sold to Cynthia and Cynthia. Brian, you were second on Jay Giles. Mike Golston's back in on E.T. at $47. Jet, it's out. Bill Loritz, Lies, Lies, Lies. Bill Loritz is $6.99. Al Di Meola Casino. Al Di Meola Casino, that's $6.99. Buddy and Jim, as in Buddy and Jim in the Morning. This is a a record store day numbered release, $6.99. The Chili Brothers, Empty Bottles, $6.99. Phil S. on Al Di Meola. Phil gets the Al Di Meola. Also, Edwin Starr, Happy Radio. Edwin Starr is $6.99. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town, $6.99. E.T. has a high bid of $47 with Mike Golston. Gentle Giant is now at $16 with J.J. Wilson. Brent's now at $18. New bidders on that. Ian Matthews, some days you eat the bear. Ian Matthews, that's a white label promo, $6.99. Tim Jernigan on Kenny Rogers. Debbie Winston was second. And Johnny Seaton, reaction. Johnny Seaton is $6.99. Justin Chase was third on Kenny Rogers. Brian Townsend was fourth. Gentle Giants now at 19. Another Kenny Rogers. This is Share Your Love. Kenny Rogers, Share Your Love, $6.99. Jane Fink first on Ian Matthews. That's so to Jane Fink. Next is Herman's Hermits Greatest Hits with Peter Noon, of course. This is a French pressing. I'm into something good. Mr. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter. Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter. That's $6.99. UK, self-titled, $6.99. And Chili Whack, Lights from the Valley. It is sealed. Chili Whack has never been opened. So final call on the ET box set, Mike Golston. You have that for a high bid of $47. Jet, it's out. That's complete with the book, the poster, the vinyl. Final call for $47. Gentle Giants now at 21. And it looks like Victoria Rachel's was first on the next Kenny. Looks like Victoria was first on the next Kenny. Justin Chase second. Jane Fink first on HH Herman's Hermits. Brian Townsend third on Kenny Rogers. Michael Ruckman second on Herman's Hermits. Gregory Gasky first to Chili Whack. And JJ's at 22 on Gentle Giant. Charles Musselwhite, Leave the Blues to Us. That is $6.99 for Charles Musselwhite. And Ringo Starr, Ringo's Rotogravure. Ringo's Rotogravure, $6.99 for Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr of the Beatles. You may have heard of them before. Okay, so a couple records over here I pulled out. I'm going to show them. You can either buy them now or you can make an offer. But I've got like a half of a crate over here of some stuff that I pulled out that I didn't put in a discount bin. Some of it I could have, but it's some pretty unique stuff or Discog stuff, possibly. I'd rather sell to y'all first, and here's the first one. Happy All the Time, Joseph Spence, $79.99. These are buy it now best offer. Happy All the Time, Joseph Spence, $79.99. It's on the early Electra label, no condition notes on the vinyl. It's probably EX, though, to be conservative. Joseph Spence, $79.99. So that's record number one. That's record number one, and it's sold to Lucas. So we'll go ahead and give that to Lucas right now. Let's go back to the bin. We had Gentle Giant at 22. Brent's out. I'm about to sell both auctions. Stephen Martinelli got Ringo Starr for $6.99. Thomas Hujar gets Charles Musselwhite. Felix was second. Brian Townsend, you were second to Ringo. J.J. Wilson first to the UK. And Neil Brashear put CM, and CM was for Charles Musselwhite. So, Neil, you were second. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. E.T. is sold to Michael Golston for $47, and the Gentle Giant is sold to J.J. Wilson for $22. So let's stack all that right there. Let's see what else I have over here. I have a Jason and the Scorchers, Rock On Germany, live vintage bootleg from Dale's collection, 1985. They pressed 350, $15 start. Jason and the Scorchers, Rock On Germany, vintage unofficial from Germany, $15 start. Jason and the Scorchers. That's a $15 start. Next record is, let's see here. Let me get to the bottom of this stack. Next record, buy it now best offer. This is EX, $24.99. Cosmic Psychics, Palomino Pizza. Cosmic Psychics, EX condition, $24.99, a 1993 U.S. press of Cosmic Psychos. Excuse me, Psychos, not Psychics. That's a little bit of a difference. Palomino Pizza, that's EX condition, $24.99. These are all buy it now best offer that I'm showing right here. Next is Howlin' Rain live Under the Wheels Volume 1, another Psych record or a Psych record. Psych EX condition, $19.99. Howlin' Rain live Under the Wheels Volume 1. That's EX, $19.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Jason and the Scorchers. Preston was in first at 15. Thomas, you were second. This is Mountain Part 1, Hard Love. Hard Love, Need to Breathe. Okay, that's the name of the Hard Love, Need to Breathe, maybe. That is EX condition, $27.99. That is Hard Love, Need to Breathe. EX condition, $27.99. Brian said he'd give $15 for Hal. Sell that to Brian for $15. I'll go through what was left in the $6.99 bin in just a second. That's Brian for $15. KO Dot. KO Dot, Blue Lambency Downward. KO Dot is maroon vinyl. EX condition, $29.99. Experimental with hints of post-rock. EX, $29.99. Brent Robley wants NTB. NTB was Need to Breathe. That's sold to Brent Robley. Jason of the Scorchers is at 15, 16, and now 20 with Preston Rose. Let's put up another auction. This is Culture Club, Kissing to Be Clever. It's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, $10 start. Culture Club, Kissing to Be Clever, shrink wrap, hop sticker, original inner sleeve, $10 start on that. Cynthia Herdron said she'd give $25 for KO Dot. Sell that to Cynthia Herdron for $25. Continuing with some of this other stuff is High Spirits, Another Night. High Spirits, clear with purple splatter, $26.99. High Spirits, clear with purple splatter, $26.99 on that. Man, London, 1972. This is $29.99. Live at the February Roundhouse in London, 72. B-sides, or sides B through D, is live at the Rainbow Theater, 72. Sides A, B, and D is EX plus Nimrit minus. Side C is VG plus. Great Prague Psych Band. This is an official release from 2002 in Italy, and that's Man, London 72, $29.99. London 72, Man. These are all buy it now, best offer. So Thomas Hujar was at 21 on Jason. Preston bid 24. Mike bid 10 on Culture Club. Thomas is at 25 on Jason of the Scorchers. Razor Light, Up All Night. Razor Light is sealed, $29.99. Razor Light, Up All Night, $29.99. We have an offer for $25 on Man and another offer for $25 on Man. Cynthia was first. Sell that to Cynthia, also for $25. Blade Singletary also offered $25. Stephen Broadsky's Expose Your Overdubs. Stephen Broadsky, Expose Your Overdubs, a 2000 pressing on clear vinyl. A 2000 pressing on clear vinyl, $34.99. Those are all buy it now, best offer. Final call on Culture Club. Mike Torres has that for $10. And Preston's out on Jason and the Scorchers. Thomas Hujar has that for $25. Final call. Final call. This is The Prisoners, Revenge of the Prisoners. From 1984, in shrink wrap, $39.99. The Prisoners, Revenge of the Prisoners. And like I said, these are all buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. We have Stephen Martinelli offer 20 for HS. High Spirits, sell that Stephen Martinelli for 20. John Nazarko wants a pack of 100 outer sleeves. You got it. Gene Brown's a new bid on Jason and the Scorchers. Thomas Hujar, you're out. New bid on that for $26 of Gene Brown. The next record over here is Revolution. Revolution, maybe. Revolution. In the Moment. It's on colored vinyl, $29.99. Revolution, In the Moment, $29.99. Debbie Winston says, I asked about HS. High Spirits. Debbie says she asked about it. Let's see here. Debbie Winstead, HS, $20. She did. I missed that. Sell Debbie Winstead, High Spirits, 20. Stephen, I'm sorry, you were second. Debbie said HS 20. I skipped over, and then Stephen. So that's actually so to Debbie for $20. Put down John Nazarko for a pack of outer sleeves. Jason Scorchers 26, Thomas at 27. Jackson Balak wants Revolution. That is sold, actually, he said Revolution 25. Sell that to Jackson for $25. That's sold to Jackson for $25. Let's go ahead and sell Culture Club for $10 to Mike Torres. He gets Culture Club. Nice copy for 10. This is called The Better Beatles, Mercy Beat. It's a punk Beatles parody. It's this band doing Beatles songs in a punk format. It is sealed, unopened, for $34. Sealed, unopened, The Better Beatles, $34.99. Gene Brown, you're back out on Jason and the Scorchers. Thomas Hujar has that for $27. The Bible 2. Artist is AJJ. AJJ, tricolor colored vinyl. The Bible 2, $49.99. $49.99. AJJ, The Bible 2, that's $49.99. And Brewer Phillips and the House Rockers. Brewer Phillips and the House Rockers. Whole Lot of Blues. That is a 1982 UK pressing, $44.99. Whole Lot of Blues. Brewer Phillips, $44.99. Brian Townsend wants the Better Beatles punk record. That's sold to Brian Townsend. Stephen Martinelli was second. Cynthia Herdron was third. Brian Arrigo fourth. New bid on Jason. Jason Scorchers at 28. Gene Brown. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Stephen Martinelli wants BP. That was Brewer Phillips. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli. And, yes, Andrew Jackson Jihad. That is AJJ, The Bible 2. That's $49.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Next is Os Rotten. And now back to our programming. I actually think this is what is it? A CD? No, it's a, what do we have here? VG Plus $79.99, 1998 hardcore with Zion CD. Is it actually a record in here though? I don't know if this is actually, let's see if it's actually some kind of vinyl in here. I don't think it is though. Let's see what's going on here. It has a newspaper or some kind of insert. I don't think this actually has vinyl in it. I don't think it was released this way. I think it was just this and a CD. So yeah, just design with CD. No actual vinyl on that. $79.99. $79.99. Thomas is back in on Jason. The Scorches at 29. Gene Brown, you're out. And the next record is Ice Age, You're Nothing. Ice Age with the book, $24.99. Ice Age with book, $24.99. Ice Age, $24.99. So that was some different kind of stuff there that didn't want to Zion as in magazine. Yes, so just this magazine and CD. Yeah, he put with 1998 hardcore with Zion CD. So yeah, not really anything vinyl there. Must be pretty desirable though. $79.99. $79.99. So really just that and a CD, magazine and CD there. All right. So that is $79.99. It's kind of flimsy too because there's not anything really to keep it standing up. Gene Brown's backing on that at 30. Next comment was Cynthia said ice for 20. Let's sell that to Cynthia for 20. And Gene Brown is backing on Jason at 30. So here's what was left there. The Cosmic Psychos, EX $24.99, 1993 US Press, The Cosmic Psychos. Razor Light, Up All Night, Sealed 2009, $29.99. Stephen Broadskies, Expose Your Overdubs, 2000 pressing on clear vinyl, $34.99. The Prisoners, Revenge of the Prisoners, that is $39.99. And AJJ, The Bible 2, $49.99. And Os Rotten. And that was just a CD with Zion. Okay, Jason and Scorchers, Thomas back in at 31. Brian Aringo said he'd give $15 for Cosmic. I'll sell it to you. Sell that to Brian for $15. And like I said, these were destined for a discount bin. So don't hesitate to make offers on that. Excuse me. All right. Let me go grab some new books because we've sold a lot of publications tonight. And I'm trying to get down to the point where we get to some magazines. If not, I'll show those a different night. And let me get down to some other books that we have here. There's another guide, and that looks interesting. And let me grab a few more books here and keep going with those. How you doing, Tanner? Tanner says he's fine. I think Tanner's concerned about his concern for the amount of work that we have to do over the next 48 hours to get caught up. So this is a Jason and the Scorchers, vintage unofficial, Jason and the Scorchers, Rock on Germany. It's a vintage Germany unofficial live concert from 1985. Final call to Thomas Hujar for $31. Now, I had two items that did not sell tonight that I got ready for tonight on the auction block. And that was the sealed German Beatles album, the 1985, $275 buy it now, firm price, 85 German white vinyl. It's on white vinyl. It's a very desirable pressing. Like I said, when I clicked on it and I saw that the median was like in the $200-300 range and the high was well over $500. This is sealed white vinyl, a very desirable white vinyl German pressing, $275. And we have OG Deep Purple from 1990. That was the only two sealed records from that. I only had about 15 new sealed records tonight. This is the only two that's left. Deep Purple, $75, and the Beatles was $275. So that's the only two sealed records that did not get claimed tonight. That's the only two. Brian Townsend says he'll take the Beatles for $275. I was waiting for somebody to buy that. That is sold to Brian Townsend for $275. Deep Purple's a $75 buy it now. Let's go ahead and sell Jason Hujar, the Jason Thomas Hujar, Jason and the Scorchers for $31. That is now sold and thank you. Sold and thank you. Sold and thank you. Sold and thank you. Let me see what else I got over here. Give me 1 second. I got our other auctions right over here I got to go get. Grab. Find. All the above. That's one of them. And here's the other one. So these were some couple things, and I'm going to reduce the price and put them up for auction. And Garrett, we've already sold the Cosmic Psycho. Somebody's already claimed that for 15. I've already sold it to somebody. This is the Police. Every Breath You Take, the singles. It has the original inner sleeve. This is a Police compilation. Roxanne, Message in a Bottle. Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. Every Breath You Take, King of Pain. All those great Police songs. $20 start. No condition notes. The Police, Every Breath You Take. And the classic Shocking Blue, Venus. That's going to be a $15 start. The Shocking Blue on the original Colossus label has their hit song Venus on it. That's a $15 start. All right, let's recap everything that was left in the $6.99 bin. Definitely worthy of a recap because there's quite a bit here. But first, let me show two books. We have a Carlos Santana autobiography. Carlos Santana, that's $14.99. Autobiography of Carlos Santana, $14.99. And I have another vintage radio guide or guide to vintage radios, $14.99. And actually, these bookmarks here, these bookmarks are some that we got from Dale's collection. Like, we actually have that exact one right over here against the wall behind me. And I think we have this one. We have that right there. We have that, actually, this coin-operated radio that was in a hotel. We actually have that right over here. So Dale bookmarked a couple things. That was a coin-operated radio that was in a hotel. It would have been a hotel room for a nickel. It would have turned on the radio where you can listen to it for a little while. We actually have that right over there. Very interesting. All right, so Stevens at 25 on the Police. Stacy Metternich wants the radio book. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. And looking for a 15 on Shocking Blue, Brian Townsend wants the Carlos Santana book. Those are both sold. Let's go through the $6.99 stuff one more time, then I'll get a new batch. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station, no condition notes, $6.99. Melissa Manchester, Hey Ricky, no condition notes, $6.99. Mason Prophet, Moving Towards Happiness, $6.99. Dan Hicks, It Happened One Bite. Also, Wilburn Brothers, no condition notes on that. The Wilburn Brothers, $6.99. George Jones and Melba Montgomery, $6.99 for George Jones. Country Star Parade, Red Foley, Webb Pierce, Justin Tubb, Red Savine. That's $6.99. Gerald's at 20 on the Shocking Blue. So we got a bid on the Police for 25 and a bid on the Shocking Blue for 20. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot. No condition notes on this. About a VG cover, but clean vinyl on Jay Giles Band for $6.99. Johnny Otis is $6.99. Johnny Otis. Larry Ballard in shrink wrap, $6.99. And Glenn Campbell, Houston, I'm coming to see you. Glenn Campbell is $6.99. Also, Grover Washington Jr., Skylarking. No condition notes on that, $6.99. Brian, you got the Carlos Santana book, yes. J.J. Wilson wants the Manfred Mann. That's so to J.J. Wilson. Derringer, as in Rick Derringer, EX $6.99. The Very Best of Love and Spoonful is $6.99. Romelu wants J.W. Grover Washington. That's so to Romelu C. Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5, $6.99 on the Dave Clark 5. Poco Under the Gun, $6.99 for Poco. And Albertina Walker and the Caravans, Freedom on Jewel Records. It looks like Black Gospel, $6.99. Albertina Walker and the Caravans, Freedom. The Bingo Long, Traveling All-Stars and Motor Kings, that's $6.99. And your Greater Atlanta Chrysler Plymouth Dealers presents Sergio Franchi singing Valaire and 9 other great hits. Some kind of record they would have been given away at Chrysler Plymouth Dealers in around the Atlanta area, $6.99. Romelu wants the Dave Clark 5 for $6.99. Debbie Winstead was second. Tony Freeman first on Poco for $6.99. The Police is sold for $25 to Stephen Martinelli, and Gerald gets the Shocking Blue for $20. Those are both sold, 25 and 20, Stephen and Gerald. I'll put up 2 new auctions in just a second. Continuing, the Girls of the Golden West, that's $6.99. And Jim Stafford is $6.99. Let me show a couple more books. I have Rare Rock, a Collector's Guide. Rare Rock, a Collector's Guide for $9.99. Rare Rock albums, and looks like maybe other items too. $9.99. Rare Rock, a Collector's Guide. Also, we have a Guide to Record Collecting by Jerry Osborne and Bruce Hamilton. This looks like this is kind of older. $6.99. Record collecting in what year? 1979. A Guide to Record Collecting in 1979. It's got some kind of insert with it too. Dale had all kinds of stuff stuck down in these books. Just a cover page to a pack of paper. That was probably, he probably had some of these, he probably was marking some of these records he had. Very interesting. And the last one over here is Price Guide for the Beatles American Records, 6th edition. That is $49.99. $49.99. I think this is a pretty desirable book. This is a price guide for a Beatles Americana American Records. This book is just on Beatles U.S. stuff. Lots of information there. Glossy pages. Lots of information. CDs, all kinds of stuff. All right, and I think Stephen bought all three of those. I think he got Rare Rock, Record Collecting, and the Beatles book. All three of those sold to Stephen Martinelli. Does Jim Stafford have the Wildwood Weed or Spiders and Snakes? Those songs. This has Spiders and Snakes. Spiders and Snakes is on that one. Dan Fogelberg Souvenirs, $6.99. Also, Judy Garland, I Feel a Song Coming On. Judy Garland, as in Wizard of Oz. Orson Welles, The Begatting of the President, $6.99. Lies, Lies, Lies by Bill Loritz. That's still available for $6.99. So is Buddy and Jim, The Chili Brothers, Edwin Starr, and Johnny Seaton. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and condense those with the other ones. I'm going to take this crate in the back with me and fill up another bin that I've already sorted in the back of $6.99 records, and I'll be right back. I'll keep showing books. I'll keep showing records, and I'll also pull some new auctions for you. I got some Elvis stuff over here that I hadn't shown. Is our Elvis virus still watching? I hope so. All righty, should be able to hear me now. More records. Can you show some new? I can. I may grab them and show them and put them back in the bin, but if not, I'll do it. I'll do a crate after this. I didn't have anything new delivered. We wasn't here to accept any packages, and plus, like I said, I've got this huge new vinyl order going, and whenever all that's delivered later this week, it's going to be overwhelming how much new vinyl we have coming. This is sold to James Cohorn, and Stephen Martinelli wants a Godsmack. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli. All right, so Brent Ribley needs to put back Need to Breathe. All right, when Tanner gets back up here, I'll repeat all that. He just stepped to the back. I think he's still trying to work on stuff from last week. We had an awesome coin and knife auction last night. I hope everybody had fun watching that. I see some of the same people on. Some of the same people on for that are watching right now. So we're working on all that. I think Tanner's got like 2 or 3 things going over here. And whenever I end the sale, I'll get started as well. Possibly after some Waffle House. About the only thing open right now in Lebanon. Let's show some books. Life in Pictures, John Lennon, $9.99. Life in Pictures, John Lennon. A little small paperback book about the life of John Lennon in pictures. Commemorative tribute, $9.99. Also, Black Market Beatles. Black Market Beatles, forward word by Adrian Belew. $9.99. Maybe about Beatles bootlegs. Yep, looks like it's about Beatles bootlegs. Boy, I got a bunch of those. $9.99. Voodoo Child, an illustrated legend of Jimi Hendrix. The illustrated legend of Jimi Hendrix, Voodoo Child. Almost like a graphic novel comic book. Almost like a graphic novel comic book about Jimi Hendrix. That's $14.99. And the Beatles, the Early Years magazine. That is $9.99. And the Beatles Yellow Submarine. It's a hardback illustrated graphic novel. Another graphic novel, the Beatles Yellow Submarine. So Tanner, James Cohorn got Stafford for $6.99. Stephen got Godsmack. Heather wants the Albertina Walker from the last crate. Brent Ribley needs to put back the Need to Breathe record he got. He needs to put back Need to Breathe. If anybody wants that, let me know. I may show it again because I think somebody maybe inquired about it. And then this Albertina Walker, this Black Gospel record, it's also sold to Heather Feather for $6.99. So these books are sold. Stephen Martinelli got the Beatles and he got Yellow Submarine. He put BY, that usually gets auto-corrected. Hold on a second. Let's see here. So we had, what am I going? Okay, he put J's for Jimi Hendrix. Stephen, I'm assuming that was for yellow. BY was for YS, usually gets autocorrected to BY. Felix was second on Jimi Hendrix. Tony Murphy wants NTB, Black Market Beatles, and John Lennon in Pictures. Tony, that was Need to Breathe. Tony Murphy wants the Need to Breathe record. So right here in front of me, that's the record Brent wants to put back. All right, let's show some $6.99 stuff. Fresh crate of $6.99. Fresh crate of $6.99. We have Paper Lace, $6.99. Paper Lace is $6.99. $6.99. Also, the Cow Seals in concert, $6.99 for the Cow Seals in concert. We 5, You Were On My Mind in shrink wrap. The We 5, $6.99. We 5, You Were On My Mind. Looks OG. Stacy Metternich on Paper Lace. That's sold to Stacy for $6.99. Gray Slick software. Gray Slick is $6.99. More themes from the James Bond thrillers. It's a off-label, as in that's not official James Bond, but it certainly looks like it. It has a guy in a tuxedo with a pistol and attractive women, so that's kind of James Bond. $6.99. Art Garfunkel Watermark, $6.99. And Billy Cobham, Simplicity of Expression. No condition notes on Billy Cobham, $6.99. And another Billy Cobham, Picture This, $6.99. We have Ask the Folks at Waffle House for the secret menu. That sounds dangerous. Davey Winstead on JS. That was for Grace Slick for $6.99. Felix Salas wants the James Bond record. Victoria Rachel's was second. These are all $6.99. We have Cats. This is the original London cast recording of Cats, $6.99. John Clemmer Mosaic, $6.99. John Clemmer Mosaic, $6.99. John Clemmer Mosaic. There's Cats. These are all $6.99. Dion and the Belmonts together again. Dion and the Belmonts is $6.99. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work. No condition notes. And we have Flash in the Pan, Lights in the Night. Flash in the Pan, $6.99. I'm going to go put these books back on the wall. So if anybody wants the early Beatles, Beatles Black Market, or John Lennon Life and Pictures, those are $9, $9, and $9.99. Let me know. I'm going to go put those back on the wall and see what else I have over here. About time to start a new row. About time to start a new row. Let's go back over here. That looks interesting. These are some thicker books here. Let's see what they are. Let's see what we have here. Stack them here on the edge so I can grab them and show them. I think I saw a claim as soon as I walked off earlier, and I did. That was Debbie Winstead on Cats. Debbie Winstead on Cats. They'll probably show me a secret menu. They know me by my first name. I go in there so often now. And I tip really well, so I like walk in and like they start knocking stuff off tables to get me to sit down. Like, oh my gosh, here's the guy who tips well. Plus, I'm very nice. I like to think of myself as a good customer, right, Tanner? Yeah. We're good Waffle House customers. The Mojo Collection. There's some people come in there and I'm like, man, I feel sorry they have to wait on them. The Mojo Collection, the greatest albums of all time, $9.99. Wow, now that's a book. $9.99. The greatest albums of all time, the Mojo Collection, $9.99. This one is memorabilia of Elvis Presley and the Beatles, $4.99. It has some water damage. It's not stuck together, it just has some water damage, $4.99. Memorabilia, so that's not just records, that includes toys and other items. The New Book of Rock List. The New Book of Rock List, $6.99. New Book of Rock List. What was the first rock and roll record? Beatles first. Every day I sing the book. It's got all kinds of lists. Great girl groups and the hits that made them famous. The Crystals are on it. So it's got all kinds of lists in there. All kinds of different lists. The rock list. $6.99. The Ultimate Beatles Encyclopedia. $14.99. The Ultimate Beatles Encyclopedia. That's $14.99. Ultimate Beatles Encyclopedia. And we have Rock Me on the Water, 1974. The year that Los Angeles transformed movies, music, television, and politics. Rock Me on the Water, 1974. Hardback book, $9.99. Definitely something they would have had at It's definitely something Dale would have had. Kelly Bagwell gets the Mojo book. Thomas Hujar was second. These other ones go unclaimed. Rock Me on the Water, Beatles Encyclopedia, Rock List, and Elvis and Beatles Memorabilia book. All right, let's keep going through some $6.99 records. We have Grover Washington Jr., Inside Moves. Grover is $6.99. Original soundtrack by Ennio Morricone to Moses, the Lawgiver. Ennio Morricone, $6.99. The Dirty Strangers. The Dirty Strangers. Yeah, that's what that says. The Dirty Strangers. That is a 1988 U.S. pressing, now $6.99. The Dual Whiting Band. Good Rockin' Tonight. The Dual Whiting Band. That's $6.99. Phil Dirt and the Dozers. Jailhouse Rock Live. Phil Dirt and the Dozers. That's $6.99. EX Condition. George Adams, Don Pullen Quartet, live at the Village Vanguard. EX Condition, $6.99. A 1986 Italian pressing. Michelle Miller wants Moses, and John Stevens wants Dirty. Those are both sold. IF, VG Plus Condition, $6.99. Great Songs of the Beatles. Great Songs of the Beatles, EX Condition, $6.99. Great Songs of the Beatles. The Subdueds includes Any Cure, Need Somebody, She's Alone. EX Condition, $6.99. Thomas Hujar wants the Vanguard record. That is Village Vanguard. Felix was second. Also, Karen Finley, Truth is Hard to Swallow. Karen Finley's VG Plus for $6.99. Gun Hill Road in shrink wrap. Gun Hill Road, $6.99 on the Karma Sutra label. Karma Sutra. Quadraphonic Beatles, LTD. Love to the World, Love, Togetherness, and Devotion. Love to the World, LTD, $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. No condition notes on that, $6.99. And The Lovin' Spoonful, and this is called Once Upon a Time. The Lovin' Spoonful, $6.99. Jimmy Powell is VG Plus, $6.99. Tommy Flowers on LTD. That's sold to Tommy Flowers, LTD. Also, Freddie Hubbard, Windjammer. In shrink wrap, $6.99. Freddie Hubbard, Windjammer. Debbie Winston on LS, The Lovin' Spoonful. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Also, Daddy Cool. Daddy Cool's a white label promo, $6.99 on Reprise. Daddy Who? Daddy Cool, $6.99. Next was Debbie got LS. Eric Gooden wants the IF record right here. That's sold to Eric Gooden. Felix Solis on Freddie Hubbard Windjammer. That's sold to Felix Solis. These are all $6.99. And Frankie and the Knockouts, $6.99 for Frankie and the Knockouts. So nobody wants the Beatles Encyclopedia, the Rock List, the Elvis and Beatles book, or Rock Me on the Water. I'm going to go put those back on the bookcase and grab a new selection. I think we've almost wiped out. That was officially the top row over here of the bookcase. So let me put these back on the shelf right over here. And maybe grab this stack here. I don't know if I've ever shown these. A couple of those in that last stack I had already shown before. I think it was the second or third time I've shown them. So, all right. All righty. Let's see where we got to. We had Jackie Reynolds on Gun Hill Road. That was right here. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds for $6.99. This is still live. Yes, you're still here. Alan Parsons Project, Eve. The Alan Parsons Project, $6.99. Also, Edward Bear, $6.99 for Edward Bear. Red Capital label, Edward Bear, $6.99. And Anthony Braxton, 5 pieces, 1975. Originally $29.99 for Anthony Braxton. This is $6.99, $6.99. Billy Cobham, Total Eclipse. Billy Cobham is $6.99. Feeling Life, Grady Tate. Grady Tate is now $6.99. Mahalia, as in Mahalia Jackson. David Hoy on AB. AB was Anthony Braxton. That's sold to David Hoy. We have American Pop, music from the original motion picture soundtrack. American Pop, $6.99. Felix second on Braxton. And we have Mason Williams and the Mannheim Steamroller, Classical Gas, $6.99. Let me show a few books that I just brought over. This Day in Rock, 1999. This is a day-by-day record of rock's biggest news stories. Day-by-day rock, 1999. Day-by-day rock. What is today? January 15th or 16th? 15th? That's February. Today the 15th, Tanner? 15th. Today the 15th? January 15th. Bowie hits new high with Low. Yeah, that came out in 74. So David Bowie Low came out today in 1977. Australia's Men at Work, Down Under, Arrivals, Departures, Ronnie Van Zant. Oh, Ronnie Van Zant was born in 1949. This is Ronnie Van Zant's birthday. Trying to figure out what is going on here. Play for play, okay or no way. All these things, I don't know what they're talking about. American Pie was #1 on the charts. Okay, back over to the side, we have John Stevens on AP, American Pop. That's sold to John Stevens for $6.99. Blade Singletary wants Daddy Who. Blade Singletary wants Daddy Cool. Michelle Miller on Classical Gas. Tony Freeman was second. Brent Robley wants This Day in Rock. Sorry, I got distracted. That's going to be a fun book to look through. I got distracted looking at today's date. We have Yaz. This is Wanted. Yaz, $6.99. YAZZ, $6.99. Thomas Dolby, The Golden Age of Wireless. She Blinded Me with Science. No condition notes on the vinyl, clean, but a worn cover, $6.99, Thomas Dolby. Barbara Jaggle by Donovan. Barbara Jaggle by Donovan has some kind of insert with it. It has a lyric insert or some kind of poem insert. VG Plus condition, $6.99. Also, Esther Phillips, Alone Again Naturally. Esther Phillips is VG Plus, $6.99. And Pennant Fever, the musical score for A Real Life Story by the Baltimore Oilers. That is $6.99. Felix Salas on Thomas Dolby. That's sold to Felix for $6.99. Also, Phenomena, Dance with the Devil. That is a UK 12-inch single, $6.99. What's this next book here? The next book is $14.99. Great Record Labels. Looks like it's missing the dust jacket. $14.99. Great Record Labels. I can't stick that out. Let's see. That's about Stax. That's about Motown. Boy, this looks very nice. There's Motown. There's Decca. There's EMI. There's Capitol. There's CBS. Well, a lot of pages on CBS. Island. Stax. Back to the front. Very cool. All right, so Brent Robley on PF. PF was for Pennant Fever, $6.99. We have Brent Robley on the Great Record Labels book. That's sold to Brent Robley. Continuing with $6.99. Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, live in Munich. Now just $6.99. Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, jazz record. The Jeff Lorber Fusion, Water Sign, VG Plus, $6.99. And Mark Jordan Mannequin. Mark Jordan Mannequin, EX condition, $6.99. Hot Tuna, VG Plus, $6.99. Women's Love Rights, Laura Lee. VG condition, $6.99 on Laura Lee. Women's Love Rights. The Lamont Cranston Band, VG condition, $6.99. And John Lennon, Milk and Honey. John Lennon with Yoko Ono. There is cover damage on the bottom, EX, $6.99. This is Gold Mines Record Price Guide to 45 RPMs, $6.99. While these prices may not be a good reference, I use this a lot. It helps to find an artist's complete catalog. So you can go to Lightning Slim here, and it will have that he had a song, he had a release on Ace. There's all the Lightning Slim's Excello, and then there's his stuff on features. So this is all American 45 releases. It's very good to figure out complicated stuff like Elvis and the Beatles and artists who have major discographies here in the United States. And you can look up years, and I really want, like I said, these prices are pretty, price guides are, there's not really any great price guide for records anymore. That's called Discogs, eBay, or whatever you can get for it. That's called a price guide. Kelly Bagwell on Tuna. Kelly Bagwell Tuna. That's sold to Kelly for $6.99. Felix Salas wants Thad Jones for $6.99. That was the Thad Jones. That was, where was that? That's right there. That's sold to Felix. And Brent Robley wants the Goldmine book. The best price guide, like I said, is Fair Market. That's eBay, Discogs. What you see stuff here selling for, that's what something's worth. Tom T. Hall, 100 Children. VG Plus condition, $6.99. Tom T. Hall, 100 Children, $6.99. Drum Drops, Volume 1. Drum Drops, that is an album of drum tracks for songwriting, practicing, or playing. That is VG Plus, $6.99. Neil Diamond Serenade, VG Plus, $6.99. And Jefferson Airplane is VG, $6.99. I will say the coin price guides are really accurate. Currency price guides are really accurate, but the comic book price guides got outdated. There is no record price guide. There is no toy price guide. All that, you just got to whatever you can get for it. Rocky, original motion picture score. VG Plus, $6.99. We have There Will Be No Sad Tomorrow. It's on pink vinyl. This is an indie folk album. Blessed Feathers. There Will Be No Sad Tomorrow. Pink and violet colored vinyl. That is $6.99. Davey Winstead on JS. That's for Jefferson Starship. Tim Jernigan wants the Tom T. Hall. That's sold to Tim Jernigan for $6.99. And we have No Mystery, Chick Corea. There is tape along the entire top part of the cover, $6.99. Justin Randall, first on Rocky. That's sold to Justin Randall. And we have Irv Kotler, salutes the chairman of the board. I've Got You Under My Skins. That is sealed, unopened, $6.99. Next book, Justin Randall, are you a first-time buyer? Let me know if you are. I'll give some instructions. We have Bruce Springsteen. This is Bruce Springsteen, hardback book, $19.99. I don't have much more to say about it. It's a hardback book about Bruce Springsteen, $19.99. There's Bruce. That is $6.99. Russell's a first-time, or Justin's a first-time buyer. Thank you, Justin, and welcome. We do this every night. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We need your email address and your zip code. If you can send that to our Facebook page as a Facebook message. We invoice once a week on Mondays, except today. We've got a snow problem here in Tennessee, so we're kind of delayed. We had pretty much no staff here today. And we had a coin and knife sale last night too. So a big combination of a lot of stuff. We didn't get invoices sent out today. But normally those go out on Mondays, and anything you want to buy for $7 in limited shipping. $7 in limited shipping. We also have Gene Ammons, Red Top. Gene Ammons is a white label promo. That is $6.99. Gene Ammons, Red Top. John Clemmer, Magic Moments. John Clemmer is $6.99. And Slave, Just a Touch of Love. Slave is $6.99. Fred Carnell says he'll take the Phenomenon 12-inch single if nobody else wants it. Right now, pending to Fred for $6.99. And the last book I brought over here was And the Grammy Goes To, the official story of music's most coveted award. This is a sealed book about the Grammys, $14.99. Sealed Grammys book, $14.99. And the Grammy Goes To, it's a Borders exclusive, includes Grammy Trivia TV game. That is that. Let's see here. The 45 book. I do have more of those though, Kelly. Give me 1 second. I'll bring some more of those over here. So there's the Grammys book. There's that. I'm going to recap this. So Justin, thank you and welcome. First-time customer. We had several tonight. We do this again tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. I'm about to start putting the final touches on tonight's show so we can go ahead and get ready for tomorrow night, because I don't know if my help is going to be here again tomorrow. So I got to go ahead and prepare just as so if they're not. We have Billy Underwood wanting the Gene Ammons and Billy Cobham. There's Gene Ammons, and there was a Billy Cobham. Now, there was a Billy Cobham early on. There was two different ones of Billy. There was Picture This and Simplicity of Expression. And there's Gene Ammons. Let me know exactly which of those two you want. And we're going to do a quick recap. I'm going to put the Grammy and the Bruce Springsteen book back over here. If anybody else wants anything, let me know. I'm going to recap that bin. Maybe go through one crate very quickly of new vinyl. And let me peek back here and see if I had any more. I had maybe a half of a crate left of $6.99 that we hadn't gone through tonight. We'll either go through those tonight, here in a minute, or we'll just save those for tomorrow possibly. May just save those for tomorrow. Now, we were looking for a 45 book. Here's another one. Here's another one. 45 book, 45 book. There may be somebody else wanting one of these. Now here's a couple other books. Price guides and reference manuals. I got two of these. That's good. Dale bought two of them. Probably that's how we do it. We got to keep one up front, keep one in the back. And let me grab, is this a Pink Floyd box set? Wow. A CD box set by Floyd. Let me bring, or kind of a slipcase. All right. So, Tanner first, we had Felix Wants the Slave record. That was the very last record in the bin. That's sold to Felix for $6.99. And then Billy Underwood gets this and Total Eclipse. Okay, I must have skipped over that one. So that's sold to him. Let me find Billy Cobham Total Eclipse. It must be a little bit closer up. Billy Cobham total. There must have been 3 Billy Cobhams in here then. Right there. Okay, so those are sold to Billy Underwood. All right, this is there anybody out there? The Wall Live, Pink Floyd, 1980-1981, $29.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall Live. I don't think I've ever shown this before because it would have definitely sold like it just did to Stephen Martinelli. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli for $29.99. And, all right, here's those. This is American Records, 8th edition, $9.99. Very thick reference book, gold mine. This is American Records, 1950-1990, 8th edition, $9.99. I got 2 of those. Kelly wants one, and Stephen Martinelli wants one. $9.99, $9.99. And then I've got the 45 books. I've got the, I don't know which edition this one is, but those are $9.99. Stacy wants a 45 book. Well, 1 year to the next, not much is going to change. I think one's maybe the 8th and one's the 9th, or maybe one's the 7th and one's the 8th. I'm not really for sure. Or maybe one's the 5th and one's the 8th. Stacy, I'll give you this one on top. Give that one to Stacy, and we'll give this one to Kelly. The next one on top, give that to Kelly. All right. Boy, that's a lot of paper. That's like 3,000 pages there. Doug and Ed are going to hate me. Doug and Ed are going to hate me. These books, they are a hassle sometimes to ship. That's some big ones there. Those are sold. I think I've got some more like that, though. Hold on. Stand by. I've got more reference guides over here. Let's see here. Let's see. Let me just grab another handful here. And this is some kind of old 78 book. Now, that might be pretty interesting. That's probably not too easy to get either. And let me grab this. Okay. Let me grab some more stuff here. About to recap this $6.99 bin, and looks like we still got several books. I think I might put up an auction for some Kiss magazines. I got a whole display case over here full of Kiss stuff. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5 Kiss magazines. Let me see what Paul originally had them marked. Yeah, we'll cut these prices in half, or a third, or maybe even a fourth for a starting bid. So we'll do this as a quick auction. So Jeff, I'm going to see if I can find you a 45 book. In the meantime, we have Hit Parader. Look at that. It's got a Paul Stanley like a hologram on it. The Return of Kiss Hit Parader. Special Kiss issue Guitar World. Bass Player Magazine, Gene Simmons cover. Guitar World Magazine, Kiss cover. The Forbes, the Top 40 Entertainment, Kiss cover. Those 5 magazines for a $22 start. Those 5 magazines for a $22 start. How do y'all like that price? $22. All right, let's go through some more $6.99 records. Then I'll show the books I just brought over. Irv Kotler salutes the chairman of the board. That is sealed for $6.99. Billy Cobham, picture this. $6.99. Billy Cobham, picture this. Billy Cobham, Simplicity of Expression, $6.99. We have the Cow Seals in concert, $6.99. We 5, You Were on My Mind in shrink wrap, $6.99. Art Garfunkel, Watermark, $6.99 on Art Garfunkel. John Clemmer, Mosaic, $6.99 on John Clemmer, Mosaic. Dion and the Belmonts, Together Again, $6.99. Dion and the Belmonts. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work, $6.99. And Flash in the Pan was $6.99. Here's a few more books. This is The Beatles, The Ultimate Recording Guide, $19.99. The Beatles, The Ultimate Recording Guide, $19.99. Lots of different, this is like almost one of those day-by-day things of what the Beatles were doing, when and where and how in the studio. $19.99. That's The Beatles Ultimate Recording Guide. First out of the bin, though, is Corey Gaston wanting James Taylor for $6.99. We also have Mojo Magazine Special Edition, John Lennon from the winter of 2000. Looks like it's from the UK, $9.99. Mojo Magazine Special John Lennon Edition. That's $9.99. Okay, now here's another American Record Guide. This is Price Guide 8th Edition. That's just record albums. That's just albums. Price Guide 8th Edition, $9.99. Goldmine Record Album Price Guide. Stephen Martinelli wants the Mojo magazine, John Lennon. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli. Tony Freeman wants the AR, the American Records. I'm assuming that was for this book right here. So that to Tony Freeman. The high bid on the Kiss magazines is Stephen Martinelli at 22. Rodney Brown, you're second. You tied Stephen. He was in first. So those are to Stephen for $22. Grover Washington Jr., Inside Moves, that's $6.99. Also, the Dull Whiting Band, Good Rockin' Tonight, that's $6.99. Phil Dirt and the Dozers, Jailhouse Rock Live, EX Condition, $6.99. Felix Salas wants Picture This, Billy Cobham. Picture This, Billy Cobham, that is this right here. That's sold to Felix Salas for $6.99. Also, The Great Songs of the Beatles is EX Condition, $6.99, and that's not actually the Beatles, that is string music, $6.99. Romy Lou on JW. Grover Washington, that's sold to Romy Lou for $6.99. And we have the Subdudes, EX $6.99. Rodney, I'm assuming you don't want to bid again on Kiss. Final call to Stephen Martinelli for $22. Karen Finley, The Truth is Hard to Swallow. Karen Finley is in VG Plus condition. It's a 1987 Belgium pressing, $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. Spinning Wheel, you've made me so very happy, $6.99. Jimmy Powell is VG Plus, $6.99 for Jimmy Powell. And Frankie and the Knockouts, $6.99 for Frankie and the Knockouts. The next two books here are 3rd edition American Premium Record Guide, $6.99. It looks like it's about 78s. It does look like it has some water damage. It looks like a guide to 78s, and it did get a little wet at some point. That is the 3rd edition to American Record, $6.99. $6.99 on that. And the last one I brought over was the official Hard Rock Cafe Pen Collector's Guide. The official Hard Rock Cafe Pen Collector's Guide, $19.99. All the different Hard Rock Cafe pens. Wow. And we have a bunch of these in the back. Dale had hundreds of them. I still got them boxed up back there. He collected these from all over the world where he visited Hard Rock Cafes. That's $19.99. So Matt Hockman was next on Dion. He got the Dion and the Belmonts for $6.99. That's sold to Matt Hockman. Stacy bid $25 on the Kiss magazines. Stephen Martinelli bid $27. 5 Kiss magazines. Stephen's back in at $27. Michelle Miller wants the 78 book, and Stephen Martinelli wants the Hard Rock Cafe book. Kelly Bagwell was second to the 78 book. Continuing for $6.99. Wow, Alan Parsons Project Eve. No condition notes, $6.99. We sold a couple of those last week out of New Arrivals for the original price. Edward Bear is $6.99. Edward Bear is $6.99. Feeling Life, Grady Tate. That's also $6.99. Stacy's back in on the Kiss for $29. Mahalia Jackson, usually she moves, especially out of the discount bin. Romy Lou wants AP for Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Romy Lou. We've had Yaz Wanted. Yaz is a 1988 white label promo. Yaz Wanted. Original inner sleeve, $6.99. Stephen right back in on Kiss at $30. Barbara Jaggle, Donovan. Barbara Jaggle's in VG Plus condition, $6.99. Esther Phillips, Alone Again, Naturally. Esther Phillips is in VG Plus condition, $6.99. Esther Phillips and the Jeff Lorber Fusion, Water Sign, VG Plus, $6.99. All right, I'm going to take the Beatles Ultimate Recording Guidebook back over to the shelf, returning 1, and I'm going to bring back 5, including some more record reference guides. Looks like several people are interested in some more of those tonight. So let me grab this entire stack here and bring these over a little bit closer now. And actually, it's a Jerry Garcia book on front. I'll show that in just a second. We have Stacy out on Kiss. We have Mark Jordan, Mannequin, EX Condition, $6.99. Women's Love Rights, Laura Lee, VG $6.99, and the Lamont Cranston Band was VG $6.99. Let's see what we got over here. We have Not Fade Away, The Online World Remembers Jerry Garcia. That is $14.99. A tribute to Grateful Dead leader Jerry Garcia. $14.99. $14.99. That is Not Fade Away, The Online World Remembers Jerry Garcia. Any Stevie Ray? Not to my knowledge. If so, I probably would have already put them up for sale, but no, I don't think I do. Goldmine Record Album Price Guide, 10th edition, $9.99. Goldmine Record Album Price Guide, 10th edition. $9.99. Another reference book or price guide. Goldmine, $9.99. Rockin' Records, Buyers, Sellers, Reference Book and Price Guide from 1994, 15th edition. Jerry Osborne's. Jeffrey Osborne, that's an older reference book and price guide there for sure. That is Rockin' Records from 1994. That is $9.99. Brian Arrigo wants the record album book. That's sold to Brian Arrigo. The original picture sleeve price guide. Wow. That is $9.99. The over 3,600 titles. The original picture sleeve price guide. Original picture sleeve price guide. That's $9.99. Another Goldmine book. This is the fifth edition. Goldmine Record Album Price Guide. Goldmine Record Album Price Guide. And that is $9.99. $9.99 on that one. Jeff Williams wants the picture sleeve book. That's sold to Jeff Williams. Top 40 albums. The Billboard book of top 40 albums. The complete charting guide to every album in the top 40 since 1955. Wow. $9.99. Every top 40 album since 1955. That is $9.99. Tony Freeman wants record album book. I think that is right here, record album. That is sold to Tony Freeman. He gets the next one. And we have Sunshine Daydreamers, a Grateful Dead journal. Sunshine Daydreamers, $14.99. A Grateful Dead journal. Sunshine Daydreamers. All right, top 40 book. I figured somebody would want that. Those are always cool. Felix wants Laura Lee. And Aaron Gardner wants Jeff Lorber Fusion. So sell that to Aaron Gardner first. We'll put him down first. And then Felix on Laura Lee. Right there. That's sold to Felix for $6.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Kiss magazines to Stephen Martinelli for $30. Those are sold to Stephen for $30. Continuing, finishing up to $6.99. John Lennon, the vinyls in EX, does have cover damage. John Lennon, $6.99. Drum Drops, Volume 1, VG Plus, $6.99. Neil Diamond, Serenade, that's VG Plus, $6.99. Also, There Will Be No Sad Tomorrows, and that's Blessed Feathers on pink vinyl, $6.99. Chick Corea, No Mystery, and John Clemmer, Magic Moments. Those are all $6.99, and that's what's left. Nobody Wants Sunshine Daydreamers, The Grateful Dead Journal, The Top 40 Albums, Rockin' Records, or Not Fade Away. The Online World Remembers Jerry Garcia. I'm going to go put those back on the shelf. Any last requests for tonight? I know Craig asked earlier, could we at least go through one bin of new vinyl? I have not went through one bin tonight of new vinyl. I guess that's maybe a good way we can end the show is see what we have in stock here with new vinyl. And I'll stop there. I don't have many more price. Actually, I do have some more price guides. I'll have to show those a different night. Unless somebody for sure maybe wants one tonight that didn't get one. I've got some, and boy, people's going to come in the store and be like, what happened to your books? I'm going to be like, this is what happens when you show them on Facebook. They all sell. We priced all those back before Christmas. Hadn't got to them yet. So let me do some condensing here. And any last requests? It's been a great show, especially since we didn't really have one. We didn't really have anything prepared for tonight. This has all been kind of like just whatever. We just went live. Now and then 45. I have the 12-inch single. I don't think I have a 45 in stock right now to my knowledge. Maybe on black vinyl. I think I got 2 black vinyl behind the counter because I never did show those officially. Let's see what we have here. New LPs very quickly. Dan Arbach. That's limited edition, indie store exclusive. Orange and black marbled vinyl, $31.99. Curtis Mayfield Curtis. That's on blue vinyl. Start Your Ear Off Right, 2023. Start Your Ear Off Right, 2023, $31.99. Also, Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99. The Beatles Now and Then on black vinyl, they're all $16.99. Yes, self-titled, their debut album on blue vinyl, $31.99. Morgan Wallen, If I Know Me. Morgan Wallen is $29.99. Also, Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $39.99 for Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Bill Durgan wants Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. That's sold to Bill Durgan. We have Opeth. That was a new release for last week. Damnation, 20th Anniversary Edition, $31.99. Lamb of God, Omens, $28.99. Queen, Their self-titled Half-Speed Master, $33.99. What John Lennon album was last? That was Milk and Honey, $6.99. The Electric Prunes, limited to 500 on purple vinyl. It is in mono, $34.99 on the Electric Prunes. Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Neil Young bootleg is $31.99. I'm happy that y'all came down. Molly Hatchet Battleground, 3LP live, $36.99. AC/DC, Johnson City, 88, $39.99. Neil Young live at Massey Hall, $46.99. Peter Criss, $33.99. Nine Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, $46.99. The Beatles Revolver, $36.99. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, $28.99. Stephen Martinelli wants AC/DC live in Johnson City. Bill Durgan also wants the Molly Hatchet live, Battleground, 3LP live. I got one of those left if anybody else wants one. Nine Inch Nails is Add Violence, $33.99. Madonna, Under the Covers, $39.99. The Ramones, Leave Home, $31.99. Pixies, Doolittle is $31.99. Also, The Cure, 17 Seconds, $31.99. Craig Inch Nails wants Nine Inch Nails, Add Violence. That's so to Craig Thomas. Craig Thomas gets that one. The Cure, The Head on the Door, $31.99. The Steel Woods, Old News, $31.99. And Live Throwing Copper. Live Throwing Copper, 25th Anniversary 2LP, $39.99 on Live. Nirvana, this is an official release from the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. That is $34.99. Nirvana, $34.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac, their greatest hits, 8 times platinum, 13 tracks, $31.99. Justin Randall wants Live Throwing Copper. That is so to Justin Randall. I have one left if anybody else wants one. Jimi Hendrix, Axe as Bold as Love in mono. That is in mono, remastered, $28.99. Nirvana in utero, that is a 45 RPM mastering. That's 2 LPs. It plays at a 45 RPM. Fantastic sound quality, $46.99. Brian, let me know if you want Nirvana Muddy Banks or Nirvana in utero, or you can have both. There's another Fleetwood Mac greatest hits if anybody wants that. And there's the Foo Fighters greatest hits. Now, that's some good stuff. The Foo Fighters greatest hits, $39.99. Susie and the Banshees, Felix was a live unofficial. It's called From the Cradle Bars. It's live at D. Newey Cade, Teal, Holland, July 7th, 1981. $31.99. Brian Arrigo wants From the Muddy Banks of the Wichita. Sell that to Brian Arrigo. Nirvana. That was a great creative new vinyl. We have Hype on Revolver. Brad Quinn. That is the Beatles Revolver new stereo mix by Giles Martin and Sam O'Kell. That's the newest stereo mix. $36.99. That's the new mix from that new box set release. $36.99 on that. All right, so that had the Beatles, Foo Fighters, Nirvana, Hendrix, Fleetwood Mac, Susie, and the Banshees, Live, Steel Woods, The Cure, Pixies, Ramones, Madonna, Judas Priest, Nine Inch Nails, Peter Criss, Neil Young, Molly Hatchet, Neil Young, Electric Prunes, Queen, Lamb of God, Opeth, Kiss, Morgan Wallen, Yes, Curtis Mayfield, and Dan Arbach. Let's run through this other band over here since it's right here next to me. We have over here, we have Thank You, Kelly, and Good Night. We have The Descendants, Everything Sucks, $28.99. Velvet Underground, new release, Start Your Ear Off Right 2024, $39.99. 2LP expanded on purple vinyl, purple and pink. Scorpions, Blackout, $39.99, featuring Rock You Like a Hurricane. No, featuring No One Like You. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is 25, $39.99. There's another Descendants, Everything Sucks. Judy Collins now playing, that's her greatest hits. The Steelwoods, On Your Time, $38.99. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, $34.99. Christmas Collected, $49.99. U2's Europa, $59.99. 2LP 30th Anniversary Deluxe on yellow vinyl. Matchbox 20 North, last 2 copies on white vinyl, $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Friends, solo sessions and encores, first time ever on vinyl, $64.99. Brother Kane, last copy on orange vinyl, $39.99. Black Sabbath, The Humanizer, $49.99. The Very Best of Peter Tosh, $56.99. Mike Torres wants the Scorpions. That's Blackout. That's also on colored vinyl. That's so to Mike Torrey, Scorpions. We have Erykah Badu, Baduism, $44.99. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, $44.99. High Time with MC5, yellow vinyl, yellow splatter vinyl, $29.99. Passion Pit, Gossamer, $44.99. The Beatles, Please Please Me, $36.99. And the big release from last week, Godsmack, $39.99. First time ever on vinyl, their debut album. The original picture disc is about a $500, $600, $700, $800 record. I've seen it sell before for $780 actually. So that's only $39.99. You might want to pick that one up. Anybody else? That's a great place to stop. I'm going to put the other crate of new vinyl up here where it belongs. Been a great show, especially for a makeshift. Not really having anything new to show you, but yeah, great stuff in here. The white oven selling. Matt, it sold. Somebody got on it. I went through all the auctions that were left, and that's the only sealed record that did not sell tonight. Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters from 1990. $75 buy it now. That's the only sealed record that did not sell. Fleetwood Mac, Beastie Boys, Metallica, Rush, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather, Analog Productions, Pocahontas, Forrest Gump, Pink Floyd, Beatles, Wallflowers, Hank III, Taylor Swift, George Harrison, Dolly, Led Zeppelin, Ramones, Stones. There's the Beatles Now and Then, $29.99. That's the 12-inch single. Soundgarden, Neil Young, Sleeping Beauty, Yes, Neil Young, Drake, Fleetwood Mac, U2, Descendants, Husker Du, Fleetwood Mac, and Dave Matthews Band. I do not have any Japanese Metallica records. Dan, I wish. Oh boy, I wish. I've got 2 in my personal collection. I got Master of Puppets and Ride the Lightning with Obi. That's the only ones I've really ever seen. And I bought those from another dealer for way too much money. I think I paid $375 for Ride the Lightning. So, and I think I paid over $300 for Master of Puppets. But it was like, I'm like most of y'all, I'm very picky. It was like it was brand new on that Japanese. So, that's the 2 I have. Not for sale. I don't even know where they're at. I hadn't looked at those in 4 years. I got so many records crated up in my personal collection that I hadn't looked at or touched in years because I kind of have where I live now and my old house, and I got stuff both places, and I'm here. I spend a lot of time here at the store, but I definitely don't want my personal collection here at the store because I'll end up selling it, or it'll come up missing or damaged or lost or stolen. So I just I got all my records kind of locked up between about 3 different places. Well, with that being said, we'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. I got to get started right now with Tanner. We got to start working on last week's stuff. We have this week's stuff. We got to key in. We got to sort. We got to invoice. We got to alphabetize. We got to ship. We got to pack. We got to list. We got to take pictures. We got to clean. We got to listen. We got to eat. We got to sleep. We got a lot of stuff to do, and we have very little time to do it. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time here on this page, YouTube and X, 7 o'clock. See y'all then.